Rapid learning techniques, what we know about the brain. Okay. What we know about the brain is that intelligence is developed through effort, like physical muscles. So your IQ is malleable over 25 points. There are certain exercises that you can do, like muscular exercises, to build your IQ. You can go from average intelligence, which is 100, to 125, 126 IQ by doing certain exercises that activate more of your brain cells. Many people, by the way, who have high IQs allow their minds, like their muscles, to atrophy, so they're not as quick or not as smart as they might have been. You can actually become smarter by doing some of the things that we'll talk about both today and tomorrow. IQ is affected by your self-concept. If you consider yourself to be a bright person, you'll be much smarter and more creative than if you don't. So when your parents always tell you how smart you are, you start to perform at a much more intelligent level than if your parents tell you something negative or tell you nothing at all. So tell yourself, you say, I'm a genius, I'm a genius, I'm a genius. Say it, say, I'm a genius.
I'm a genius.
Yes, because you have had genius ideas throughout your life. You've had incredible ideas. The difference between geniuses and non-geniuses is non-geniuses have occasional bright, great ideas. Geniuses just say, I'm a genius, and they have bright ideas all the time. That's all. In other words, really fit people exercise every day. Non-fit people exercise twice a month. So if you're constantly using your mind, you actually get brighter and smarter, and you start to unleash more and more ideas, which we'll talk about tomorrow. So second, learning ability can be increased. And you can learn to learn faster and easier. If you want to earn more, you must learn more. And you can actually accelerate the speed. We call this accelerated learning. I'm one of the foremost authorities in the world on this subject. I've done extensive programs on all the different ways that you can turn your brain into a sponge so it just absorbs information. There's a direct relationship between learning and longevity. The more actively you learn, the longer you live. The more actively your mind is engaged. And that's why Goethe started writing the second part of Faust when he was 86 years old. And Faust is considered one of the greatest of all pieces of literature. He completed it when he was 89. I mean, he was still a highly productive person in his later years because he remained fully engaged all the time. Number 4, the longer you continue to learn and the more active you are mentally, the longer you live and the healthier you are. That's why the whole idea of retirement is an old idea that goes back to the industrial age, where people worked until they were 55 or 60, and then like an old piece of machinery, they were worn out and they got taken off the line and put in a field and allowed to deteriorate. In the industrial age, people are taken off the line, they go home and sit in a walking chair until they die. Today, because you work with your brain, you'll be at your prime at 75. You'll be as bright as a berry. You'll be dancing at weddings. You'll be traveling. You'll be learning, reading, studying new subjects, going back to school. This is the best time in all of human history, as long as you keep your brain active. Interesting point, there's more and more direct connections between Alzheimer's and brain atrophy. People started watching television 30 years ago. They're still watching television, and their brain turns to porridge because there's no stimulation. Whereas people who are active and busy very seldom have brain deterioration, what they call senility, diseases of senility. So, rapid learning techniques. The left and right hemisphere of the brain are responsible for very different ways of thinking. First of all, there's the left hemisphere is logical. It looks at everything in a cold, logical way. It's rational, and it looks for reasons. What are the reasons why things happen? It's analytical. As we talked about the conscious mind, it analyzes things carefully and picks them apart. Accountants are very analytical. It's pragmatic. Does it work? All I want to know is, does it work? Not what it is, but does it work for me? Will it be effective? It's concrete. It likes tangible answers, tangible numbers, proof. It is linear. It works with facts and figures in a linear way, step by step. Like engineering, we call this the engineering side of the brain. It is sequential. It deals with things in sequence, one after the other, like a recipe where you put the ingredients together. It's very much a left brain activity. It's responsible for language, but it's responsible for language in that it is responsible for words. I sure hope they got this down properly. It's responsible for learning the individual meanings of words. And that is why, have you noticed that people from East India win all the spelling bees? Because they have a particular way of memorizing words, and they memorize jillions of words. Now, that doesn't mean they're fluent in speaking the language, but damn, are they good with the words. And it's responsible for math as well, because math is a logical, rational, sequential, linear form of thinking. The right hemisphere of your brain is responsible, and for words. There we go. It's responsible for words. The right hemisphere is visual, and it sees things. The right hemisphere takes photographs of things and will look like when you look at me, you see me and the whole room up here at one time. It is holistic. It sees the totality of things. It goes into a room and sees everybody in the room, short depth, long depth, motion, movement, and so on. It is intuitive. It operates from feelings. It has a gut feeling about things. This is a right brain activity. It is abstract. It sees concepts and ideas. It can create pictures in its mind or pictures in the air. It's musical. It responds to music and the emotion and the fun and the thrill and the excitement of music, which the left hemisphere has no interest in. It's artistic. It's the brain that is responsible for painting and for art and for sculpture. It is spontaneous. It is open, spontaneous, excited. It laughs, it cries, it feels emotions, and so on. It's responsible for dance. All of dance is a right brain activity. I would say that probably turbo fire is a right brain activity as well. It's responsible for poetry and the use of poetry, and it's responsible for language. Language actually shouldn't be in the first column. The left brain is responsible for learning words, and the right brain combines them into language. And so whenever we use language in sentences and pauses, whenever we speak, we're using the right brain. Well, what we know is that the brain functions at 4 different levels. The first level, the beta level, is the conscious level like now, which is 14 waves and above. When your mind is really working really intensely, it can get up to 15, 20, 25, 30 waves, and its wavelength activity is very intense. The second level is the alpha level, which is 8 to 13 words per second, and the alpha level is when you are meditating, your eyes are closed, and you're just completely relaxed, although you're quite conscious and aware. The third level is the theta level. The theta level is the level between this relaxed conscious awareness and sleep. It's where you start to fantasize, you start to drift, you start to have little dreams and so on. Your mind just starts to move away. And the delta level is half to 4 words per second, or waves per second, and that's where you fall completely asleep. A complete sleep cycle takes you from beta through alpha, deep relaxation, theta, where you start to dream, and into delta, which is very deep. Now, if you go through a complete sleep cycle, it only lasts about 2 or 3 hours. And if you have ever had an experience where you've gone to sleep at, say, 11 o'clock, and you wake up at 2 o'clock and you're wide awake, have you had that experience? And you lay down and you can't get back to sleep? It's because you have been fully rested. You've had one complete sleep cycle and you're fully rested. And now you can't get back. You toss and turn and toss and turn. And finally, when the morning comes, you're exhausted. And you get up and at 2 o'clock in the morning, you felt great. This is because you went through a complete sleep cycle. The problem with us today is because of food and drink and stimulation, we have to sort of keep going into theta, and we never get through a full sleep cycle. Once you've had a full sleep cycle, you come out and you're wide awake. People like Lyndon Johnson never slept more than 4 hours a night. There are many very creative people who never sleep more than 4 hours a night because they've been programmed from an early age, for one reason, to have a complete sleep cycle every time they close their eyes. So basically, they're up. There was a gentleman in England, most amazing damn thing. He had he had a concussion, and because of his concussion, he could only sleep 3 hours a night. And so he decided, he was a smart guy, he would use the spare time, because there's nobody to talk to at 2 in the morning. And there's nothing worth watching on television. I've tried. So what he did is he decided he would take that extra 5 hours and study. And over the course of the next 20 years, he got 7 PhDs. He got a PhD in philosophy, a PhD in history, he got a PhD in science, he got a PhD in biology, he got a PhD in poetry, he got a PhD in medieval studies, he got serious PhDs. He became one of the learned men in the world by using his extra 5 hours every day just to study. So it's possible to go into deep sleep. Actually, you can program yourself to say, when I sleep tonight, I'm going to sleep deeply and well. And when you go to sleep, your subconscious mind will say, okay, I know what to do. Put them down. Put them under. And wham. But what will happen is you'll wake up at 2 o'clock and you won't be able to sleep, and you'll come down here ruined tomorrow morning and very mad at me. So the best method to get people into the alpha theta level is to combine both hemispheres is to use music and relaxation. And when you close your eyes, relax, and listen to positive messages, they bypass your conscious mind. You've heard of hypnosis or self-hypnosis. Well, this is a form of what is called autogenic conditioning, heterogenic conditioning, where you're actually put into a deep state of relaxation by another voice plus music. And the words are all very positive affirmations. That's all written down in your book, by the way. They bypass your conscious mind and go straight into your subconscious mind. And when you are awake from this deep form of relaxation, all those positive messages are programmed into your subconscious mind and begin to change your thinking, your feeling, and your behavior. The new words or messages go straight into the subconscious. So you can learn rapidly if you do the following things. Define your purpose, and we give you some goals, is have an intense desire to learn, and then always study with classical music. Now this is a little bit different from what we just talked about in terms of what we're going to do now, but I wanted to put this in, is that you can learn rapidly by having a very clear goal for learning, have an intense desire to learn, and always study with classical music playing in the background. If you study with classical music, the words that you're learning actually ride on the classical music, sort of like riding on a river. They ride into your mind with the music. If you listen to words or songs with words, you don't learn what you're studying, you learn the words from the song. Remember when we were young, we drove around listening to musical songs? How many people could still remember those songs? The music comes on, you remember every single word. It's because at that time, that's what was happening. The music combined with the words was going straight into your subconscious mind, and you have it 20 years later. Sometimes you have it for the rest of your life. The music will come on and you can sing along the whole song because it went into your mind. What we're going to do now is a form of progressive relaxation with music. It's called taped affirmation, and we'll take and we'll repeat an affirmation 5 times. When you hear the first affirmation, which will be, you like yourself unconditionally, you really like yourself. As you hear the first affirmation, just simply say yes or I agree. Your eyes will be closed, you'll be completely relaxed. As the message goes into your mind, you just say yes or I agree, or that's true. You just agree with the affirmation. You'll probably find yourself so relaxed that you won't be bothered saying it again. Each of the affirmations will be repeated 5 times. You'll first of all be counted down by the count of 20 until you're deeply relaxed. The affirmations will be repeated 5 times each, and then you'll be counted back up to full wakefulness. This exercise takes about 20 minutes, and it's really quite beautiful. And so what we're going to do now, use spaced repetition, practice what you're learning. Okay. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay. These are the last rapid learning techniques. Use spaced repetition, practice it, use a variety of stimulation, take regular breaks. We should probably change the order of that, so the last thing we talk about is taped affirmation with music. But now we're at that. So what I would like you to do is I'd like you to empty your hands. We're going to close the door and turn down the lights. And what I'd like you to do is empty your hands and get your hands free and just put your hands in your lap and then close your eyes and listen to this music and listen to the words of the music and just completely relax and just let go. Remember, the less you try, the faster these words go into your subconscious mind and change your thoughts and feelings and behavior. Please begin.
You are now preparing for taped affirmation. You are seated in a comfortable chair. Your feet are flat on the floor or out in front of you, resting easily. Your hands are on your lap, but not touching each other, just resting comfortably across your legs. Now, close your eyes. Taped affirmation is a process of progressive relaxation. You simply let yourself relax as I talk to your subconscious mind. Do not consciously try to relax. Just let it happen easily. You will find that as I count slowly from 1 to 20, your subconscious mind will gradually relax your muscles. You will feel a wonderful sense of peace and tranquility. Do not be concerned about what depth you are reaching. Instead of testing to see what depth you have reached, let your mind dwell on the peaceful feeling of relaxation you are experiencing, and let yourself go. I repeat, do not be concerned about what depth you are reaching. Instead of testing to see what depth you have reached, just let your mind dwell on the peaceful feeling of relaxation you are experiencing, and let yourself go. With each count, the relaxed feeling will deepen, until at the count of 20, you will be in a deep state of relaxation and ready for your affirmations. Now, take a deep breath. Hold it, and as you hold it, you will notice the tensions in your body. Now, exhale, and as you do, the tensions seem to drain from you, and you feel relaxed. All the tensions are draining out, just as the tightness goes out of a balloon when the air goes out. Now let your breathing be relaxed and easy. 1. The feeling of relaxation is spreading through your whole body. A wonderful feeling of relaxation spreading throughout your body. 2. Your legs and arms feel very relaxed and good, and a pleasurable feeling of relaxation slowly spreads up through your legs and up through your arms and into your body. 3. Your face is relaxing more and more now. All tension is draining from you. The relaxed feeling is spreading through your body. All the tensions are draining out. 4. You are letting yourself relax all over, just letting yourself go. Easily, slowly, relaxed, and light. 5. A wonderful feeling of peace and quiet is slowly coming over you. A wonderful, peaceful feeling. 6. Your entire body now feels very deeply relaxed. The soft, relaxed feeling is deepening with every word that I speak. Very relaxed. 7. You can feel yourself becoming more and more relaxed. You are letting yourself relax more deeply. 8. This is a very enjoyable feeling, relaxing deeper and deeper. And as I count further, the relaxed feeling spreads more and more. 9. Now, as I continue to count toward 20, you will become more and more relaxed. With each word I speak, with each breath you take, you will become more and more deeply relaxed. 10. Very relaxed, feeling very good. 11. More and more and more relaxed. 12. Deeper and deeper. 13. Peacefully, softly, relaxed. 14. Relaxed and light. 15. Very, very light. 16. More and more deeply relaxed. Very peaceful. 17. Wonderfully relaxed. 18. Completely limp and relaxed. 19. Very deeply relaxed. 20. You are now in a state of deep relaxation. Very, very relaxed. Each time that you use this tape, it becomes easier for you to relax. The affirmations have a stronger and stronger effect upon you. Now, listen to your affirmations. You like yourself unconditionally. You really like yourself. 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 You always speak in positive terms about yourself and others. You always speak in positive terms about yourself and others. You always speak in positive terms about yourself and others. You always speak in positive terms about yourself and others. You always speak in positive terms about yourself and others. You enjoy and appreciate everyone you meet. You like them, and they like you. You enjoy and appreciate everyone you meet. You like them, and they like you. You enjoy and appreciate everyone you meet. You like them, and they like you. You enjoy and appreciate everyone you meet. You like them, and they like you. You enjoy and appreciate everyone you meet. You like them, and they like you. You always decide for yourself what is best for you, and you allow others the same right. You always decide for yourself what is best for you, and you allow others the same right. You always decide for yourself what is best for you, and you allow others the same right. You always decide for yourself what is best for you, and you allow others the same right. You always decide for yourself what is best for you, and you allow others the same right. You accept complete responsibility for your life and for all of your reactions to all situations. You accept complete responsibility for your life and for all of your reactions to all situations. You accept complete responsibility for your life and for all of your reactions to all situations. You accept complete responsibility for your life and for all of your reactions to all situations. You accept complete responsibility for your life and for all of your reactions to all situations. You enjoy excellent health, and you are easily able to relax at any time. You enjoy excellent health, and you are easily able to relax at any time. You enjoy excellent health, and you are easily able to relax at any time. You enjoy excellent health, and you are easily able to relax at any time. You enjoy excellent health, and you are easily able to relax at any time. You are always calm, confident, and self-assured in your interactions with others, with groups, as well as with individuals. You are always calm, confident, and self-assured in your interactions with others, with groups, as well as with individuals. You are always calm, confident, and self-assured in your interactions with others, with groups, as well as with individuals. You are always calm, confident, and self-assured in your interactions with others, with groups, as well as with individuals. You are always calm, confident, and self-assured in your interactions with others, with groups, as well as with individuals. You are very creative in all areas of your life, always tapping more and more into your superconscious mind. You are very creative in all areas of your life, always tapping more and more into your superconscious mind. You are very creative in all areas of your life, always tapping more and more into your superconscious mind. You are very creative in all areas of your life, always tapping more and more into your superconscious mind. You are very creative in all areas of your life, always tapping more and more into your superconscious mind. You have an excellent memory, and you easily recall names, numbers, and information. You have an excellent memory, and you easily recall names, numbers, and information. You have an excellent memory, and you easily recall names, numbers, and information. You have an excellent memory, and you easily recall names, numbers, and information. You have an excellent memory, and you easily recall names, numbers, and information. You are a total winner, and you are completely successful at everything you undertake to do. You are a total winner, and are completely successful at everything you undertake to do. You are a total winner, and you are completely successful at everything you undertake to do. You are a total winner, and you are completely successful at everything you undertake to do. You are a total winner, and you are completely successful at everything you undertake to do. Now, as I count back towards 0, you will slowly return to full alertness. Let the tensions of the day leave. You do not need them. And when I reach the count of 0, you will be alert, fully rested, and you will feel wonderful, both physically and mentally. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15. You have let your tensions flow away. As you return to full alertness, you maintain a very relaxed attitude without tension. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. You are slowly returning to full alertness. 9, 8, 7, 6. Now, as I count from 5 to 0, you will have a wonderful feeling of well-being. You will feel energy flowing through and through you. And when I reach 0, your eyes will open. You will be smiling and happy. You will feel wonderful. All of your tensions, all of the pressures of the day have gone. You will feel wonderfully energetic and ready to meet any challenge. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Very alert and feeling wonderful. Stand up and stretch or move around.
So how was that? We have copies of this for you, for each of you, to take home. So you can listen to this anytime you like, and it just gradually reprograms your mind in a very positive, very relaxed way. And as you notice, you're completely alert. There's no subliminal message. You can hear every single word clearly, and it just sort of like the words just flow into your mind on the river of music. And we are now done for the day. Thank you very much. And so we're all going to meet out here in the public area, sort of as a reception gathering. We'll start here at 8:30 sharp tomorrow morning. And tomorrow we have a wonderful day planned for you. That tomorrow we'll build on today. Today we've sort of laid the foundation. Tomorrow we start to build. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Good morning. Thank you for being on time. I appreciate it. This is a professional seminar. When I go to speak in Germany, the Germans are extremely punctual, and they'll have 1,000 people milling around in the lobby. If the seminar is supposed to start at 9 o'clock, 1,000 of those people will be in their seats at 8:59. Not 999. They are there in their seats, punctually, right on time. You come into seminars in the U.S., people stroll in, stroll out, got their cup of coffee, sit in the back, read the newspaper. They sit there straight. I remember I was giving a seminar in Constance, Lake Constance, and after I'd spoken for the morning, my client came up and thanked me, and he said, "Thank you very much," and he applauded, and the audience started to applaud, and then they all stood up, and they all started to applaud in unison. Ho, 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 ho. And I said to my friend, I said, "Whatever you do, don't give these people guns." They are really tough people. Anyway, It's a great experience. We're just sort of setting this up. We have a great day for you. Yesterday what we did is we sort of cleared the psychological decks. The fact is that you have more potential than you could use in 100 lifetimes. Everybody is capable of earning 2 or 3 or 5 times as much as they are, but what holds us back is not a lack of ability or talent. It's simply mental blocks that hold us back from either setting the goals or disciplining ourselves and persevering to achieve the goals. And what I'm going to do today is I'm going to show you how to set goals and develop a personal mission and then to unlock the powers of your superconscious mind. Plus we have some other wonderful things that you're going to hear. So today is going to be a really great day. So what we've done is we've cleared the ground and we now have a beautiful piece of property. In Rancho Santa Fe, they started settling that back in the 40s and 50s, and it became one of the most expensive postal codes in the United States, if not the most expensive. Minimum lot size was 2 acres, and they built homes in the old days. And so now we live right near Rancho Santa Fe, so occasionally we go and look at homes there. The homes go up to 25, 30 millions with helipads and so on. But they have in Rancho Santa Fe a type of home which is an old home that's been on a beautiful piece of land, and they call it a scraper. And a scraper is where you buy the home for the land, and then you bring in a bulldozer and you just scrape it off. So you have completely clean piece of land, then you build a new home on the land. So what we did yesterday is we did a scraper exercise. We sort of scraped off all that negative stuff so that we realized that high self-esteem, high self-confidence, complete optimism are the keys to unlocking all of your powers. Now we've gotten rid of all that clutter. At least we've begun the process of it. It will take time because there's still people you're mad at, pissed off at. And it will take time, but over time you'll actually reach the point where you have no negative emotions about anybody. And when you do have negative emotions, you'll know quickly how to cancel them and short-circuit them, knowing that negative emotions are the equivalent of physical diseases. They are mental illnesses that hold us back and sabotage our happiness and our future. Pretty soon you get to the point where you're just happy all the time. People think you're smoking real good stuff. You're just happy all the time. So now let's talk about goal setting. Are you going to change this monitor at the break? So we've got it on the right monitor? All right, thank you. The first key to goal setting, we said in 1953, and everybody disputes this study, it doesn't really matter. Some studies are good, whether or not you can find the foundation stuff. 1953 at Yale University, they did a study of the graduating seniors, and they said, how many people here have goals and have made plans to accomplish them when they graduate? And they found that 84% of them had no goals at all except to get out of college and to waste their time in the summer. 13% had goals but were not written down. 3% had written goals and plans. So they went back 20 years later, 1953, and they found that the 3% who left the university with written goals and plans were worth more than the other 97% put together. In financial terms, they were worth more money. And they'd gone to different industries and different companies in different parts of the country, and they started and tried different things, and they'd failed and so on. But they were worth more than the other 97% put together. So in 1969, not to be outdone, Yale University or Harvard University did a similar study, found the same things. They found that the average person, 84% of them had no goals. It seems to be consistent. 13% had goals but not written, which means they're just like rattling around like marbles in a big box. And 3% had written goals and plans. And they went back from 79 to 89, 10 years later, and they found that the people who had goals but had not written them down were earning an average of twice as much as people who had no goals at all, the 84%. But they found that the people who had written goals and plans were earning on average, the 3% were earning 10 times as much as the people without written goals and plans. The fact is that becoming a goal setter, so you're setting and working on goals all the time, increases your likelihood of success by 10 times. And I'll just give you a very simple example. Imagine that you start off across a foreign country, or even a foreign state, but the challenge is that there's no road signs and no road maps. And if you start off toward a distant destination where it happens to be in a foreign country with no road signs and no road maps, how long would it take you to get to where you're going? And the answer is you could probably drive forever. And most people drive forever. But what if you had a clear destination and you had an excellent map and you had perfect road signs so that you could follow and you'd know exactly where you were every step of the way? How long would it take you to get to your destination? Well, you'd probably get there 10 times faster than a person just wandering in circles. Most people's lives just go in circles. They try this and they try that, and they try this and they try that, and they come home and watch television, and they try this and they try that. But successful people just go faster and faster and faster toward what they want to accomplish. And my favorite word in success is the word clarity. Clarity, clarity. You can apply it everywhere. Clarity with regards to your goals, clarity with regards to your plans, clarity with regards to your priorities, clarity in terms of defining your problems or obstacles. But clarity is critical. And here's an interesting discovery. There's a miracle that takes place between the head and the hand. Is when you write something down, psychoneuromotor activity, it actually helps you to understand it with greater clarity. It stimulates creativity, enables you to see it. Many people won't write things down. They say, oh, I'm too busy, or I know what I want. Whenever you hear people say, oh, I know what my goals are. I know what I want. What are your goals? Well, I want to be rich, and I want to be thin, and I want to be happy, and I want to be successful, and I want to travel, and so on. But these are not goals. As I said yesterday, these are fantasies. These are illusions. These are the same things that people in mental asylums have. They're just fantasies. A goal is like a blueprint for a home. It's like a recipe for a dish, or it's like a planning of a catering party. It's where there's specific plans and details, organized priorities, and they increase the likelihood of achievement by 10 times. Are there any guarantees in life? No. A lot of people had great goals up in 2005, 2006, 2007, even 2008, 2009. We had to do a complete reset. 2010, 2011, we're doing resets everywhere because the economy has changed. So what we have to do is we have to go back to the drawing board, set new goals that are more consistent with the times. This doesn't mean we have to abandon them. We just have to adjust to the realities. Just like you're planning to go out one day and that night there's a massive cold front comes in, you get out, walk out the door, and it's really cold and you're not dressed for it. Well, you simply have to adapt to realities. So the fact is the very act of setting goals, writing them down, dramatically increases the likelihood of you achieving them. It gives you tremendous clarity, and it also activates a whole series of other powers that you don't know about. Now, we've talked in the past about the laws. Let's talk about the law of control, the law of accident, law of cause and effect, law of belief, expectation, attraction, subconscious activity, and so on. People say, well, how can I remember all those laws? And what we've done, by the way, is we've written out a definition of those laws for you in the back of your workbook, so you can refer to them. Well, the wonderful thing is when you have goals, you don't need to. When you have goals, how do you activate the law of control? You have a goal, and a goal gives you control. Is how do you free yourself from the law of accident? With a goal. Is how do you activate the law of cause and effect? The effect that you desire is your goal, and all the causes are aimed at achieving that. How do you activate the law of belief? You believe in the ability and your ability to achieve your goal. Law of expectations, you expect that everything will happen, will move you towards your goal. Law of attraction, you attract into your life people and resources that help you to achieve your goal. Law of subconscious activity, the subconscious mind works to make your outer world consistent with your inner world of goals. Law of substitution, what do you think about all the time? Instead of negative things, you think about your goals. Law of concentration, concentrate on your goals. Law of reversibility, act as if you've already achieved your goals. You start to think about it, you think, oh, law of emotion, what do you put your emotion into? Your goals. And the law of habit, what do you develop? You develop the habit of working on your goals every day. The wonderful thing, like the harmonic convergence that I explained to you yesterday, the wonderful thing is when you have a very clear, specific, burning, focused, well-defined goal, all the laws of the universe line up for you, which is why people with goals accomplish 10 times as much as people without them, because it's not only their own abilities and resources, it's the abilities and resources of the entire universe all come together in harmony to work behind you, to march behind you and drive you forward, motivate you, impel you, inspire you, motivate you, and so on. And it's interesting, you could take a group of 10 people who don't have goals and take photographs of their faces, and then you could take 2 people out of that lineup, if you like, and have them sit down and write out clear, specific goals as you're going to do in the next few minutes, and then photograph them again, put them back in the lineup. And about 80% of people will be able to pick the people with the goals. That one has a goal. That one has a goal. The other 8 don't have goals. They'll be able to pick it because it actually changes your physiology. It changes your face. It changes your body language. It changes your eyes. It changes your level of confidence. The very act of writing down and dedicating yourself to the achievement of a specific goal makes you a different human being in a very positive way. Greatest thing of all. So, moving right along here. 5 keys to goal setting. Number 1, we say the ability to set goals And the ability to make plans for their accomplishment is the master skill of success. I've had countless people just over the years where a parent will say, I'm going to send my son, who just graduated from university, to this seminar as a gift because I want him to have an overview of life skills. And they'll always come up to me sometime in the seminar and they say, this is worth more than the 4 years I just spent in college in terms of how the effect it will have on my life. Remember this, those who do not have goals are doomed forever to work for those who do. It's one choice or another. The ones who are running everything are the ones with goals. The ones who are working without goals, the 80% who are passive and recipient, they're working for people with goals. So we say once you set your goals, your cybernetic mechanism, the goal-seeking part of your brain is triggered. Now this is an important thing to understand. The psychocybernetics that was discovered about 50 years ago says that your brain automatically moves toward the achievement of a goal. It automatically moves. And it's very interesting, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, but there is a missile called the exocet missile. Have you ever heard of the exocet? It's the French missile, and the French, those bastards, excuse me, what the French did is when Britain went to war in the Falklands, the French not only sold exocet missiles to the Argentinians to shoot down and sink British ships, but shoot down British planes, and then they worked very closely with the Argentines to target the missiles by long distance, by satellite. And the exocet missile has a very interesting technology, is once it is fixed on a target, the target could go anywhere it wants, and the exocet missile will follow and adjust and hit the target. So once you're targeted by an exocet, it's not a good thing. It's not going to be a good day. The interesting thing is your brain also has a cybernetic mechanism that targets a goal. But here's the interesting thing, is when this exocet missile is fired, it has to be targeted on a target and then move toward it. When you set a goal and you fire, you start working toward it, you don't have to know where it is. Your cybernetic brain mechanism will actually find the target and keep following the target without you knowing where it is to start with. So people say, I want to double my income or start and build my own successful business or become wealthy, but I have no idea how to do it. No problem. Just be clear about the goal and begin. And we say the most important step to success is to launch. Take the first step, shoot the missile, and as you start to move toward it, two things happen. You'll start to make course corrections, and you'll start to get the goal moving towards you. You'll move toward it, it'll move toward you, almost with unerring accuracy, like two missiles trying to find each other. And you just have to have confidence in that because some of the things that will happen for you will be absolutely remarkable. This brain mechanism you have is activated by a goal. Once you have put a goal in here, it begins to move automatically 24 hours a day to find the goal. And very often, in the studies that they've done, the 13-year studies at Babson College, they found that people started off thinking that was where their goal was, but it turned out it was somewhere completely otherwise. However, they found they would not have found or achieved their goal if they had not been in motion, if they had not been in flight. Even the finest missile in the world, like the exocet, is of no value until it's fired, until it's in the air and moving. This is the great challenge that people have. It's always ready, 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 aim, 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 never fire. And they wonder why their lives don't get any better. So each of us has both a failure mechanism and a success mechanism built in. Remember I said right at the beginning of the seminar, we are designed for success. We are engineered for accomplishment. And this is built into us. However, there's our default setting, our automatic setting is always failure. It's underachievement, which is why the great majority of the world do not achieve what is possible for them. So the failure mechanism is activated by three factors, and you have to be fighting them, like the little white wolf and the black wolf on the shoulder. Which one you feed is going to determine your whole life. The first that we've talked about is the comfort zone. Now the comfort zone is we become comfortable doing what we're doing, and we are uncomfortable not doing that. Remember, we try to move from discomfort toward comfort, but we don't try to move from comfort toward discomfort. And trying something new, setting a new goal, committing ourselves to a whole new course of action or study is a very discomforting thing. And what we do is we pull back into our comfort zone. So the comfort zone is the great enemy of success. It keeps us in a homeostatic situation. It keeps us constant with our previous behaviors. It keeps us at a low level of accomplishment. In order to break out of the comfort zone, we've got to set bigger goals. We've got to set big goals, big, hairy, audacious goals that really wake us up, that are impossible to accomplish at our current level of accomplishment. Now, the second is learned helplessness. And they've done 25 years of research at the University of Chicago on behavior. And what they find is the greatest single obstacle to success in their studies is people feel helpless. They can't make a change. They feel they don't have the money, and they don't have the time, and they don't have the skills, and they don't have the friends, and they're broke, and they've lost their money, and they just feel helpless. And helplessness leads to a feeling of hopelessness and a feeling of passivity. But the fact of the matter is, there has never been a better time than today in the history of the Western world for you to achieve great goals. Do we have lots of problems out there? Great. We've always had problems. We have them a little bit more exaggerated today, but we've always had problems. And within every problem, usually there's an opportunity for a creative person to find a way to solve it and to make money at it, to make a contribution. So learned helplessness is, the fact is that you are not helpless. And so that's why you say to yourself over and over again, I can do it. I can do anything I put my mind to. I can do anything I put my mind to. When Bela Karolyi was training Mary Lou Retton, he would always say to her, Mary Lou, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. And they were so jealous of him in the Olympics, they would not give him a floor pass. They would not allow him on the floor with Mary Lou when she was competing, the most important Olympics of her life. They forced him to stay in the stands with the spectators. And so Mary Lou would come off the area of competition, and she'd have to run up and run up the stairs and talk to her coach over the barriers. And he would say to her, he'd give her advice on the next run, the next jump, the next so on, give her advice, and the last thing he would always say is, Mary Lou, you can do it. You can do it. And that just motivated her. 10 gold medals, made her the greatest Olympian in the world of her time. But it was always Bella saying, you can do it. And for yourself, always say to yourself, I can do it. I can do it. If I have a goal, the fact that you can conceive of a goal means that you probably have within you or around you the ability to achieve it. There is a factor that in life, you cannot conceive of a great goal without simultaneously having the ability to achieve that goal. And so the very fact that you could think of it means that it's probably possible for you. We said yesterday you become what you teach. So from now on, whenever anybody around you has a goal or a dream or a hope, what do you tell them? The Bela Karolyi advice. You can do it. You can do it. Sometimes one piece of encouragement from one person at a time when a person is not sure, and you say you can do it, will change that person's life. And from then on, they'll say, I can do it. And they'll become self-motivated. So learned helplessness, we get over learned helplessness by taking action. And the third is the path of least resistance. And I've written extensively on this, but the path of least resistance is a really big killer. What it is the tendency to look for the easy way, the fast way, the cheap way, the method of least effort or least cost to achieve things. And what we have in our society today, which is as a result of several generations of affluence, is we have an enormous number of people who are literally addicted to the shortcut, the easy way, the fast, quick way. There's an old saying with regard to these get-rich-quick schemes. When a man with experience meets a man with money, the man with money is going to end up with the experience, and the man with the experience will end up with the money. So you'll find that the newspapers and magazines and television are all full of get-rich-quick schemes, because there's always people who think it's possible to get rich quick, get rich easy. All you have to do is find a trick or a gimmick. And there's an enormous number of people who say rich people are just people who were lucky. You know, they just had a gimmick. It was a trick. The fact is that the rich have been studied at great length. It takes about 22 years from the time you decide to become a millionaire before you hit $1 million net worth, X your house. It takes about 22 years on average, based on the studies of many thousands and tens of thousands of self-made millionaires. People say, wow, that's a long time. If it is, get on with it. So people start at 20. By the age of 42, they're millionaires. By the age of 45, they're dual millionaires. By the age of 50 or 55, because as we say, the first million is hard, the second million is inevitable. And so what you do is you have to make the first million. Why? It's because you have to become a very different, disciplined, higher form of human being to actually make such a contribution that you actually earn and hold on to more than $1 million. It forces you to become somebody really different than you've ever been before. So the idea that you can short circuit this, you could just jump to the head of the line with no work, is an idea that people fall for all the time. Just poor suckers. And what happens is it never works. It's not possible. It'd be the same if somebody says, I weigh 300 pounds. I want to find a 30-day method to be fit and have Olympic abs and be perfectly fit and have my ideal weight. You'd say, well, that's impossible. That's preposterous. If you want to get to your ideal weight, you must put in at least a year or 2 years, and then you have to keep it for your whole life. Well, it's the same thing. Anything worthwhile accomplishing takes a long, long time of hard work. So if that's the case, then get on with it. You might as well get started because the time is going to pass anyway. You might as well get started. So those are the three enemies, and they're always there like that black wolf. Come on, take the easy way. Come on, it's okay. You can't do that. Now, you're not smart enough. Or, hey, aren't you comfortable now? So always trying to talk you into taking it easy. The only way to override the failure mechanism is to activate your success mechanism. And your success mechanism is triggered by a goal. Once you set a goal, you become a different person. It's almost like throwing a switch, and wow, your whole life begins to change. So there are the 4 major reasons that people don't set goals. Number 1 reason is they don't realize the importance of goals. People always say, oh, I have goals. This is a real mistake. If a person says, I have goals already, well, then they won't set any. But goals are clear, written plans, blueprints with organized lists of activities organized by priority and sequence and prioritized that you work on every day. That's a goal. A goal isn't a wish or a fantasy. A goal is something specific. Like, imagine building a building and you hire a contractor. The contractor arranges to have an architect design the building. Then they pick the land. Then they lay out the land. Then they lay down every part of the foundation. And each part of the building is built step by step according to the blueprint. That's how you build a life. You build a great life by thinking through. I have to tell you a quick story. There was a fellow who was visiting a friend of his around Christmas time, about December 15th, and they just had a party there the night before. And he was going around the house, and he was taking all the tailings in the glasses and the bottles, pouring them into one whiskey bottle. And he had a little bit of beer, a little bit of wine, a little bit of vodka, a little bit of whiskey, some Coke and everything, poured it into this bottle. And his friend says, Bill, he said, what are you doing? He said, I'm collecting up all the tailings from the drinks from all the people here last night. He said, what are you doing that for? He said, at Christmas time, people are always dropping in, around Christmas, dropping in without warning, and they show up and knock on the door and say, I just thought we'd just drop in and see you. So I come on, and I say, we have to be polite, say, would you like a drink? And they say, well, yeah, thank you very much. What would you like? Well, anything. Well, this year they're going to get anything. That's what people do in life, is they basically get anything. If they don't have goals, they just get the tailings. They get whatever is left over. So they don't realize the importance of written goals. And I've worked with people for years who finally wrote down goals, and they said it was like pushing down a dynamite detonator. Their whole life exploded. They could not believe the pre and post. Just like the gentleman I told you about yesterday who accomplished 101 goals and transformed his life. I could sit here and tell you stories like that until the sun went down. There are so many of them. That people were just staggered by the impact of the exercise you're going to go through. So number 2, they don't know how. You could take an entire master's degree. I eventually got an MBA, which is equivalent of 15 years of university, for 15 years of schooling, 12 in high school and 5 in college, and not once did you get 1 hour of instruction on goal setting. Not once. And so people will come out of colleges and universities have no idea how to set a goal. They'll have all this book learning, as they say, but no goal-setting learning. Number 3 is fear of criticism. Is people are afraid that others will criticize them if they set a goal. I want to change my life, start a business. I want to pay off all my debts, move to a nice place, achieve financial independence. People say, you can't do that, you're too young, you're too old, you're not well enough educated, the economy sucks, wah, wah, wah. And so they're afraid of criticizing, so they don't set goals at all. Because remember, many people are very sensitive about the criticism of others. So here's the secret. Keep your goals confidential. Don't tell other people about your goals. Sometimes I found that telling other people about your goals queers the goals. It kind of trips you up. So what you do is the only people you tell, like our staff in our company, we have goals, and everybody knows what our goals are. And at home, Barbara and I have goals, and Barbara and I know what our goals are. So only share your goals with people who are in complete harmony with you and your goals. who are really committed to them as well and want you to be successful. Other than that, keep them confidential. The key is demonstrate your goals by achieving them. And in retrospect, and have people say, geez, how did you accomplish that? Well, now you can tell them, is I had a very clear plan, and I worked on it every day until I achieved it. Number 4 is fear of failure. And this is the biggest killer of all. The fear of failure is the fear that if I set a goal, I won't achieve it. What if I lose my time? What if I lose my money? What if I invest all this time and nothing happens? Or what if I invest my money and I don't achieve it? Or what if I put my whole heart into it and it doesn't work out? And the fear of failure is so traumatic for most people that they won't even take the first step. And so the way that you overcome the first fear of failure is basically, you just simply say, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. If I can set a goal, I can achieve it. And here's an interesting point. Almost everybody fails the first few attempts of goal setting. They did a study on they had 4 self-made millionaires under the age of 30 on one of the New York television shows. And the interviewer said, just right at the break, how many different businesses have you guys been in before you made $1 million, before you hit the $1 million jackpot? And so they went to break, and the guy sat down and calculated. They came back afterwards, and they'd worked out that they had started and failed at an average of 17 businesses before they hit number 18, where they made $1 million. Now, the great question is this: did they fail 17 times? No. Every single business they started and failed in or underachieved in taught them valuable lessons that eventually accumulated into their success in the 18th business. And they could all look back and say, all my success today is because of all my mistakes in the past. So what we do is we just go into it wholeheartedly, like in Texas Hold'em, we just go all in, and then if it doesn't work, we learn, and then we do it again. We don't just give up. We don't say, oh, well, I tried it once. I've met people who tried to start a business with no business experience, and they failed, and for the rest of their life, they just cursed and were angry and worked for wages and sulked and hated other people in business and so on because they tried it once and it didn't work out, instead of just trying it again and again. So don't be afraid of failing, because I can promise you this: you're going to fail. You're going to fail over and over again. Successful people are great failures. They fail all the time. They don't like it, but they fail vastly more times than failures fail. But they don't look upon it as a failure. Successful people never use the word failure. It does not appear in their vocabularies. They did a Harvard study on this. They find that top people in every industry never use the word failure. They call it learning experience, expensive learning experience, painful learning experience, but it's never a failure. It's merely an opportunity. As Henry Ford said, failure is merely an opportunity to more intelligently begin again. Merely an opportunity to more intelligently begin again. So if instead of thinking how much you lost and how disappointed you were, think of what lessons you learned. Think of the valuable lessons. Write them all down. Write them down. I learned this. Next time I'll do this and this and this, and just keep thinking of all the lessons. As you think about the lessons, because of the law of substitution, you actually become more positive and happy and excited, and you think, what a great experience this was. And you write down the lessons, and you cannot be negative when you're thinking about all the things you've learned. Okay? And it's those lessons that you learn that get you to the point where you're the kind of person who can earn and keep the kind of money that you want. So the 5 keys for goal setting. Number 1 is fear of change is a major source of fear and stress today. We're traumatized by it, but goals allow you to control the direction of change. You see, if I said there's going to be some big changes in your life, your income's going to go up by $100,000 a year. Who's going to say, oh, I don't want that kind of a change in my life? We're not afraid of positive changes. We're concerned about negative changes. How do you avoid negative and unpredictable changes? You put your hands on the steering wheel of your own car and you control your own destiny. And you do that with written goals. Nobody's afraid of change as long as it's under your control. It's uncontrolled change. It's change that comes from the outside that causes us the stress and tension of being out of control. So we say the area of excellence is a second key to goal setting. What this says is that each person has the ability to be excellent in one or more areas. I've learned this and relearned it, but I cannot tell you how important it is one of your greatest responsibilities to yourself in life is to determine your area of excellence and put your whole heart into becoming excellent in that area. And whether it takes months or weeks or years, in most cases it will take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years for you to get into the top 10% of your field. But whatever your area of excellence is, and I'll show you how you can determine it in a second, whatever your area of excellence is, you must commit to excellence. You must commit to becoming excellent, because in the absence of a commitment to excellence, you merely default to mediocrity. The great tragedy in our world today, the bottom 80%, they're not good at anything. They get up in the morning and they look in the mirror, and the person who looks back is not particularly good at anything. They're very easily replaced at their work. There's lots of people who can do the job just as well as them. They have permanent insecurity, and they're only paid the amount necessary to stop them from quitting, and that's only when times are good. So they never get ahead financially. Their income goes up, the bottom 80%, according to Gary Becker, Nobel Prize-winning economist at the University of Chicago, average person's income goes up about 1% above inflation if they're working, the bottom 80%. Top 20%, their average income goes up at about 11% per annum. At 11% per annum, your income will double every 5 or 6 years. At 1% per annum, your income will double in terms of buying power in 72 years. So people at the bottom 80% are always in debt, and they never get free because they're not good at anything. And it's the most amazing thing. I'll tell you, Barbara and I went to a hotel, Ritz-Carlton, in Naples, Florida. It's got the highest ratings of hotels in the United States. We go in there, and there's this nice guy, the black guy, he's the bellman. And he comes up, and he helps us out with the bags. And he said, "Mr. and Mrs. Tracy, welcome. It's so good to have you here." I'm thinking, how did he know who I was? What he did is he quickly looked at the bag tags while he was taking them out and saw that there was a male and female, Barbara's tags, my tags. Before he had them out, he knew the names. And we said, "Well, gee, thank you very much." He said, "You're welcome. It's wonderful to have you here. We really appreciate it. You help you have a great time." And he took the bags in. We go in, you go in and around, and there's the check-in counter. "Mr. and Mrs. Tracy, geez, it's good to have you here." How the hell did they know it was us? He had telephoned as the bags were going in. He had telephoned and told them the Tracys are coming up to the desk. By the time we got upstairs, the maid's waiting there. "Mr. and Mrs. Tracy, let us show you to your room." I mean, you couldn't believe it. Then when you check out, he remembers your name, because he's got a game with names. He remembers names. He remembers your name when you're checking out or going out or everything else. This guy gets $20 tips, and he sure did from us. He gets $20 tips all day long. Do you know if people are checking in all day long, 200 or 300 people, $20 a time? Can you do the numbers here? This guy makes about $120,000 a year unloading bags from the back of a truck. Is he one of the best in the business? You bet your bippy. Do other hotels want him and offer him money and higher base salary and so on and so forth? Because he's so good at being a bellhop. And so you can be good in all kinds of things. I could tell you story after story. You don't have to be brilliant. You don't have to be a genius or highly educated. Whatever you're doing, you can be really good at it. And have you seen waiters who are really good at waiting? And have you seen people in gas stations really good at being in gas stations? And those are places you go back to over and over again. Hairdressers who are really good at hairdressing. In other words, every person has the ability to be excellent at something. And you must decide what it is, and you have to become excellent. Without a commitment to excellence, you default to mediocrity. And mediocrity leads to low self-esteem and financial insecurity all your life. Now, here's the other point, is that when you feel yourself becoming excellent, when you commit to becoming excellent, your self-esteem goes up. As you get better, there's a rule that says that happiness is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. It's the step-by-step moving towards something that's important to you. So when you become the top in your field or one of the best in your field, you'll feel fabulous. However, every step you take toward becoming excellent makes you feel fabulous as well. It's like a constant input of high self-esteem, self-confidence. You just feel better and better about yourself by the very act of feeling yourself moving toward becoming better. Every single thing you learn and do to improve your performance makes you feel happier. So therefore, it's very important. Okay, so we say there are 3 keys to finding your area of excellence. And by the way, this will change over time. You will find that in one field, you'll need to be excellent in a particular skill area in order to succeed in that field. So you'll have to get to work and develop that skill. First of all, attention. Attention is something that holds your attention, that grasps your attention. Philosophers will tell you that life is the study of attention. Where your attention goes, your heart is. Wherever your heart is, your attention goes automatically, almost like the heat-seeking missile will move toward what they pay attention to. So attention is a really interesting way of understanding who you are and why you're put on this earth. What do you pay attention to? What do you like to read about? What do you like to talk about? What do you like to think about? What captures your attention when somebody else is doing it or talking about it? Many years ago, I fell in love with economics, especially free market economics. My attention goes unerringly to articles, books, courses, people on television who are talking about the economic situation. I just love the subject of economics. Of course, I love the subject of success as well, and achievement and so on. But my mind just goes unerringly to those facts and figures and statistics. So the second area is interest. What are you interested in? What have you always been interested in? Quick story, I had a man in my seminar, he came up to me, he was about 35 years old. He said when he was young, and the third is absorption. When he was young, he said he loved airplanes. And all he wanted was airplanes. He was fascinated with airplanes. He got his father to take him out to air shows. He got airplane posters and put them in his room. He got airplane books that he got for Christmas. He made model airplanes. He just loved airplanes. And when he went to school, he had various courses of study, he decided to study aeronautical engineering. And he just loved it. He graduated at the top of his class. He loved it. And then went out and started a business. The first business he started was working in aircraft design. Actually, he worked for another company in aircraft design, engineering, and so on. And he finally started his own company. And then he started a leasing company for aircraft. And then he started a repair company for aircraft. And now he had 3 companies thriving. He was a multimillionaire. He was the happiest damn guy you could ever imagine. He said all he ever did was what he loved to do, what just absorbed him from the time he was a child. Now, there is a whole series of studies that have been done that say whatever absorbed your attention between the ages of 7 and 12 is a very good indication of what you should be doing as an adult. So if you can go back and say, what was I doing between the ages of 7 and 12? What did I love to do? I just could not keep away from it. I had to be dragged away from it to eat dinner with my family. I went back to it all the time. What did you love to do between 7 and 12? And many people will say, I can't even remember, so they'll call their mother or their father, especially the mother. Fathers are hopeless in this area. But mothers will remember, oh, between the ages of 7 and 12, you just loved to do this. You loved to write poetry. You just loved to write poetry all the time. And you're thinking, isn't that interesting? Because I love to read poetry. I like to read about poets. I love to buy poetry books and everything else. It could mean that you have within you the ability to be an outstanding poet. Because remember, if attention, interest, and absorption is on a subject, it means probably within you is the ability to excel in that area. And sometimes people say, well, area of excellence. Oh, but look at all the hard work. No, if it's right for you, it's not hard work. You love it. You love to get better in an area that's right for you. You cannot imagine yourself not getting better all your life. You just love the process of learning and getting better. So, 5 keys, the Acres of Diamonds theory. The Acres of Diamonds principle, one of the most important principles ever discovered, it came from a man named Russell Conwell. Russell Conwell, back in the early part of the last century, was asked if he would help to raise funds for a university for worthy young men and women who could not afford to attend a university. And he was a minister, so he decided to design a talk that he could give to groups and charge for and give the money to the fundraising for the college. So he designed a talk called Acres of Diamonds, one of the most famous talks in history. And Acres of Diamonds began with the story of an African farmer who heard about people who had gone off into Africa and earned fabulous fortunes. Actually, let me go back and tell you the whole story. It takes just about 3 minutes. He's running his farm. His farm is quite prosperous. It's doing well. It's on the main caravan or trade routes. And one day, one of the traders who were traveling through his caravan stopped at the house for the night, which they often did, and told him stories about people who had gone off into Africa and made fortunes by finding diamond mines. And it got him so excited about that, he decided he would sell his farm and go off into Africa and find a diamond mine and become fabulously wealthy. So he did. And he got a caravan and he set off into Africa. And for the next 10, 12, 13 years, he searched for diamonds and never found any. And finally, he was out of money and everybody abandoned him. And he threw himself in the ocean and drowned. Well, meanwhile, the trader who kept working back and forth between the great trading capitals one day stopped at this house again and was talking to the farmer. And he asked the farmer, what is that rock on your mantelpiece there? He said, well, that's a rock I found out on the farm in the creek bed. And it throws off light in a strange way, so I just brought it in. He said, that's not a rock. He said, that's a diamond. I'm a diamond merchant. I know what diamonds are. He said, that's a diamond in its rough form. He said, where did you find it? He said, well, I found it out on the farm where I was watering one of my mules. So he said, well, show me where. So they went back out and they looked around in this creek bed and they found another, and they found another, and they found another. They found that the farm was literally covered with acres of diamonds. The old farmer had gone off looking for diamonds without realizing that diamonds do not look like diamonds in their rough form. Diamonds come disguised as rough pieces of rock that have to be cut and polished. As Henry Kaiser once said, that most people miss opportunities because they come disguised as hard work. And he said a diamond comes disguised as hard work. He said, but your great diamonds may lie right under your own feet. What you are seeking for more than anything else may lie under your own feet. This, by the way, is this proverbial tale of the discovery of King Solomon's mines, the greatest diamond discovery in the history of the world up until the De Beers discovery in South Africa. So 5 years. So here's what we find out. Your greatest opportunities might lie under your own feet, but they don't look like opportunities. They look like hard work. So your business, your knowledge, your talents, your experiences, your company, your friends, what have you been good at in the past? What are you good at now? What do you like doing? What are the great needs and problems around you? Sometimes people have just seen one problem that nobody is solving and developed a solution for it. People got tired of carrying around Walkmans, yet people wanted to be able to carry their music around with them. And technology kept advancing and advancing and advancing. And here's this computer company that's down to 3% of the market and basically a sidebar in the computer world, whereas Microsoft has 90%. And so Steve Jobs comes up with iTunes. And he first of all came up with the iPod and said, but to have music for the iPod, you got to have iTunes. So he negotiated with all the great record companies to sell tunes at 99 cents instead of buying a whole CD, which has one good song and 15 duds. And then he made it possible that you go on and load it up. And he created the iPod revolution, sold 50 million copies. And then came out with the iPhone, which just revolutionized telephones. And then the iPad. Now Apple is the second highest valued company in the world. I had friends who bought Apple 10 years ago, and after the whole world went to hell in a handbasket financially, these people can now retire rich because they bought Apple when it was $25 a share, and now it's $600 or whatever it happens to be. Because he said, here is an opportunity, here is a problem, here's something that people want and need, and now the technology exists for it. So all around you, there may be opportunities that you can use. So like diamonds, opportunities come disguised as hard work. Don't expect to find something and become rich, pick up a diamond and run to the bank and make a lot of money. What you'll do is you have an opportunity to work your behind off for 3, 5, 6, 7 years, and in so doing, you'll become wealthy and you'll achieve all your goals. All the great successes have spent many, many years getting to that point. And then they say, gee, this person sure was lucky. Sure was lucky. No, it wasn't lucky. You cannot imagine the years and the travail. The average entrepreneurial millionaire works 60 hours a week. 60 hours a week. 59, actually, if you look at the numbers. Some work 70 and 80. Nobody is successful working 40 hours a week. 40 hours a week is absolute prediction of failure. You will absolutely guaranteed fail if you work 40 hours a week. No matter how smart you are, really successful people work 50, 60 hours. So, 5 keys to goal setting. Your goals must be in balance with each other and with your needs. You can't have, I spoke to one guy who wanted to start his own business and become successful, but he wanted to play golf every day for 3 hours. He had two goals, one which killed the other. If you play golf, you can't build a successful business. If you build a successful business, you can't play golf. You have personal and family goals. These are, you need about 3 to 5. Remember, we said you could have 10 to 15. These are the reasons why goals. And never forget, as Nietzsche said, if a person has a big enough why, they can endure almost any what. And so your why is the real reason why you have goals. Many of us become so, and men are the big sinners here, have goals that we want to be successful at work for our families. But if you ask the families say, we just wish that he was at home more often. And so balance with regard to that. Never forget the major reason that you want to achieve your goals is so that you can fulfill yourself and the dreams of your family. Really important. The second is business and career goals. Now you need about 3 to 5 business and career goals too, and these are income goals, growth goals, and so on. And these are the reasons. These are the what goals. And what is what you have to do to achieve your personal goals. And finally, there are the self-improvement goals, learning, growth, development goals, and these are the how goals. Is how do you achieve the what to achieve the why? And how is you just get really good at what you're doing. You get better and better at key skills. Sometimes I use the example, when I decided to write a book the first time, I was a hunt and peck typer. Hunt and peck, you type like this. If you were really good at hunt and peck, you can type 5 to 8 words a minute. And I realized that in order to write a book, I would have to learn to touch type. And I never learned to touch type. I've been doing hunt and peck for years. So I bought a little program, cost $19.95, on CD called Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing. Anybody here know Mavis? Ain't she great? Ain't she great? We love Mavis, I'll tell you. And this Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing, you push it in, and it immediately has you do a little type test, put in your name, do a little typing test, shows you that your speed is 5 to 8 words a minute. And then every single time you go on, it gives you a lesson that is stage appropriate. And it shows you where to put your hands, which fingers to use. Within 90 days, Mavis can get you up to touch typing 60 to 80 words a minute. Now, if you can touch, let's say 50 to 80, if you can touch 5 to 8 words a minute with touch type, and 90 days later you're touching 50 to 80, what is that a magnitude of in terms of improvement? 10 times. And what you've done is you haven't learned anything remarkable. You're not flying jets or doing astrophysics. What you've done is you've learned a critical skill that jillions of people have. And with that skill, you can now access the entire world of information on the internet. You can communicate with everybody. You can write books, articles. You can do phenomenal things with 50 to 80 words a minute with one additional skill. Many cases, sometimes you are just one skill away from doubling, tripling, quadrupling your performance and your output. Sometimes you're one skill away. If you're in sales, by the way, what is the critical skill in sales? It's the kickoff in sales. It's prospecting. Well, most salespeople don't like prospecting because of the fear of rejection. And yet their very top salespeople love prospecting and they love rejection because they recognize the more rejection they get, the more sales they're going to make. And so bring it on, baby. Bring it. The more people say no, the more likely they'll get to people who will say yes and just get through the no's. So people say no, 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 no. They say fine, 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 bang, until they get to yes. And so they love no's. And you know something? If you do one switch, you take one plug in your metal switchboard out, I hate no, and I love yes, and you switch it around and you say, I love no, and I don't care, and I know yes is inevitable. When you start to love no, your sales will double. Your income will double when you start to love no. And then you'll start to have more successes, which will cause your self-esteem and self-confidence to go up, which will cause you to be even more aggressive about getting no's. And you just don't even care anymore. And sometimes when people say no, you laugh, because that's a guarantee, just one step closer to a sale. And what I'm talking about here, I teach my sales audiences, if you had no fear of rejection at all, what are the sort of things that you'd want to do in your business career? If you were guaranteed that every person you spoke to would buy from you, you'd be speaking to people from dawn to dusk. You'd be running up and grabbing people on the sidewalk. I mean, you'd be cold calling office buildings. You'd be phoning everybody in the yellow pages. If you were guaranteed of a yes, well, the fact is that you are guaranteed of an enormous number of yeses if you're willing to endure the no's. And so you just say, I love to hear the word no. Because every time I hear the word no, that's money in my bank account. Because it's putting me one step closer to yes. And if you just change your mentality like that. So if you became really excellent at prospecting by one change in your thinking, what would that do to your income? If you became a prospecting machine, if you became a danger to yourself and others, you became the kind of person that people see you coming, they flee because they know if they talk to you, they're going to end up exchanging money. And it's only going to go one way. Okay, so self-improvement goals. What are the skills, the essential skills you need to learn to be able to use all of your other talents? The next key is of the 5 keys, you need a major definite purpose. Your major definite purpose is the one goal which, if you achieved it, would have the greatest positive impact on your life. Napoleon Hill changed the lives of many people with some of his observations based on 22 years of research into wealthy people, people who started with nothing and became some of the wealthiest people in America. And the first thing he starts talking about, he says, your life only becomes great when you can select a major definite purpose and then put all of your energies and all your emotions behind that major goal. And when I learned that, as young people did, I learned it when I was 23, changed my life forever. Everybody who ever learns the principle of the one major goal, what we call the focal point. We teach our focal point process in our coaching. We teach people to pick a focal point or a critical goal in each particular area. And once you're clear about that, then all the harmonic convergence lines up, all the planets line up, all the laws begin to work in your favor behind that major goal. But people say, well, can I have a whole bunch of major definite purposes? Well, can you ride a whole bunch of bicycles? No, you can only ride one bicycle at a time, one horse at a time. Now, you can have minor goals, and you can have them organized in priority and so on, but you must always have one. I call it the ball carrier goal. This is the ball carrier goal. The ball carrier determines how far the team moves ahead, determines the line of scrimmage, it determines how fast the team moves toward the goal line. Your ball carrier is your biggest goal. Now, the interesting thing about working on your one goal is, what do you think happens to all your other goals when you're totally fascinated, passionate about one goal? What happens to all your other goals? You start to achieve them as well. Just as the ball carrier moves ahead, the whole team comes up to the same line of scrimmage. All your other goals move ahead as the ball carrier moves ahead. And so therefore, selecting that one goal is one of the great responsibilities of adult life. Selecting your area of excellence is a great responsibility that you cannot delegate and you cannot avoid. You can take tests and you can ask other people, you can get advice, but you've got to know what it is. And your major definite purpose is that one goal, and you've got to decide what that is. Will it change over time? Yes. Can it change? Of course. Different circumstances will cause you to change it. But in order for you to realize your full potential at the highest level, you've always got to have a major goal that is essential and a major skill area that you're working to become excellent in. So, it must be a SMART goal. It must be specific. It must be measurable. In other words, it cannot be a vague goal. A child should be able to understand your goal. You should be able to write it on the back of a business card. It should be as clear as a bell. It's got to be measurable so that a person can tell whether or not it's been accomplished. It can't be, I want to make lots of money. It's not a goal. It's a fantasy. Is I want to earn a specific amount of money this year, and sometimes next year I want to earn a specific amount of money. I want to achieve a specific net worth. In other words, it's got to be clear so a child can tell you, yes, you've made it, or no, you haven't. It has to be achievable. You cannot set preposterous goals. I have people who come up to me after a discussion like this and say, well, I've decided to be a billionaire in 1 year. I still remember this one woman came up to me in a seminar, very, very arrogant. I've decided to be a billionaire in 1 year. And I said, well, that's a pretty big goal. She said, well, you said you can have any goal you want. I said, yes, but it has to be realistic. And, well, what do you mean? It has to be an achievable goal. I said, well, what are you working at right now? She said, well, I just got fired for incompetence. I said, how much money are you worth? She said, well, I'm broke. I had to borrow money to come to this seminar. I said, and you expect to go from zero, broke, incompetent, to $1 billion in a year? I said, how about going to $1,000 in 1 year? Become a thousandaire, and then a 2,000-aire, and then a 10,000-aire, because as the Bible says, O good and faithful servant, you have been faithful over small things, I will make you master over large things. You can't go from broke to buckets of money. You have to demonstrate that you can be master over small amounts of money, that you can take the money and that you can hold on to it and that you can save it and that you can invest it and that you can deploy it. If you do that with small amounts of money, you'll get bigger amounts. By a law of attraction, you'll attract more money that you'll be able to carefully invest and deploy and put away. And as you do that, you'll attract more money and you'll earn more money. In other words, you have to walk before you run. And so people who want to go from zero to making lots of money are living in cloud cuckoo land. They actually need sedation and maybe even serious institutional help because they're living in a fantasy land. It's not possible to do it. To become excellent in your area, it takes 7 years. It takes 10,000 hours from the time you start to the time you excel, getting to the top 10%. It takes 7 years and or 10,000 hours of dedicated, hard, relentless work on yourself and your craft. That has been proven for 50 years. And every single time you see a successful person, you say, when did you start in this? 10, 15, 20 years ago? Worked 60 hours a week for years and years that nobody ever saw or appreciated. And then finally they broke through and people say, boy, you're sure lucky. Sure are lucky. They were watching, the ones who say that were home watching television 7 days a week while this person was working their head off. So it's really important. And it must be realistic. Make it a goal. If you set a goal that's too big, what happens is your subconscious mind actually short circuits and stops. It just kicks it out like a rejection. When I first learned about self-concept and goal setting, and you earn as much on the outside as your self-concept on the inside, I immediately set a goal to double my income within 1 year. And what happened is nothing. Nothing happened. I didn't start moving forward at all, and then I realized, oh my God, I've sabotaged myself by setting a goal that's preposterous. I was now 33, 34, 35 years old, and I'm earning this kind of income. How can I double it in 1 year? It's taken me 35 years to get to this point, working pretty hard. How could I double it in 1 year? So I cut it back to increase it by 50% in a year, and then everything started to move. 50% is a believable goal. 50% is 3 or 4% a month. You could do that. That's an achievable goal. Manage your time better, work harder, start earlier, stay later, and then as you start to move toward 50%, raise the bar again, 75%. As you hit your 50%, raise it again, 50% next year, which is now even a larger sum of money. Are you with me so far? And so eventually, within 10 years, I increased my income 10 times. But I had to start off earlier. Do you know that if you increase your income 26% per year, you'll increase it 10 times in 10 years? If you increase it 2% a month, 26% a year, there's 13 4-week months in a year. 52 weeks, 13 times 4. You got me there? In there? If you do it every 4 weeks, you increase your income 2%, 0.5% a week, 1/10% per day. 1/1000th per day, you'll increase your income 10 times in 10 years. Does it work? Everybody who I've ever, it's a formula. Everybody who I've ever taught the formula to has increased their income 3, 4, 5, 10 times and faster than 10 years. But it's incremental. It's a little tiny bit every single day. Every single day you get a little tiny bit better in what you're doing. So, and finally it has to be time bounded. All goals have to have an exclamation point at the end. They have to have a time. This is a time when you want to achieve the goal. And why? Is because your subconscious mind needs a time to focus on. Just like the restaurateur needs a time when you want to come for dinner. You've got to give me a time so I can arrange the table. Your subconscious mind will drive you forward toward the goal and attract the goal toward you as long as you have a deadline. If you just say, I want to be rich someday, I want to make $1 million someday, I want to be thin someday, then you'll get it someday. You'll get anything. Like in the bottle, that's what you'll get. You'll achieve your goal like any time, like maybe next lifetime. So, the 7-step goal setting process. Number 1, decide exactly what you want. Be specific. This is really important. I love this. Decide exactly what you want and be specific. It has to be so clear a child could understand it. Second of all, write it down and make it measurable. A goal that is not in writing is not a goal at all. In fact, if you were just to do number 1, number 2, and number 3, set a deadline and set sub-deadlines if necessary. Basic rule is that there are no unrealistic goals, there are merely unrealistic timelines, unrealistic deadlines. So if you set a goal and you don't achieve it by the deadline, what do? Set another deadline. Just move it back. Obviously, you misjudged. Remember, it's just a guesstimate of when you can achieve the goal. However, with a deadline, half the time you'll achieve it before the deadline. Always when I write down a goal, which I do every day, I say I achieved this goal by this date. So in other words, it's achieved anywhere between now and then. I don't say at the date, but by this date or before this date. But by is my favorite word. I achieve it by June 30th, 2011. I achieve it by December 31st, 2011. Achieve this goal by. And if all you did was this, decide what you want, write it down, and set a deadline, it will change your life forever. I've had people who've just staggered at the difference it made in their lives to write these goals down and just set a deadline on them. But that's not enough. Number 4 is to determine the obstacles that you'll have to overcome to achieve the goal. Remember, the question that we ask is, why aren't you already at the goal? If you want to earn twice as much, why aren't you already earning twice as much? What's the reason? What's holding you back? What's the constraint or the obstacle that's stopping you? Now, in 80% of cases, the 80-20 rule applies here. In 80% of cases, the obstacles between you and your goals are inside you. They're internal. They're not on the outside. So the mark of the superior person when they have a problem is they always say, what is it in me that's holding me back? What is it in me that's holding me back? Is it a lack of discipline, lack of time management, lack of a skill, lack of the ability to perform a particular area? What is it in me that's holding me back? And when you start with yourself, 80% of the time you'll say, well, this is my great problem. I have a book called Eat That Frog, which goes 21 great ways to stop procrastinating and get things done faster. It's based on 30 years of research into time management condensed into a little book. How many people have read that book? It's a good book? It's a life, it transforms people's lives because the number one obstacle in many cases is procrastination, and it shows you how to develop the habit of getting on with it and starting your most important task and just getting it done. And when you get into the habit of determining your most important task and then just doing it, your whole life explodes. Because after that, you start to get everything done. And you start to get more and more done. And not only that, you feel happy. As you do important tasks, you feel happy, your self-esteem goes up, you have more energy, your self-confidence goes up, you're motivated to do more things. So one little problem, procrastinating. People say, well, it's procrastination is what holds me back. It's taking the first step. Well, if you can overcome that, which is a learnable skill, you learn to procrastinate, by the way, by default. So what you do is you say, well, I'm going to overcome procrastination. And don't say I'm going to do it tomorrow or next week. I'm going to take a year, and by the end of the year, I'm going to be one of the best time managers and result getters in the world. Just give yourself a year and work on it every day. And I can promise you, 3, 6, 9, 12 months from now, you're going to be a production powerhouse. You're going to be the most productive person in your industry. You're going to be getting so much done that people will just come around with cameras just to photograph you working. So determine the obstacles. Now, next is determine the additional knowledge and skills that you will require. And remember, to achieve a goal that you've never achieved before, you will have to develop skills that you've never had before. You'll have to do things that you've never done before. So what are they? And here's the great breakthrough thought that changed my life at the age of 23, is that all business skills are learnable. You can learn any skill you need to learn, whether it's prospecting, presenting, closing, hiring, borrowing money, building businesses, marketing. You can learn any skill you need to learn. They're all just learnable skills. They're just laying there. Now, can you learn them in a week or a month? Not unless you're, a quick buck seeker. But can you learn them? Yes, you can learn anything. Can you learn to type? Yes, but not in one lesson. You have to type, and Mavis says, type 30 minutes every day. Take one lesson a day for 30 minutes every day. So I did. And in 90 days, you're touch typing, and your whole world of access to all the information in the world has changed. I've now written 52 books. People say, how can you write so many books? Well, I have a method of writing books, but if I couldn't type, I wouldn't be able to write 52 books. I've sold maybe 10 million copies in 56 countries and 38 languages. Imagine that. A poor boy from the sticks. So I just grew up on the farm, because I've never been near a farm. But the point is that you can learn this stuff. And determine, especially here's the question, ask yourself, what one skill, if I was absolutely excellent at it, would help me the most to achieve my goal? What one skill? And this is one of the greatest questions of all. This is the life changer for me. What one skill? What one skill? Imagine we could wave a magic wand. And in 24 hours, you would be absolutely excellent at any one skill in your entire world. I brought my magic wand, by the way. Here it is. And if you can imagine you could take a magic pill or wave a magic wand or buy a hypnotic program and play it all night, and the next morning you'd wake up and you'd be absolutely excellent at any one skill. What one skill would have the greatest positive impact on your life? What one skill would help you the most to achieve your most important goals? Now, if you don't know the answer to this question, you have to find it out. You have to find it out because the lack of this skill is holding you back more than anything else. Here's a discovery, and this discovery, again, 10 years of research by the head of Martin Marietta Corporation. What he found was that your weakest key skill sets the height on your success. Your weakest key skill determines the height of your income. It determines the height of your success in your career. It determines the speed at which you move ahead. If you have a whole bunch of skills, but you have one key skill where you're really poor, that skill holds everything back. It's almost like the whole team runs forward when they have the snap the ball, and if the quarterback is running back, and the people are all over him, the rest of the team's running out there, and the quarterback gets sacked 20 yards back, where does the line of scrimmage go? All the way back to where the quarterback was sacked. My point is your weakest skill sets the height of your success. So you have to ask the question, what one skill would help me? And the answer to that is your weakest skill. It's always the skill that's holding you back. And the wonderful thing is that all skills are what? They are Learnable. That means that you can learn the skill. Imagine if you can go to a skill store and say, you know, I'm tired of being poor at prospecting. I think I'll go and buy the skill. I'll take that, the premium prospecting skill there, please. Take it, pop a pill, and now you're a superb prospector for the rest of your sales career. Would that help you at all? Of course. What I'm saying is skills are learnable. They're laying there. Just bend over, pick them up, and say, by gum, I'm going to become good at prospecting. I've worked with people who have identified a skill, and it may have taken them 6 months or a year to master the skill and transform their lives completely, tripled their income, literally shot them to the top of their businesses, changed their whole situation in life for themselves and their family with one additional skill. And sometimes you're only one skill away from doubling your income. Sometimes you're only one skill away from doubling your income. And when you ask yourself, what one skill would help me the most? That's probably the answer. If you were absolutely excellent at that one skill that you could identify, you could probably double and triple your income. Isn't that true? Say yes. Yeah. And so it's a learnable skill. Now, whenever we identify this skill, we find it's also a skill you don't particularly like. It's one you're not very comfortable with. Because of why? Fear of failure, fear of criticism, fear of rejection, fear of not doing it well, fear of embarrassment, fear of ridicule, fear of loss of respect of other people, and so on. So there's always a skill that we don't like. But why is it that we are uncomfortable in any skill area? Why is it that we are uncomfortable in any skill area? Because we're not good at it yet. Exactly. You've been here before. And that's what it is. We're not good at it yet. So there's just a matter of time. Everybody who is good at any skill was once poor. Everybody who's in the top 10% started in the bottom 10%. Everybody who's at the front of the line of life started where? At the back of the line. And what hundreds of thousands and millions of people can do, 10.6 million self-made millionaires in America, as of yesterday in the newspaper, all started with nothing, and they're all millionaires, multimillionaires, centimillionaires, 500 millionaires and billionaires and multi-billionaires. And they started with zero, zip, nada, nichts, rien. And they're no smarter than you. One of the great experiences of life is to run into a multimillionaire and find they're as dull as ditch water. As dumb and they're not, as they say, not the sharpest knife in the drawer. I mean, they're just average people, just average folk. We had some people in our seminar recently, and this guy's not dumb. He's just really a nice guy. He's an average guy. And what he did is he started to go through my programs when he was driving a truck in New Zealand. We had a distributor showing our programs on video. He's driving a truck in New Zealand, and he set a goal to double his income, and he realized the only way he could double his income is if he owned his own truck. So he set a goal to save up enough money to buy his own truck. And he really had to get married with kids. He had to really work hard to do that, but he finally bought his own truck. And now he could market himself, sell himself as an independent truck driver, and earn twice as much as driving somebody else's truck. But he took the twice as much as he was earning and saved it and bought a second truck. Jump ahead 11 years. This truck driver with a high school education has 350 trucks and 1,000 employees. He's one of the richest men in New Zealand and one of the most respected people in the country. And he brought himself and 10 of his staff to our seminar last year. He said, so changed his life. It was so profound, is that clarity of the one goal. If I want to double my income, I've got to have my own truck. And that was a starting point. And getting his own truck was not as hard as he thought. And so he got 2 trucks, and then 3 trucks. And now he dominates shipping throughout New Zealand. And remember, my guys will tell you, he's just the nicest guy, just an average guy. You sit next to him, you'd think maybe he drove a truck. And you're right, he did. Determine the people. Number 6, determine the people whose help and cooperation you will require. Who are they? Whose help and cooperation you will require. And then assemble all these details into a plan, organize the plan, and get started. Now, a plan is merely a list. It's a list of everything that you can think of that you could possibly do to achieve the goal. And then you organize the list by priority, what should you do first, and sequence, what should you do second. I had a gentleman in my course in Sydney, Australia, and he had started off a business when he was about 20, 21. He worked his head off for 7 or 8 years. He's now 28, 29. He had a very successful business. But now he realized his whole childhood was gone. All of his friends had gone off and traveled around the world and so on. And he wanted to travel. I mean, he wanted to go to Europe, and he wanted to visit Paris. And he had a good business. He'd been trying to sell his business for 2 years. And I said to him, he said, tell me, what can I do? How can I sell my business? I said, well, have you ever read a book on how to sell a business? He said, are there books on this subject? I said, of course, there's thousands and thousands of businesses that are sold every year, and there's experts who help people buy and sell business, and they've written books on it. As a matter of fact, any bookstore has a section in the business section on small businesses, and one of the subjects is how to buy or sell a business. He had no idea. So what was the number one thing he needed to do if he wanted to sell his business? Find out how to do it. Oh boy, that's deep. He had no idea how to sell a business. So at the break, Cam was there. At the break, where's Cam? Where's Cam? Is Cam here? All right. Well, at the break, oh, there he is. So at the break, what he did is he went down the street to the bookstore. It's called Dymocks. It's like the Barnes & Noble of Australia. And he went to the section. There's about 15 books on how to buy and sell books. He bought 2 or 3 of them, took them home, read them through, figured out how he had to present his business, how to put together a plan, structure, how he had it priced it, valued, how he could use business brokers. Within about 6 months, he sold his business for about $2.5 million. He spent the next 5 years traveling. And then came back, started a new business. I mean, and he said, number one in the plan is find out how to do it. It's astonishing how many people want to do something, and they don't do step one, is find out how. It's like saying, I'd love to be able to make a great Caesar salad. Well, what's the first thing you do? You go and get a what? A recipe, that's right. Wow, that's deep. Okay. So you assemble all the details in a plan, and you decide, what's the first thing I need to do? What's the second thing I need to do? What can I do at the same time I'm doing something else? Priorities and sequence. And then the goal-setting exercise, now, I'm going to ask you to start to write these answers down. So please get your pen ready. This is really, really important. This is kind of the jelly in the jelly donut of this seminar. So please begin writing. What are your 3 most important goals in life right now? You have 30 seconds. Write quickly. 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. Write fast. "15 seconds. Write quickly. If you can't think of anything, write money, money, money. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Stop. Now, this is a very important exercise. It's called the quick list method. What we have found is that when you only have 30 seconds to write down a goal, your answers will be as accurate as if you had 30 minutes or 3 hours. And I've had people come up to me after this and they say, all this time I thought my goals were loving and hugging and helping the world and world peace and world hunger and everything else. When I only had 30 seconds, I just wrote down money, money, money. I realize I've been fooling myself. I've been living in a world of fantasy. What I'm really concerned about is the fact that I just don't have enough money and I'm not earning enough. And I thought my concern was helping the world. I want to help the world. You notice it's always poor people that want to help the world with somebody else's money. Rich people are busy doing it. The Bill Gates and the Warren Buffetts are busy doing it with their money. The poor people want your money to help save the world. So whatever your 3 goals that you wrote down there, 2 things. First of all, those are your biggest concerns in life. Second of all, they're eminently achievable. They were a little bit general, but it's interesting with your 3 goals. Take an example here. Is imagine that you are, that your goals will show you 3 things. This is like a coin. Is your goals are your present. These are your goals today, but they also show you your past, because your goals will indicate the major problems in your life that you need to solve. And the 3 goals, by the way, I can guess in 80% of cases will be a financial goal, a relationship goal, and a health goal. How did I do? Pretty good, huh? Say yes, come on. Well, because those are the 3 most important parts of life. And if you had goals other than those 3, then we've arranged to get you some psychological counseling later. But you write down those goals and they also tell you your future. So when you write down your 3 most important goals in life, they tell you in 30 seconds a snapshot of your past, present, and future. Where you're coming from, which is those are the goals, those are the problems in your life, where you are today, and what you need to accomplish, which will solve those problems. Past, present, and future. And by the way, I always say if you're not here with your spouse, go home and say, honey, I've got an exercise for you, and write down your 3 most important goals in life right now. Give them a piece of paper. And then when they write them down, take and compare your 3 goals with honey's 3 goals and be prepared for a long conversation. You're going to have a lot of fun. Okay, next exercise is what 5 things do you value most in life? Family, love, health, freedom, creativity, courage. What five things do you value the most in life? You have a little bit more time. You have a minute to write these answers. Okay, please stop. This is a very important question because of this question of clarity. Remember we started off talking about the self-ideal. Well, these values are really the core of your self-ideal. These are the core of what you really value, admire, care about more than anything else. And it's only when you're living consistent with your highest values that you feel truly happy. And the difference between successful, happy people and unsuccessful, unhappy people is successful, happy people have clear values. They know what's important to them. And they know what's important to them in order. For example, my highest value has always been my family. No matter how hard I work, I never have budged from that. My family always takes precedence over everything else. There's never even a question. No finance, no work, no travel, no anything else. And when you're absolutely clear about what your values are and in order, then it's easy to make decisions because that's what's right or wrong for you. And each person can have their own values as long as they are your true values. Now, how do you tell what your true values are? We could spend a whole afternoon on this, but what do we tell who are true values? Well, how do we tell our true values? Well, the answer, it is only by what you do under pressure. You can always tell what your values truly are by what you do under pressure. When you have to make a choice between one or another, you always choose what is most valuable to you. You always choose what is most important to you. So you can think about when I was under pressure, what did I do? Did I stay at the office all night and miss my child's graduation or football game or recital? Well, then what I proved to myself under pressure was that my job is more important than my family. So you can always tell when you're forced to choose what your values are. And sometimes by just simply changing your values and saying, no, from now on, I will always make this choice, you become a different person. You become a different person. And when you live consistent with your values, your self-esteem goes up, your self-confidence goes up, your self-image improves, you feel happier, more positive about yourself. A good friend of mine once said that all problems in life can be solved by a return to your values, by going back to what was true for you. The greatest of all human values, of course, is integrity. But what I've learned about integrity is the overarching value that guarantees all the others. Integrity means that you live consistent with all your other values. Is you always tell the truth, you always live in truth, you always speak the truth, and whenever you deviate from your own personal integrity, you'll always feel uncomfortable, frustrated, angry, and so on. So when you go back to the main value and living in truth, for you, you start to feel happy again, and everything starts to flow. So here's the third question, is what would you do, how would you spend your time if you learned today that you only had 6 months left to live? Imagine the doctor came to you with the final assessment and said, you're going to enjoy fabulous health for 180 days, and on the 181st day, because of a terminal illness, you'll drop stone dead. What would you do in your last 5 or 6 months? What would you spend your time on if you only had 6 months left to live? Now this is another values question. This question asks you what is really important to you in life. And you know the old joke is nobody in answering that question would write down, I'd like to spend more time at the office. When you answer this question, there's not a single material goal that appears. No money, no cars, no homes, nothing. When you write the answer to this question, they all have to do with your relationships and with your spiritual development. They have to do with the people that you care about and care about the most. And so it's really important that you be clear that if you only had 6 months to live, what would you do? And I ask these questions of myself all the time, and then I just make sure that I'm living my life in harmony with what my answers are. I'm not going to take a chance of a plane flying into a mountain and saying, darn, I wish I'd known this was going to happen so I could have spent my time differently. So it's really important. And then integrity requires that you live consistent with what you would do if you only had 6 months left to live. And this brings us to question number 4, is imagine you won $20 million tax-free, and at the same time you found that you only had 10 years left to live. This is a great question that comes from Stanford University, by the way, is what would you change or do differently for your last 10 years? Let's say you had to work at something. You couldn't just go and sit and loll around. You had to be busy at something. How would you spend your last 10 years? If you had $20 million. Go ahead, write the first 3 things you can think of. Now here's the point, is this question simply asks, is what would you do if you had no fear of failure at all? If you had all the money you needed, so you had no fear of failure at all, you could do anything you want. Many people will write down, I quit my job so fast they wouldn't even see me leaving. I mean, and what that means is that you're in the wrong job. If you would quit your current job if you had enough money, which many people would do, it means that you're actually wasting your life, as you're actually stuck in there, and you're probably stuck in there because you don't have enough financial reserves. And so you're caught in a bind, if you're caught in a vice, doing something you dislike because you can't afford to leave it. So when you ask this question, it'll tell you what you really should be doing with your life. You start a business, you'd run for public office, you would travel, you'd do things for your family. What would you do if you had $20 million? And that will tell you what you would do if you had no fear of failure at all. It's a great question to ask. And whatever you would do as an answer to this is possible for you. It may not be possible tomorrow, but it's possible for you sooner or later. So what you do is you say, well, this is what I would really like to do. If I had all the money I needed, this is what I'd like to do. Now, how can you begin adjusting your life so you do that? People often say, well, I want to start my own business, so I wouldn't have to be answerable to anybody, but I don't have enough money. Well, nobody has any money. There's 1,001 businesses you can start for less than $100. There's a book on the book stands. Go and buy the book. 1,001 businesses you can start for less than $100. You can start a business out of your home with a computer. You can start it with going to scrap meets. You can start it with services. You can start it with what you cannot imagine. So don't say I don't have any money. If you don't have $100, well, okay. So number 5, what have you always wanted to do but been afraid to attempt? What have you always wanted to do but been afraid to attempt? You've admired other people who've done it. You've looked up to other people who've done it. You wished you could do that sort of a thing. Bungee jumping, deep sea diving, starting a business, running for office, writing a book, getting it published, becoming a public speaker, becoming a singer. What have you always wanted to do but been afraid to try it? Now, what this question asks you is, what are the things that you would do if you had no fear? If you had no fear at all. And so we actually take you to the final question, which is, the 6th question. Let me go back. I don't want to get ahead of myself here. What have you always wanted to do but been afraid to attempt? It's very often, the answer to that is what you've been put on this earth to do. This is your high purpose, is something you've always wanted to do, but you're afraid, what if I fail? What if it doesn't work? And it's absolutely amazing. It's sort of like kicking off in skiing. You know, you get to the top and there's that long, long slope and you finally just push off. And once you push off, you start to move, but the pushing off is the hardest thing of all. I've always found that the key to success is to take the first step. And the greatest reason for failure is people have 1,000 reasons not to take the first step. Comfort zone, learned helplessness, fear of failure, fear of loss, is they won't take the first step. Everything follows from the first step. And the wonderful thing is, once you've set a goal, you can always see the first step. You can always see the first step. And the wonderful thing is, if you take the first step, you'll see far enough, take one step further. You can always see one step ahead in your life. But the critical thing is taking the first step. When you take the first step, 3 things happen. First of all, your self-confidence goes up when you take the first step. Second of all, you get feedback, which enables you to self-correct if you made a misstep. And third of all, you actually have more creative ideas on how to achieve the goal. It's almost like it triggers 3 things: switch, 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 bang, 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 self-confidence, feedback, and ideas. All happen simultaneously for the first step. That's why you'll find that action orientation is a key quality of successful people, is they decide something they want and they act. And in acting, everything starts to work for them. Now the next question is, what sort of activities or experiences in life give you the greatest joy and feeling of importance? The greatest joy and feeling of importance. These are what Maslow called your peak experiences. What are your peak experiences in life? What have you done in the past that makes you really feel wonderful, makes you happy inside, gives you a sense of joy, gives you a sense of pleasure? This sort of peak experience, what are they? And probably they'll fall into 3 categories: things you do with your family, things you do for your physical health and well-being, things you do in your work where you're really successful and accomplished, and also things that you do in your private life: sports, skiing, ballooning, all kinds of things that give you a tremendous sense of excitement and joy. What are they? Now, whatever your answer to this question is what you should be organizing your life so you're doing more of it. It's an interesting thing. We did an exercise in our coaching program where we had the tables ask, what would you do if you had unlimited funds, if you had all the money in the world, $20 million and so on. And so they all discussed it and they all wrote it on flip charts next to the table. And we were quite astonished when we did this exercise because we found that almost everything they wrote down didn't cost any money. If they had all the money in the world, it didn't cost any money. It was spend more time with my family, exercise more, travel, do more spiritual reading, write poetry, write a book, paint a picture, go for walks. I mean, almost everything people would do if they had unlimited funds don't cost any money. It just frees them from the financial worries that they had. Whatever you wrote as an answer to this is what you should be doing more of in your life. Just like you should be gearing your life around this because these are the source of life's greatest happiness and greatest pleasure. And you need to structure your life so you're doing more of them. Remember I said before that quality time with members of your family is a function of quantity time. So what people will often write down in the 3 goals, I spend more time with my family, spend more time with my spouse, spend more time with my kids. Because the more time you spend, the more you'll have those moments, which are the great, pleasurable, happy moments of your life that you remember forever. And this is the last question. What one great thing would you dare to dream if you knew you could not fail? If you could wave a magic wand and you could achieve any goal, short-term or long-term, big or small, what one goal would you set for yourself if you're absolutely guaranteed a success? What would it be? Now I have some good news for you. And the good news is that whatever you wrote down as an answer to that question is possible for you. Is you have the ability within yourself or outside of yourself, within your resources or within your contacts or somewhere, you have the ability to achieve that goal. Because you cannot write down a goal in answer to that question without simultaneously having the ability to achieve it. So the only real question is, how badly do you want it? How badly do you want it? And are you willing to do whatever is necessary and to make whatever sacrifices are necessary to achieve it? And that is the great question. The great question is, am I willing to actually put in the effort, to put in the weeks, months, years? Am I willing to learn the subjects, risk the mistakes, risk the failures, rejection, everything else to do it? That's the great question. Because if you could write it down, it means it is possible for you. It is achievable for you. I have never written down a goal like this that I have not achieved. Some of them took me years to achieve, but I've never written down a goal that somehow 1,000 things will happen that are outside your imagination right now that will make your goal possible. But the starting point is for you to decide what it is. It's like deciding what your destination is for a long journey and be clear about the destination. You may have to take many detours and deviations along the way, but you will eventually reach that goal. We're going to take a break now, and then we're going to come back and we're going to complete the next part of the exercise. But before we do, I want to tell you just a very simple story by Socrates, about Socrates. Once upon a time, a traveler was walking the roads of ancient Greece, and he came across an old man sitting on a rock, and he asked the old man, he said, I'm lost. I'm trying to get to Mount Olympus. He said, can you help me get to Mount Olympus? He said, yes, he said, I'll tell you the way. He said, but if you really want to get to Mount Olympus, then just make sure that every step you take is in that direction. The old man turned out to be Socrates with a typical Socratic answer. If you really want to achieve anything in life, just make sure that every step you take is in that direction and not in 100 other directions at once. So how's everybody doing this morning? Great. Good. Now, we're moving on. This is even more important. This is the most important exercise that we're going to do the next couple of minutes, next few minutes. So we say, you're going to make a list. You see the page there. You're going to make a list of 10 goals that you'd like to achieve in the next year or so. And these can be goals that you want to achieve by the end of the month or by the end of the year. If you want to, you can write longer-term goals, but try to keep it, about a year, because one-year goals tend to be the most motivational because you can actually see them. They're not that far away. The closer the goal is, the fewer the number of steps, the more motivated you are to start. And so one-year goals seem to be the best. So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to write down 10 goals and write them as affirmations. I earn this amount of money by this date. I achieve this weight by this date. I drive this car by this date. And always just write a by. It's sort of like a use-by date when you buy food in the supermarket. That by date tells your subconscious mind that you have a specific time that you want the goal. And Okay, so that's what we'll do now. Please begin, write down 10 goals. Okay, please stop. Now, if all you did in your life was to write down your 10 goals and then take that page and fold it up and put it away somewhere where you wouldn't see it for an entire year, like perhaps in the pages of your Bible, someplace you never look. At the end of the year, you would take it out, and it would be as though a magic trick has been done. Abracadabra, abracadoo, poof. And when you opened up your list, you'll be both happy and sad. You'll be happy because 8 of your 10 goals will have been accomplished in the most remarkable ways, in ways that you cannot imagine today. The number of coincidences would be beyond belief. And you'll be sad because you wish you had set more goals and bigger goals. Now, does this work? Yes. Does it work all the time? Yes. Does it work all over the world? Yes. I've taught it in 56 countries. And does it work? People come up to me and they always use these words, which you will use in time. And the words are, you won't believe what's happened to me. You won't believe what's happened to me. I'm like in a wedding receiving line when I do a seminar in Kiev after I've been there a year or two before, or in Berlin or in Atlanta. People line up and they say, Mr. Tracy, you won't believe what's happened to me. Mr. Tracy, you won't believe what's happened to me. You won't believe what's happened to me. It's the most amazing thing, and I will believe it, because some of the things that have happened are so astonishing that people just wrote down 10 goals. They could not believe it. One gentleman came up to me and said, in Vancouver, he said, I wrote that exercise down, but I only accomplished 2 of the goals of the 10 in a year. He said, then I went over there. I said, what a lousy method this is. And I went over it, and I realized that the 2 were, the 80-20 rule, worth more than all the others put together. I said, and would make all the others possible in a short period of time. He said, it's an incredible thing. So all it requires is that you write it down. Now, once you've done this, that is not the end, because now we are going to plus this process. We say, so what you're going to do is you're going to review your list of 10 goals and look over these goals, and then ask what one goal, if you could achieve it within 24 hours, would have the greatest positive impact on your life. So imagine that we could wave a magic wand and you could have any one of the goals that you wrote down for the next year, but you could have it within 24 hours. Which one goal would you select? And whatever it is, circle that goal. Which is the one goal if it would have the greatest positive impact on your life? Now, usually it's a financial goal. Sometimes it's a health goal. Sometimes it's a business goal or a relationship or family goal. But which one goal would have the greatest positive impact on your life if you could achieve it? And just circle that goal. Now, this goal becomes your major definite purpose. This becomes the central organizing point of your life for the foreseeable future. And it's very easy. Once you have decided upon this, and this is it. Now, it may change over time, but this is the one for you. So now what we're going to do is turn to the next page, and you're going to set a deadline on this goal. Remember, whatever you circle is possible for you to achieve, and sometimes far faster than you realize. Sometimes far faster than you realize, but the starting point is to decide what it is in the first place, and then to write it down as you have done. And then what you do is you set a deadline. When do you want to achieve it? By this date. And then, third of all, you make it measurable. How will you measure that this goal has been accomplished? Well, you will have the money in your account. You will weigh a certain amount on the scale. Your business volume will be a certain size. But always put a number on a goal, because your subconscious mind needs a number. So set a deadline, make it measurable, and then we're going to go through this exercise and list the 3 biggest obstacles that are holding you back from achieving this goal. Now, the next question is, what additional knowledge and skill will you need to achieve your goal? If you could wave a magic wand and be excellent in 3 areas, is which areas of knowledge and skill? If you could do 3 things really, really well, what 3 things would help you the most to achieve that goal? Write them down. Remember, they're just skills. Whatever you write down is a learnable skill. Next question is, whose help, cooperation, and assistance will you need to achieve the goal? Nobody can achieve anything by themselves. I have a good friend whose central focus in his whole business life to achieve his goals is to find a chief operating officer who can run the details of his business. And he's been working on that for 5 years. Still has not been able to find one. And that's the key thing that is holding his business back from realizing its full potential, is finding that one key person. Sometimes it's finding a source of finance, finding a lender or an angel investor or a banker that will finance you. My friend Harvey McKay needed to expand his envelope company, and he drew a circle around his business of 5 miles, and he went to every bank within 5 miles of his company, and they all said no. Then he drew a circle of 10 miles, and he went to every bank within 10 miles, and then a circle within 15 miles. They all said no, until finally he'd exhausted Minneapolis, St. Paul, and so he drove a circle of 150 miles, which took in Milwaukee, and he began to go to every bank in Milwaukee. He finally found one bank that would lend him $75 million to expand his business. And it turned out to be exactly the right time. It was a fabulous investment. The bank got all their money back. It made him rich. He said, I would have gone to 500 miles if necessary. I would just not stop going to banks until I found one that would finance me, because I knew that was the key to the future of my business. So sometimes you have to say, whose cooperation do you need? And as long as you don't care if they say no, then you just keep asking people. And it's quite astonishing what will happen. So whose cooperation and assistance will you need? You may need the assistance of your family at home. You may need the assistance of your boss. You may need the assistance of your partners and so on. So who are those people whose help you will need? And then one of the great questions you always have to ask is, what will you do for them to get their cooperation and assistance? What's in it for them? What's their benefit? And people only do things for their own reasons. So before you approach anybody, you should have thought through in advance how this will be a benefit to them, as well as being a benefit to you, and start off from that point of view. Appeal to their selfish interests in a very positive way. How will this be beneficial for you to help me to achieve my goal? And of course, if you approach an investor, the benefit to the investor will be very high return on the investment. If you're asking someone to work for you at a low salary but a high payoff at the end, well, that's the benefit. Many companies start off where they can't pay very much, but they offer substantial shares of the profits if the business is successful. And they can often attract very good people who work very hard in exchange for that possible outcome on the upside. Now, the next list is take a list and write 7 things that you could do immediately based on your answers to the previous questions to achieve your major definite purpose. What's 7 steps? What 7 actions could you take immediately? Remember, action orientation is everything. Once upon a time, I was asked by my boss to investigate the importation of Suzuki vehicles into Canada. I had never imported a vehicle in my life, although I had driven 4-wheel drive vehicles. So I began interviewing people and talking to people who were in the business of importing vehicles. And I found a man who was in charge of Hyundai of Canada. And his name was George. He was a very nice guy. He was very eager to help. He said that he had been retained by Hyundai as a consultant about 3 or 4 years ago and asked to put together a program for importing Hyundai vehicles, setting up distribution, setting up dealerships, setting up parts, everything. So he did a lot of investigation. He put together a complete plan, and he submitted it to Hyundai, and as a result, they not only they did not go through him, they worked through a person with a lot of money, and that person hired him as the president of Hyundai of Canada because he had the plan and he knew how to start moving on day one. So I said, whatever happened to that plan for importing vehicles from the Orient? And he said, well, it's right here. And he pulled out a sheet, and the sheet had 42 steps on it. And it's 42 steps, and it was first do this, second do this. It was in order, in sequence. This was the result of his 2 or 3 years of work. And this was a sequence. I said, can I have a copy of that? And he said, oh, sure. He gave me a copy of it. I took that around like a checklist, for importing Suzuki vehicles. One is sign the contract. Second is set up the bank accounts. Third is arrange for the first order. Fourth is arrange for the transshipping from the port. Fifth is arrange for the trucking company. Sixth is arrange for insurance. Seventh is appoint the dealerships. Eighth is set up the parts distribution. It was just literally a checklist. And I went around for 3 months with that checklist, and I did everything that was on the checklist. I did not deviate from the checklist. And by the time I hit number 42, the first 50 vehicles rolled off the ship from Japan and rolled out to the first dealerships that we had set up. Within the next 2 years, I sold $25 million worth of vehicles through 65 dealerships. And the Japanese were asked privately about me, and they said, this man knows nothing about our business, but he did everything exactly right. We have never seen a smoother rollout of national distribution in our history. And they're in about 120 countries, a lot of third world countries. And what I did is I had the checklist, and it makes you look like a genius, and you just follow your checklist. It's like a recipe. So there's the 20-80 rule that I teach in time management. The first 20% of time that you spend planning and organizing the steps will be worth 80% of the value of everything in accomplishing the goal. Sometimes it's the 90-10 rule. Sometimes it's the first 10% that you spend thinking through your plan and organizing the steps that's worth 90% when it comes to actually implementing the plan. I cannot tell you how important this is. All successful people think on what? They think on paper. And they think on paper. All their expressions are on paper. They think with a pencil and a pen in their hand. And they keep writing and rewriting and rewriting. So really important. Now the next step is I want you to write down the set priorities. What's the number one most important action you can take immediately to achieve your most important goal? And then number one, look over this list of 7 steps. If you could only do one thing and do it now and do it completely, which would be the most helpful in getting you started? And then ask the question again, what would be number 2? What would be number 3? Please write them down. The last question, and this is the key question of all, what one action are you going to take immediately to achieve your most important goal? And write it down in the present tense. I earn, I achieve, I commence, I begin, I do, whatever it happens to be, but write it as an action statement as opposed to a dangling statement like, start marketing. That's not an action. It's impossible for a child to understand and to evaluate if you've done it. So write it down very clearly and specifically so a child could take it and do it, or someone else could take it and do it. Now what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to turn to the person next to you and tell them the one action that you are going to take to achieve the one goal that can have the greatest positive impact on your life. Just turn to the person next to you, pair up, and tell them the answer to that final question. Okay, if I could have your attention, please. I have to congratulate you. What you've done is quite remarkable, and what you've done is only what the top 3% of people in the world have ever done. Is not only have you thought through all of these critical factors on goals, but you've written your goals, you've written 10, and you've selected number 1. That actually moves you from the 3% into the top 1% of people in the world today, top 1% of adults, because now you know what your major definite purpose is, and you've actually created a plan to achieve it. The only thing that counts now is will you follow through. The follow through, as they say, is a bitch. It's very easy, but you always know the first step. You have determined the first step. And so therefore, no matter how big the goal is, always take the first step. The difference between success and failure is successful people take the first step. And that's what starts everything. It's like starting the engine, boom, and things start to move. And you start to get feedback, and you start to have ideas, and you start to have more confidence. But take the first step, and take the first step as fast as you can. And this brings us to a second area that is terribly important, and this is an area that only top people ever really think of. The great majority, the bottom 80%, never think about a mission at all. They think a mission is a place that the Spanish friars set up along the California coast. They don't understand a mission, and most corporations don't understand missions. I've worked and done strategic planning for many companies, including multi-billion-dollar companies, and they're very confused about what a mission is. So I've studied this at great length, and what we're going to do is we're going to talk about your mission. So we say here, is you are here to do something wonderful with your life. Remember we said at the beginning, God don't make no junk, and God doesn't make anybody extra. Everybody here comes into this world with a special mission. And the only question is, will you fulfill your mission? And sometimes I think of a kind of a little story. Imagine that you died and went to heaven. And you got up to the pearly gates, and there's St. Peter, and you in line, and St. Peter opens up the book, and he says, holy smokes, you're here. Wow. Geez, we are so happy to have you here. What an incredible life you lived. And you said, well, I didn't live that much of a life. You know, I worked for a living, and owed a lot of money, and, you know, had a couple of kids. No, we sent you down there, structured, genetically programmed to accomplish extraordinary things. You were supposed to make breakthroughs in science and literature, and you were supposed to become the head of a major corporation that would save the lives of thousands of people. You were supposed to, you didn't do any of that? What on earth did you do for 65 or 75 years? Well, I shoveled shit in Shabokin, you know, and got my pension and went home and sat and watched the TV, reality shows. Oh my God, we sent you down there with so much potential and we had such high hopes for you. Oh, what a disappointment. My thought was that, just imagine if you arrived up in heaven and they said, we had structured you and engineered you and designed you and put you in the right place, in the right society, at the right time, with the right parents and the right experiences, so that you could make an extraordinary difference to humanity, and you didn't do it? Everybody here has the ability to do something extraordinary with their lives. And starting to think about that is the turning point of your life. And every great man or woman who actually made a contribution started to think about it at an early age. I had a gentleman in my seminar, and he had gone to college, nice guy, wasn't too outgoing, took chemistry. He sort of fell in love with chemistry, interest, attention, absorption, and he got into chemistry, and he just loved chemistry. He decided to devote his life to chemistry. And he said, I want to make a major contribution in the world of chemistry. And the way I will know that is if I win a Nobel Prize. And so he went to work in chemistry. He got his master's degree. He got his PhD. He became a professor of chemistry at a leading university. He cooperated and worked with other people who were working on a particular breakthrough design. It said it took him 20 years. But on the 20th year, they got the Nobel Prize in chemistry, the three of them together. He said, I always knew I'd get a Nobel Prize. I always knew I'd make a significant contribution to the world of chemistry. And he kept that as his beacon, his guiding light for his entire career. And he said, I would have worked another 10 or 20 years. I always knew I would do it. He had a personal mission, and he knew he was put here on earth to make a difference in chemistry. So the question is, you know, we just have to think, what is ours? So something that makes a difference in the lives of others. Now, if you're writing a business mission, your business mission is always defined in terms of the difference that you want to make in the lives of other people, how you want to improve their life or work. And so when I work with corporations, you don't say, you know, we want to be the best in high-tech innovation. What the heck is that? The best in high-tech innovation is we want to make technical innovations that dramatically enhance the quality of the life of our customers. And so that's something, we can get around. Merck is very famous. Merck is famous for having a mission statement that is our goal is to bring medicines to alleviate the suffering of the people of the world, something like that. Then they spend fortunes on developing medicines for tribes in Africa. One is blackwater fever, another one has to do with river blindness, and there's no money because these people can never pay for this, and of the number of people who can use it, there's not enough money to make a lot of profit. They say that's not written in our mission statement. Profit is not in our mission statement, alleviating the suffering of people that we can help with medical technologies. So they spend fortunes developing medicines from which they can never make any money. And do you think the people at Merck are not wired overworking at that company because of their commitment to alleviating suffering, even if there's no money in it? And that's Tends to be common with most of the drug companies, by the way. So if you want to have a family mission statement, like Stephen Covey recommends in 7 Habits, your family mission statement is what you want to achieve for your family. Barbara's and my family mission statement from the very beginning is we want to raise children with high levels of self-confidence and self-esteem who feel capable of doing anything when they leave our home. That was been our organizing principle from the very beginning. We never deviated from it, and nothing we've ever done with our children has been a deviation from that simple mission. And that organizes everything you do and the time that you spend and the opportunities you provide and the interaction you have and so on. But thinking these things through is really, really important, because the greater clarity you have about your mission, the more likely it is you will bring the mission to fruition. You will actually realize the mission. A mission, by the way, is, remember Mission Impossible? If you accept this mission, blah, blah, blah. A mission is always something that can be achieved. When it's achieved, you can go home. Okay? Now, it may not be achieved in your lifetime, but when the mission is achieved, it is achievable. So AT&T, for example, had one of the most famous mission statements is to bring a telephone within the reach of every American. And what they did is they hit that by the 60s and 70s, even to rural America. Every American had a telephone. The government gave them a monopoly on telephones for the telephone systems, and they made jillions of dollars, but then they achieved their mission. And one of the great complaints in the business schools is they did not reformulate a mission. Now what's your mission? As a result, the company began to drift. And because it drifted, it began to get broken up by the government. Now you have Nextel, and you have Verizon, and you have still have AT&T, and you have T-Mobile, and you have all the other telephone companies that broke up or formed or competed with them because they lost their guidance. They had no sense. They were just wandering. Maybe it's profit, maybe it's technology, maybe it's growth, maybe it's earnings per share. They just had no mission. And as a result, they were just torn to pieces by competition. So be clear about your mission. And once you've achieved your mission, well, then you set another mission, and the other mission is greater. So Albert Schweitzer's mission, and I worked with Dr. Albert Schweitzer in Africa. One of the great formative experiences of my life is to treat the sick in Central Africa. Now, his mission was to do it until they were all treated, but this is a mission that had no end. And, however, his mission was how many people he could treat in a year, how many people his hospital could treat. When I worked at his hospital in Lamborghini on the Uruguay River, they had about 150 professionals, of which 50 were doctors, and 100 were professional technicians that ran X-ray and medicine and labs from Europe, and they'd come from all over the world. It was the most amazing place, and all these people just lived and breathed to provide for people who would come from down the Uruguay River from Central Africa. They would bring their suffering to Le Docteur. And when he started off in Central Africa, the story is quite phenomenal. He made a little sign, and there's a photograph of it there, and it says Le Docteur, the French for doctor, and he had it on a tent and a little table in front. And he said, basically, the office is open. And people began to come to get treated by Le Docteur. And by the time he was finished, he was the greatest humanitarian in the world. There are more hospitals named after Albert Schweitzer than any other name in the world. And I worked with Schweitzer. I was in his hospital for only 10 days. I met him and spoke to him every day for 10 days. And I never recovered. He was an amazing man. Amazing man. He could look you in the eye, and you would want to just forget your whole life and come and work for him for the rest of your life. He would meet a doctor in Tokyo or London or Paris or New York, and who was a specialist in their field, top of their field, and he would say, come to Africa for 2 years and work with me. And they'd say, okay. And they'd shut down their practice, and they'd pack up their family, and they'd go and live in Central Africa in a little cabin for 2 years and bring their specialty to Africa. And nobody ever refused Dr. Schweitzer. He was the nicest, gentlest, most loving, kindest man. He just looked into your eyes, and you were never the same again. I spoke to people there who had gotten the Schweitzer treatment. People said, nah, no way. Dr. Pope was a man that was very close to in his hospital. Dr. Pope was traveling through Africa. It was sort of an adventure. He finished college and finished medical school. And then he decided to take off a couple of years. He was traveling through Africa, visited Dr. Schweitzer. And he said, Dr. Schweitzer said, I need your help. He said, great. He said, no, I don't need your help now. I said, I need a pediatrician here. I need a specialist in child medicine. And what I need you to do is go back to London, go back to medical school, and get a doctorate, a specialist in pediatric medicine and then come back. Would you do that for me? And he said, no effing way. He said, no, I'm young. He said, I'm not going to come to this place. And he told me, he said, he went away, traveled up throughout Africa, went back to Europe, and he just couldn't get it out of his mind. And finally he wrote to the doctor, and he said, you still want me to come? And he said, yes, we. And so he went back to medical school in England. He got a degree in pediatrics, during which he got married, had 2 children, and then he moved his whole family to Africa to work for Dr. Schweitzer. So sometimes somebody with a really powerful mission can really have an enormous impact. And his mission was very simple, to treat the sick in Central Africa, the people who had no treatment. Mother Teresa actually became, called the greatest humanitarian of the 20th century until Mother Teresa. After he died, Mother Teresa was elevated, and her mission statement was to comfort the dying. Are you familiar with that? I mean, just to comfort the dying. She saw that these people were left in the street, they were poor, they were untouchable, nobody would help them, so she just began going into the street to take care of the dying, to bring them into hospices, and to take care of them in their last few days or last few hours. And she became perhaps the most famous and respected woman in the world, from coming from an impoverished background in Skopje, Albania. In Albania, not Skopje, but in Albania, and joining the Catholic Church and having this mission to go to Africa. And when she got to Africa, she saw her mission was to comfort the dying. Most amazing darn thing. So these are huge missions. I'm not suggesting that we have them, but we really need to have a central organizing principle. So we say your mission gives you greater meaning and purpose in life. And virtually all research on psychology says that you only become happy and fulfilled when you have meaning and purpose in life, when you have a reason for living, when you have a reason that is bigger than you. And it's got to be bigger than you, and it's got to be something that goes beyond you. Your meaning and purpose in life can't be making and spending a whole bunch of money. People who have that as their purpose are not ever happy and not ever satisfied. One of the wonderful things, excuse me, about marriage is that when you get married, you have meaning and purpose. And your meaning and purpose is to make your wife happy. Excuse me, I've got to remember, don't inhale when you swallow. And so your purpose is to make your wife happy, and when you have children, then your purpose is to make your children happy and take care of your children. So being married actually gives you a sense of meaning and purpose and fulfillment that's really terrific, and nothing can replace it. Not all the money in the world, nothing can replace that. So it's possible for all of us to have a mission, even if it's just a family mission, to raise happy, healthy, self-confident children. Jeff Gold, where were you, Jeff? Jeff and I were talking about that at the break. And that's his mission, is to raise his children to be happy, healthy, self-confident, with high self-esteem. And that's his central organizing principle. And sometimes people ask me, what do you do for a living, or what is your job? My job is to raise my kids, take good care of my kids and family, and everything else is secondary to that. There's just different ways of achieving that. So you need mission, meaning and purpose, and meaning and purpose is what gets you out of bed, it makes you happy and makes you excited. It's something that motivates you and inspires you. The idea of achieving your mission is something that never stops making you happy. Imagine achieving the mission of comforting the dying. Do you know how Mother Teresa motivates her nuns to take these dirty, smelly, covered with crap people laying in the streets and bathe them and clean them and take care of them and feed them in their last few hours? She said, imagine that each person you treat is the body of Christ down from the crucifix, and that you are taking care of Christ in his last moments on earth. And so everybody who works for her sings while they work. They are so happy because their mindset is they're actually bathing the body of Christ, which is quite a thought. I'm not a fanatical Christian of any kind, but I think it's quite a thought, and it's quite an inspiration. And so people line up to get into her Missionaries of Charity in Calcutta, or at least they lined up when she was still alive. So it inspires them, and they're inspired all the time they do it. They get up in the morning, and they can hardly wait to go out and do it. It's something that you would love to do every day. It's something that you would love to do every day. Your mission is something that fulfills you. It's not something you have to force yourself to do, as you just can't keep yourself away. And it's something that you really believe in. You really believe in a deep level. You believe in the goodness of what you are committed to as a mission. You believe in the deep goodness of this. This is really a good thing. That's why your mission can only be something that enhances the lives of other people. People cannot have a mission to enhance their own life, to make a lot of money, to be rich and things like that, because there's just no joy there. There's no sizzle to the steak. There's no effervescence. I learned something that is not in this course, but it was a great insight for me, and it is that there is no joy in things. It's a very simple thing. I thought, wow, there is no joy in things. You can get all the things in the world, and there's no joy in them. They just lie there. They're inert substances. They're like stones. They have no joy in them. The only thing that has joy is other people. The only thing that has joy is the relationships with other people, and the greatest of all joys is where we can do something that enhances the life of other people. You know that wonderful little line that George Bush I had is small, unnoticed acts of kindness that you could do throughout life. Go through life doing little acts of kindness that nobody ever sees or appreciates. You never try to get credit for it. You just do it and go on. And just doing those things. And that's why in the Bible, Jesus says it is more blessed to give than to receive. Why? It's because you get far more joy from doing something to help other people, especially the people you love, than the other person gets. Sometimes the other person gets minor joy, but you get great joy from it. So it's something that you believe in, something that gives you happiness and satisfaction. So we say 3, your mission often emerges from within yourself. Often people are saying, well, I'm looking for my mission. Well, you don't often find your mission. Many people don't find their mission until their 30s or 40s or 50s. Dr. Albert Schweitzer decided upon his mission when he was 30. And he was already he was the top Bach organist in Europe. He was the equivalent of a musical superstar, and he played in the great concert halls of Europe, and people bought out the tickets and sold out the venues well before he came because he played so beautifully. When we were in the hospital, Dr. Schweitzer would play the piano or the organ every night at dinner when all the staff was working at dinner. He'd be led up to the piano, and he was 91 at that time, and he would just play the piano. 10 days after I left his village, I said goodbye to him when I left. 10 days after I left his village, he died in his sleep. Very interesting thing. So your mission emerges from within yourself. It's just something that starts to call to you. It's something that's sort of almost like distant music. You can hear it. So you ask this question, and this is really the great question in goal setting and personal meaning and purpose. What do I really want to do with my life? If I had unlimited resources, what do I really want to do with my life? I only have one life, and you know the old saying, this life is not a rehearsal for something else. This is the real one. What do I want to do with my life? I've met people who had near-death experiences. They've almost died in a car crash, or they've almost died in a natural disaster or a concentration camp, and when they came back, wow, they did not waste any time. They were crystal clear about what they wanted to do with their life, and they threw their heart into it with a passion, and often lived 10 or 20 years longer than their peers. Because when you are doing something that's really important, that you feel is benefiting others, you just live year after year after year. It just makes you healthier, makes you stronger, makes you give you greater clarity of mind, and so on. So what do you really want to do with your life? What moves you emotionally? What sort of subjects move you emotionally? What kind of people and situations and circumstances move you emotionally when you see them, hear about them, learn about them, read about them? And what do you feel passionate about? Now, let me say this, is that if you start a business to make money, you may make money, but you'll never really be happy because their whole focus will be on what can I do to make more money. If you start a business to serve people with a product or service that they need to improve the quality of their life, their work, their family, then you can become passionate about it. I did a talk for Walmart a couple of years ago in St. Louis. It was quite a remarkable experience because they actually flew 6 executives out to San Diego to meet with me for a day to plan a half-day talk. And they all flew out coach. They slept 2 to a room in a local motel. They came to my office and they spent the day with me. And they're very, very nice men. Anybody who ever criticizes Walmart knows nothing about it. What they're saying, if you criticize Walmart, you say, I'm a stupid person, because I really don't know what I'm talking about. The president of Walmart came to address the gathering. I was speaking for them for about 3 hours. I did a beautiful workbook for them. It was a great experience. And he came out, and they had 25, 30,000 Walmart people. They have a whole Walmart convention each year. They take over the major convention center and they build a Walmart store on the playing field within the not the convention center, the major stadium. On the football field, they build a Walmart store, and then they have Walmart displays and new products and services, and they take over the whole town. This was at 2,000 of their people in the ophthalmology division, but they had all kinds of meetings. So the president came over and came in to give a talk, and he gave a brief talk. He was very fluent, and came in, and he said, our mission at Walmart, he said, never forget, ladies and gentlemen, our mission here is to improve the quality of the life of our customers by giving them more products at a lower price than they can get anywhere else, so they have more money to spend on their families and their children. That's our mission. He got a standing ovation. Those people came off their chairs like they were electrified. Every single person who works for Walmart believes they have a holy mission to bring excellent products to people in America who live from paycheck to paycheck to enhance the quality of their life so they have more money for their families and children. That's the organizing mission of Walmart. And everybody believes it with a passion. And that gets them going in the morning, gets them up, and surprise, surprise, makes them the biggest company in the world because of their mission, their total passionate dedication to helping people who live from paycheck to paycheck, who don't have any money to spare, who can't make a mistake when they buy something. You and I can buy something that doesn't work, we chuck it in a closet. People who don't have any money can't make a mistake like that. And they fight for those people, and they guarantee everything. Right next to the door, when you go into a Walmart, what do you see? Right next to the front door, what do you see when you go into Walmart? You see the returns department. Anybody who ever buys a Walmart product that they're not happy with, they just go right into the store, and there it is, and they return your money cheerfully because they don't want you ever to buy anything you're not happy with at Walmart. And if you ever find a product that they sell cheaper somewhere else, you bring a copy of the advertisement, and they will refund the difference immediately. They give you the cash difference. Because they are so passionately committed to their customers. So you can have a business like that. And a business can be a 1 or 2 or 3 business person as long as your business is focused on helping other people. Because here's the wonderful thing. That someone wrote a book on this many years ago. Do what you love, the money will follow. Do what you love, the money will follow. So if you're doing what you love, which helps other people, the money will follow. But all the time when you're doing it, the joy is there. You're happy. Sometimes you'll struggle for years, and people struggle for 5 to 7 years before their business becomes profitable. That's standard for the industry, for new business. However, is all the time you're doing it, you love your business. You love going to work because you know you're making a difference in the lives of other people. If ever you stop making a difference, it's time to do something else. So what do you feel passionate about? And remember, but I want to tell you that one of the highest forms of human life is capitalism. Capitalism is where men and women go into the marketplace to serve their fellow men and women with products and services that they want and need and are willing to pay for that will enhance the quality of their life and work, and they purchase them on a voluntary basis in competition and comparison with everything else that's available. Anybody who attacks capitalism, again, is saying, I'm a very stupid person. I don't know anything about the way the world works. Because all capitalism is based on voluntary action. Is going to people and saying, please buy my product or service and let me show you why it is the very best choice for you of all choices available, and I'll stand behind it. That's a pretty good mission. And it puts a very high standard, very high bar to jump on the back of the business person, because they have to prove over and over again that what they're offering is superior to anything else that's being offered, and they have to stand behind it. That's why the capitalist or the free market societies are the most prosperous societies throughout all of history, because everybody is competing to serve people with better products and services at lower prices in a completely open market where people are free to choose the product or service. So if you're in business, you can be proud of being in business. You can be proud of being out there and competing to take care of people, to serve other people. So look into the past to discover your future. First of all, what sort of activities make you the happiest? When you're doing these activities, what sort of activities make you the happiest? I sometimes think about that with regard to speaking, and what I've come to the conclusion is I've spoken for probably 200-300 Fortune 500 companies. I've spoken to a lot of big businesses worldwide, $1 billion businesses. But I like speaking to entrepreneurs and salespeople and independent business people. I like speaking to people who see themselves as responsible for their own lives and their own incomes, as opposed to staff people who see the company as responsible for them. It's the most amazing thing. I used to sell audio programs before they became damn near obsolete, and I've sold hundreds of millions of audio programs over the years, and I would notice that if people were independent thinkers, they were self-reliant, self-responsible, they would buy the programs. I always guaranteed them for a year, so there's really no downside risk. But people who were employees who were sent to my seminars, they sat on their hands. They would never buy anything for their own self-development because they did not see themselves as responsible for their own lives. This is up to the company. If the company wants me to listen to one of these, they should buy it for me, bring it out to my car, and put it in my player. They should give me time off, and they should pay for the course. I was giving a seminar in Milwaukee some years ago, and it was an all-day seminar. The first part of the day was on time management. The second part of the day was on effective communication and negotiation. Now, these are subjects that are of interest to everybody. They didn't tell me that they had sold to a whole bunch of companies. But anyway, so the seminar ended at, say, 4:30. And I think, I'm sorry, it ended at 5. It ended at 5:30, I'm sorry. So it ends at 5:30, and so I'm giving the seminar. I'm talking about negotiating strategies and tactics, which are really interesting subjects. How you can get a better price when you are buying, how you can get a better price when you're selling, different tactics that good negotiators use, and so on. And I'm in the midst of this. It's the second to the last part of the seminar, and 300 people in an 800-person audience got up and walked out. I mean, they got up in clumps from all over, and they got up in groups. There were never no individuals. There were groups 5, 8, 12. They just got up, and they all moved their way down, like in a movie theater. When people had to move their knees. They moved their way down, and they all walked out. Now, if you're in a seminar, if I was in a seminar, and these 3 people just got up and walked out as when I was speaking, it's shocking if 3 people would do that. It's just not done. It's not the done thing, you know. But 300, I couldn't, out of 800, I was, so I, took a deep breath, smiled, and said, went back to completing the seminar. And afterwards, I asked my promoter, Steve, I said, what happened? Did I say something? I mean, what did I say that offended so many people? He said, no. He said, as we were getting toward the end of the promotion for the seminar, we hadn't sold a lot to private business, so we went to the government. And it was in like November, and the government has a training budget. So they went to several government departments, and the government departments passed them around, and so they could send people here to burn up the training budget for the year so they wouldn't have to give it back. So they sent 300 people from the government for this seminar, which is time management and communication, which is subjects that are helpful to people in any field. But they all got off at 5 o'clock. And they were entitled, because of their contract, at 15 minutes to 5, they could leave because they were allowed 15 minutes to get back to their car. That's in a government contract. So the day officially ends at 4:45 so that they have time to close up their briefcase and walk to their cars. So when they get to their car, it's 5 o'clock. 4:45, they got up, and 300 of them walked out. In the middle of a seminar that was highly beneficial to them. I still remember, wow, because these are people who accept no sense of personal responsibility. They're only there because they were sent by their boss. They're passive. They're like docile sheep. If you like, they just are herded from place to place. You are the kind of people I love to work with. Highly self-responsible, high energy, focused, goal-setting types of people. Anyway, so what activities make you the happiest? Working with you makes me the happiest. What do you like to learn about? What do you like to read about? What kind of books do you like to study? What kind of magazines and articles do you take? That's a real good indication of what might be your personal mission. What subjects attract and hold your attention? Is when you're passing by, you see a book there, you see somebody reading something, or you see a billboard, you can always tell because it'll reach out, it'll grab you. It'll grab you, it'll just grab your attention. And if it doesn't grab you, people say, well, you should read subjects in areas that are different from your current career, your current work. That's a very nice thing to say, but it's nonsense because you have no interest in subjects that are different from what you're doing today. Anyway, so your personal mission, look at yourself today to find your mission. Look at yourself today. What are you very good at doing? What are you very good at doing? That's often an indicator of what your mission should be. I have to tell you a great story. Many years ago, before I met Barbara, of course, I was going out with a young woman, and we went to a restaurant in a place called the Gaslamp District. It was called Gastown in Vancouver. And in Gastown, it used to be really a lousy area, but they changed it all. They put in all restaurants and everything else, beautiful restaurants, boutiques. They completely modernized it. So I went to this little Italian restaurant, and I had traveled in Europe a lot, and I was trying to impress her. And so the waiter came. He was a very nice guy, very friendly, charming, and he had an Italian accent. He said, "How can I help you?" I said, "Well, I've never been to this restaurant before." I said, "Can you give us any recommendations?" And he said, "Are you willing to be a little daring?" he said. And I said, "Yes." He said, "Then leave it to me. I will select the wine, I will select the food, I will select everything." He said, "I'll take care of everything for you." And I was trying to impress her. That man of the world. Sure, I've seen this in Europe. I mean, often the waiters will be very, very helpful. I said, "Sure, you take care of everything." And then I said to myself, "Oh my God, what is this going to cost? You know, is it going to bring me truffles and caviar and $300 bottles of wine and everything else?" So I'm trying to, put this bravado on. And so he brought the wine. He said, "This wine we just have it. It comes from Italy." It's blah, blah, blah. And then they served the whole dinner was just a marvelous experience. And at the end, the bill was quite reasonable. It was no different than it would have been if I'd ordered myself. And I turned to him and I said, "Remember this story, Cam?" I turned to him and I said, "How long have you been here?" He said, "Just here about 6 months." He learned English in Milan, so he had some English. I said, "Why are you working in this restaurant?" He said, "Well, it's my first job." He said, "I have to have a job of some kind." He said, "But my goal is to open a restaurant someday." I said, "What is your name?" He said, "My name is Umberto." Umberto, I think it's Umberto Fellini, is that it? Remember his last name? It's Umberto. I said, "Umberto," I said, "you're not going to be in this restaurant very long." This guy had star quality. I mean, you could see the star quality. He loved working in a restaurant. He loved serving food. He just loved it. Well, but a year and a half later, Cam invited me out for dinner with 2 other couples, and we all went to dinner. And they said, "We're going to go to this new restaurant. It's been built in an old house on a side street, and it's called Umberto's." I said, "Umberto's, that's really interesting." And it was Umberto. He had gotten together the money. He'd bought an old rat trap house. It should probably have been torn down. And had made this room, little bedroom, this living room. They were all little dining rooms, and they had a kitchen. And Umberto was literally in constant motion through this restaurant. It came back, every table and everything else. I said, "I remember you from down in Gaslamp." He said, "Oh, well, grazie, grazie." And he was dressed beautifully, and he just ran that restaurant. Every single person felt that he was waiting on them personally. And we said, "That's a great experience." I knew this guy was going to get a restaurant. Next thing you know, he bought the land next to him and the house next, and he put a ramp, and he built a second restaurant. So this was Umberto's Italian restaurant. This was Umberto's European restaurant. Then he built a massive restaurant called Umberto's La Gardenia, was it? It was Umberto's Garden, but it's a restaurant that holds about 400 or 500 people, and he built ramps in between. And so you go to any one of those 3 restaurants, and they are all rated as top restaurants in Vancouver. Then he built restaurants in San Francisco and Toronto. The guy's a billionaire. The guy's become a multimillionaire, one of the most respected business people in his field, or the top restaurateurs in his field. But if anywhere you go in these restaurants is within, a couple of minutes, there's Umberto. He's going by, checking the table, he's adjusting it, pouring a little bit of wine here, adjusting your napkin. It's almost like he's personally waiting on everybody in all 3 restaurants. And you could see that star quality. This guy just loved restaurant. He loved waiting on people. And he loved serving them good food. And boy, what he did, just a remarkable phenomenon. So what are you very good at doing? What is your personal area of excellence? What are you really excellent at doing? What could you be excellent at if you just put a little bit more work into it? What would you like to be excellent at? What would you like people to say that you're really excellent at? And then, what has been most responsible for your successes in life so far? In other words, what have you done in the past, going back sometimes to your teenage years when you were in school and you got involved in projects or your first jobs? What was responsible for your biggest successes? What was it that you had? Your ability to organize people, your ability to plan events, your ability to negotiate or persuade. Everybody has something that in their life they've done really, really well in their work. And so you have to look into yourself to see what it might be. And then imagine no limitations when you define your mission. When you define your mission, most people say, "Well, this is what I'd really like to do, but I can't because." Always, but I can't because. Yes, but I can't because. And so what you do is you imagine the magic wand, and imagine that you have all the money you need. All the money you need. And imagine that you have all the talents and skills that you need to achieve your mission. Remember, feelings of inferiority are what hold us back. Feelings of inadequacy are the greatest enemies that we have. We feel that we're not good enough to do something as great and as profound as we would like to do. And then imagine you have all the people and contacts. Is that you could pick up the phone and you know people. And you know, it is quite remarkable that there's 6 degrees of separation. You're 6 degrees or 6 calls away from almost anybody in the world. And it is quite amazing. Sometimes you're only 2 calls away. You call somebody and you say, do you know somebody? Do you know this person? And they say, no, I don't know that person, but I know somebody who knows somebody who does. You're just a couple of calls away. And quite often you can get through to the person that you want to talk to, or at least get them a letter or a message. So imagine that you have all the contacts, and that if you want to get more contacts, you can. One of the things that I say I teach is that if you want to make contacts with key people, fish where the fish are. Join the associations that they belong to. Join the business organizations that they go to. Go to the meetings that they go to, and because that's where you'll meet those people. I have a good friend who's very successful financially. He always goes to Davos, the big meeting of the top financial minds and the top financial politicians of the world in Switzerland. Once a year they get together in Davos. And this is the hardest thing to get into. What he did is he just kept asking people until somebody invited him to Davos. When he was there, he applied to come next year, because once you're inside the circle, every year he goes to Davos. He sends tweets and Facebook on what is happening in the biggest financial meeting of the year. And who do you think he meets at Davos? Some of the great venture capitalists. Bill Gates is there all the time, Warren Buffett, and Larry Ellison, all the top people. And they start talking. They sit at lunch and they sit around the meetings and they sit at round tables and so on. And they swap yarns and they get to know each other. And he has had doors open for him that have enabled him to just literally make a fortune in investments that nobody else even sees or talks about. Because so fish where the fish are. You can't meet the right people by sitting at home watching television. Number 7, if you only had a short time to live and you could bring about any change in the world, what would it be? This is interesting. It's a great question. When I learned this question, I started thinking about what I would like to do. Almost if you could fly over the world and distribute pixie dust and bring about a change in everywhere where the pixie dust landed, what would it be? Exactly which people would you help? If you could do it, exactly how would you help them? What help would you like to bring to them? And exactly how would you measure success? You know, I have a friend, his name is Steve Mariotti, and about 20 years ago he started an organization called NIFTY, and it's the National Institute for Teaching Entrepreneurship, National Institute, N-I-F-T-E, yeah, it's called NIFTY. And now he has taught tens of thousands of young people in inner cities entrepreneurship. And he goes in and he arranges teachers and they arrange classes and they arrange projects, and the projects will be, they take them in the 11th or 12th grade, and they will come and they'll take these classes and they learn about finding products and services and marketing, because his goal, his mission is to help people coming from limited backgrounds to learn how to start and build their own business and be financially independent. So he's very clear. The people he wants to help are young people in the inner cities who don't have a break. How does he want to help them? He wants to train them so that they can fish for a lifetime, that they can know everything they need to know to start a business. And how does he measure success? The number of people who go through his programs every year. Now he's up to 30, 40, 50,000 people a year. He started off with 30 or 40. And just a great guy. That's all he does. That's all he thinks about. And you think he's happy? And the people around him, you think they're happy? They love what they're doing. And when he says to people, join me, as Schweitzer said, come to Africa, join me in this project, people get excited about helping young people become financially independent, make a valuable contribution to society, achieve financial freedom, be substantial members of the community, be good husbands and wives, and so on. So these people within the whole organization nationwide, this is their mission. So, designing your personal mission statement. Well, your mission is to make a difference of some kind. Remember, it does not have to be big. I remember Zig Ziglar talking about a shoeshine boy in the St. Louis airport. And this guy just loved to shine shoes. And when people came to shine shoes, he was cheerful and he was happy, and he would talk to them and he would shine. He'd make so you could see your face in those shoes. And remember Zig going through the airport and him saying, "You got any other shoes in your bag right there? You got the bag, extra pair of shoes there?" He said, "Yes, I do." He said, "Get them out here." So we got him out and he shined those as well. So Zig tells about pretty soon everybody who ever flies through St. Louis is looking for this guy. This guy's got a lineup of 10, 20 people who want to shine shoes. Pretty soon he's hiring new people. And he's got a whole row of shoe shine stands. In a few years, the guy retires, financially independent from shining shoes. Why? It's because he just loved to shine shoes, and he did it with his whole heart. And he was making a difference one pair of shoes at a time. You don't have to change the world. Your mission must contain a method. In other words, how are you going to do it? People say, "Oh, my mission is to bring world peace." Whenever I hear somebody say that, I want to dunk their head in water, because that is a way of having no mission, no goal, no purpose in life. When somebody comes up to say, "My mission is world peace," well, how on earth, unless you are the president of a major superpower that is armed with nuclear missiles and has huge armies and navies behind you, you are going to have no impact on world peace in your whole life. The only people who have impact on world peace are people who have the ability to have world war, and by refraining from doing it. Are you with me? This is not a complicated equation. Well, I want to have world peace. I want to march for world peace. Yeah, you can march for world peace with all the hopeless, hapless losers out there that have no day jobs, all right? But you're not going to make a bit of difference. So it must contain a method, and it must contain a measure. Remember, a mission is something, what do they call the movies with Tom Cruise? Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. In other words, the mission must be accomplishable. You must be able to achieve the mission and go home. And maybe it will not happen, like with Mother Teresa, it will not happen in her lifetime or perhaps ever. But for yourself, you should have a mission where you know you've hit the goal. Like one of our missions, our family missions, was to have all of our children graduate from university. We wanted them all to graduate. That was part of our mission statement, because that would enable them to have the confidence and the intelligence and the opportunities so they could do more things with their lives. And we've never lost sight of that in 32 years. We've got 3 out of 4, and Catherine's in her second year at the University of Miami, and we just got her grades today. She's got about a 3.6 average in her second year. In her first year, we never did get her grades. I don't know why that was. But 3.6, she's got several A's, several B's, and 1 C that's going to be upgraded to a B. That's better than I ever got in my whole life. Better than you ever got, for heaven's sakes. An A, you never even saw an A. Unless it was on somebody else's report card, looking over their shoulder. Anyway, you have to have a measure so that you know that you've achieved your goal. So, here's a sample mission statement. My mission is to, and then you write in what you intend to do and for whom you intend to do it. Like I was at a meeting recently, and they were talking about mission statements, and I wrote down my mission statement in its simplest terms is to make people better. That's pretty good. That's good. Then you have to say which people. Then you could say entrepreneurs, business owners, and independent thinkers better, but make people better. And then you just define what is better. Better in what way? So what you intend to do and for whom you intend to do it. When you work with companies, the first question that you have to ask is, who is your customer? Who is the person that you are actually focusing the efforts of your business on improving their life or work or some way? You must be clear about that. And by the way, here's a mistake that we make in business, is we love our product or service, but we find that we don't really like the people that we're selling to. We don't admire them, we don't respect them, we don't want our children to grow up to be like them, but we think, well, the money's good. No, you really have to care about your customers. Caring is the most important word in business success, is you really have to care about your customers, and they have to know that you care about them. And they can tell. You cannot fake caring. What does they say? If you can fake caring, if you can fake sincerity, you got it made. But you can't fake caring, because people know that people are human lie detectors. They know if you care about them or not. Anybody here go to a restaurant there, they really take good care of you? You go to that restaurant, and all the time you're there, you feel happy, because they come up to your table and they're smiling and they're happy, and they make you feel, geez, this is a great experience. I want to come back here again. And then you've been to restaurants where they're indifferent and they don't show up for 15 minutes and they're too busy and they forget your dish or they bring it out prepared, improperly, and what you have to do is get out of that restaurant quickly before it collapses, because a couple of weeks from now you'll be driving past and it'll be boarded up. So your mission is to, and then which I achieve by, and the activities you will engage in. In other words, the method. Here's the mission, for whom and what it is, and here's the method. Here's what I will do to achieve it, and I will measure success and the measures you will use to determine if you've achieved your mission. I will measure success by, I will measure success when. Like, for example, Jonas Salk. He had a mission. Do you remember Jonas Salk's mission? It was to eliminate polio. When polio was one of the most terrifying of all diseases in the 40s and 50s, kids would come down with it. It was incurable. They'd have to be in iron lungs to be kept alive. It was a scourge. It terrified parents, just traumatized them that their children would get polio. And his mission was to eliminate polio. And so he worked and worked and worked, and he came up with the Salk vaccine, and the Salk vaccine worked, and within a few years there was no more polio in America. The Salk Institute now works on other illnesses, especially illnesses that children have, but they set a mission, they set a method, they set a measure, and they achieved their goal. They wiped out polio in America. That is a great mission, okay? And so here's my mission, and I'll just give it to you so you have an example, and then you're going to write your own. My mission is to help people achieve their goals faster than they would in the absence of my help. Now, this seems like a klutzy mission, but I was telling a friend of mine who I worked with for more than 20 years, and he said, Brian, he said, that's been your mission all the time I've known you. It's always the same. Help people achieve their goals. Which people? People who want to achieve goals. People who are ambitious and hungry. What goals? Goals of financial success, sales success, personal success, family success, time management success. Every single thing I've ever done is to help people achieve their goals than they would in the absence of my help. To give them ideas that help them jump the curve so that they achieve their goals far faster than they would in the absence of my help. That's been my goal. So, method, I achieve this goal by teaching essential skills that enable individuals to vastly exceed their previous levels of accomplishment. So they don't just make a marginal incremental improvement, they make improvements of 3 and 5 and 10 times what they ever would have done, and they attribute it to me. They say it was that technique or method that I learned from you in this format. And everything I've ever done, from the first talk to the next seminar, to the books, the tapes, the courses, the audios, the videos, the onlines, the university, the teaching, every single thing I've ever done has been focused on the same mission. Everything I've ever produced. I've never gone off the reservation in a different direction. And the measure, I will know that I'm successful when 1 million people become millionaires and attribute their success to me. My goal is within my working lifetime and within my materials to create 1 million millionaires. And I think from the feedback I've had worldwide, I've already created tens of thousands of them. Sometimes people would just attribute their financial success to one program, one idea, one course. I've had such wonderful feedback from people, and sometimes it isn't that it was just my teaching, it was that it sparked an idea in their mind, and as a result they did something different. And they always remember that that was the spark, is that their mind collided with an idea. And sometimes I said something different. I've had people, I remember giving my Caesar salad recipe. I explained how I learned my Caesar salad recipe by trial and error and so on. And she said, that's me. I'm trying to make a Caesar salad, and I don't have all the ingredients. And she went out and changed her life, and she was a millionaire in 3 years. I mean, she said, that Caesar salad story, she said, that changed my life. I thought, wow. Okay, so now you're going to write your own personal mission statement. Here's the exercise, and you just fill in the blanks. If you look at the blanks that you have here, what you do is you write down the answer to the question, my mission is to, and just write it down. Remember, you can change this with new information. You can refine it. It does not have to be perfect. My great rule for success in life is get it 80% right and then improve it later on. Get it 80% right and run with it. So just write down your mission. What is your mission? It could be, my mission is to make $1 million. That's a good mission. The question is how you plan to go about achieving that mission. So write down your mission. My mission is to, and then I achieve my mission by doing these things, by producing and selling these products, by serving these people, by giving these people greater value than anybody else so they buy from me and buy again. And I will know I've achieved my mission when my business is a certain size and our profitability is a certain percentage and I am a self-made millionaire. In other words, that's how you will know that you're achieving your mission. And your mission can be perfectly selfish. You don't have to be completely selfless. If your mission is to build a successful business and generate a tremendous income and be financially successful, if you do it by serving other people, that's a great mission. So please write it out. And then the first step I will take to achieve my mission and complete that. You have 3 minutes. Just write as fast as you can. Now, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to turn to the person next to you that you spoke to before and just tell them what your personal mission is, assuming that you've come up with one, and what one step are you going to take immediately to begin to implement your mission, to begin to achieve your mission. Just turn to the person next to you and tell them what your mission is or should be, what you're thinking it should be, and how you're going to do it. If I could have your attention, please. This exercise is really the beginning. It's not the end. You don't set a mission and walk away. This is something that you think about throughout your life and realize that if you can be clear about your mission, there are many people, you see read 9-year-olds who set a mission to raise funds for a particular charity or disease or illness, and they go on and they raise thousands of dollars, and their parents and their kids at school say they must be crazy. And they go on and they create charities, and they get a tremendous number of influential people all involved in helping them achieve this goal. So if 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds and people with limited backgrounds and limited opportunities can achieve great things, so can you. The only question is how important is it to you? How badly do you? Someone asked us if we would have these action planning forms printed out, so we did. Each one of you had one on your table this morning. I hope you have these. And what you do is when you think of a goal, just write it down here. Of an action that you're going to take, just jot it down with a tentative deadline. When we do our business seminar, Total Business Mastery, which is a completely different program, it's a total MBA program in 2.5 days, we have people fill out, each time they think of an action they're going to take in their business, they fill it out, and they end up with, in this case, about 15, sometimes 30 different actions. And then they go back and transform their business. But it's really important. When you think it, ink it. When you think it, ink it. When you catch the idea and write it down so that you've got it there. I can tell you, I'll take notes and I'll go home from a seminar, I'll review the notes, and I'll see something I don't even remember writing down, and it was priceless. And it can lead to a whole new direction in your business. One little wrinkle. So please be sure to look at that. Okay. Now I got some great stuff for you. If you read the opening paragraph of the superconscious mind, it says here that from ancient times there's been talk of the human mind being part of a greater mind called the universal subconscious mind, the collective unconscious, the superconscious, the infinite intelligence. In this program we refer to it as the superconscious mind. We all have a superconscious mind that we constantly use, often in a haphazard way. It's the source of such things as inspiration, motivation, enthusiasm, excitement, insights, intuition, creativity, and all the brand new ideas that come into the world. The difference between superior people and average people is superior people use their superconscious mind more often. Average people use it sporadically. It's almost like car crashes. They occasionally bump into an idea and think, wow, that's an interesting idea, and then go on home and watch television. But people who use the superconscious mind use it deliberately and specifically. There was a story of the gods, and the gods got together at the beginning of the creation of man, and they said, we're going to create man, and man is going to evolve, and we want to take the greatest secret of success and happiness and hide it so that man can only find it when he's ready for it. And so where shall we put this great secret? And some of the gods said, let us put it on the top of the highest mountain in the Himalayas. And man will never find it there. They said, no, man is very creative. He will find a way to get to the top of the highest mountain. Then let's put it at the bottom of the deepest sea. Because man would never find it there. He said, no, man is very creative. He'll eventually develop tools and submersibles that will get him to the bottom of the deepest sea. Then where shall we hide it? And they said, let us hide it inside the human heart. the last place that people would ever think to look. And the superconscious mind and the superconscious capability is hidden within yourself. It's hidden within your heart. And when you can learn to tap into it at will, you can accomplish extraordinary things. Imagine that you bought a house. And in buying the house, they said, now, there's a computer in the garage that we can't take with us, but it's a special computer. This computer has been designed by we don't know how, but it has tapped into all the wisdom of the universe. And all you ever have to do when you have a question or a problem or a goal of any kind is go down and sit there at the keyboard and program it in, and then push submit, and all the wisdom of the universe will go to work to answer your question or help you to achieve your goal. And if you had such a computer, would you use it on a regular basis? Would you be down there all the time if you wanted to increase your income, improve your health, change your relationships, repair your business, anything else? Well, you do have it, and that is this superconscious mind that we'll talk about. What I've done, I don't think anybody else has ever done this. They've talked about this in many different books, but no one has ever put it together. What I've drawn is all of the discoveries from all the different books to explain the functioning of the mind, and then I'll show you how you can use it. We've spent the entire day now talking about goals and purpose and mission. Now the question is, how do we achieve our goals and purpose and our mission at the highest level possible? And this is the key. This is the exclamation point at the end of everything we've talked about up to now, as you'll see as we go through it. So we say the following are the characteristics of your superconscious mind. First of all, it has access to all data stored in your subconscious mind. That means everything that you have ever learned, everything you've read, experienced in your lifetime has been stored away, and when your superconscious mind is functioning, it can go back into this vast treasure trove, library of your mind, and it can pick out information, any piece of information. Sometimes you'll have a piece of information, an idea, that will be from something you read or saw in a movie or had in a conversation decades ago. And it will just pop out when you're working with your superconscious mind to solve a problem or achieve a goal. The second thing is it can discriminate between valid and invalid data. Is your superconscious mind can actually bring you data, and it will only bring you valid data. The information it brings will be correct. You may have heard something or learned something that may have not been correct. A date, a time, a place, a fact, a figure. But when your superconscious mind is sorting information, it knows exactly what is correct and what is incorrect, which is why a superconscious solution is always correct, because it's always based on valid data. Now, two, it has access to data outside of your experience. It can tap into the universal mind, and all data that's available in the universe is available to your superconscious when you tune into it. It's very much like tuning into a massive receiving station in the universe. Now, with regard to yourself, the way this works is that sometimes you'll have an idea, and when you're sitting in this room, and I'll be talking about A, and you'll have an idea about B. And it's been proven over and over again that when more than two people come together, a third mind is formed. And the third mind is almost like an ether in this room, and everyone in the room can tap into this ether, just like cloud computing. You can tap into this ether, and you can have access to all the minds of everyone else in this room, which is why you will have an idea that will be completely different from anything that I'm talking about. It's just an idea will shoot into your mind like those little lightning bolts in the cartoons. You go, woo, write it down, write it down. I didn't say anything about it. People came up to me and say, you changed my life in your seminar when you said this thing. And I know I never said that thing. But she heard that thing so loud. There's a line from Emerson that perhaps summarizes this. He said, what you are shouts at me so loudly, I can't hear a word you're saying. When you get a superconscious solution, it will be like an incredible loud voice in the silence. You'll hear nothing, but it will be so loud inside of you that it'll block out anything else that you're thinking about at the time. Number three, everyone has at least 4 ideas per year, any one of which would make them a millionaire. So if your goal is to become a millionaire, remember that the superconscious mind is trying to get you ideas to fulfill whatever it is that you want. It's interesting about the superconscious mind in that it is neutral as well. If you think of negative, angry thoughts, then you'll think of negative, angry ways to live. and you'll have negative, angry experiences as well. Mostly, however, it works when you are clear about something that you want or desire. It'll start to bring you ideas to achieve it. Many times you'll driving along and you'll have an idea for a product or a service or something that you could do that would serve other people. And you say, why doesn't somebody do that? I mean, why doesn't somebody offer that? Why doesn't somebody combine music into a little gadget you carry around and listen to it with modern earphones? And why doesn't somebody do that? And the only difference between you and someone else is someone else took action on it. And then a week or a month or a year later, you'll look around, somebody will come out with that idea and they'll make a fortune. You say, I thought of that a year ago. Remember I told you about that? Why didn't somebody do that? And they'll say, yes, but somebody else took action. Somebody else took action on it. One of the hardest things of all is to trust your own ideas. People say, well, if I thought of it, it can't be any good. Because after all, it's only me. So there must be something flawed with the idea. But it's astonishing how many people have created wonderful lives with an idea that was completely outside anything they'd ever done before. It's like some people who started off as legal secretaries often become absolutely fantastic people in physical training, which you'll hear about soon. And they had inspiration and an idea, and it was an avocation, and it absorbed them, and it had interest. So listen, the ideas are coming, the ideas are there, and they shoot through your mind. Many people will carry a little recorder. Many people will carry a little notebook. They'll put a notebook by the edge of the bed. They'll stop the car and write it down quickly. Because very often, the rule is what you're seeking for is seeking for you. And what you are looking with, what you are looking at, you are looking with. What you want wants you. And so when you decide that you want something, it's time to tune in and get it. So we say, number 3, it functions 24 hours a day. That means once you have programmed a goal, as you have, both a goal and a mission, a major goal, and the more detailed you write out the goal, the more the superconscious mind can just really get its powers into it. If you say, I want to be rich, or I want to be thin, well, that's got very, very little power. But when you're specific about how much you want to earn and when you want to earn it, even if you're specific about all the things you could do with the money, sometimes writing down 25 things you would do if you were financially independent really activates the superconscious mind because of all the emotion with which you charge it. Remember, if you have a thought without an emotion, it has no impact. If you have an emotion without a thought, it has no direction. But if you have a thought of something you want, combined with an emotion of excitement and confidence and happiness that you can achieve it, it's like a powerful bullet, and it activates all your mental powers. Once you program the goal in, which you have done by writing it down, it goes to work 24 hours a day. And it's sort of like planting seeds. If you plant grass seed, what will happen is the grass will spring up in a day or two. If you plant a bamboo tree, what happens with a bamboo tree? Well, if you ever heard the story of the bamboo tree, is you plant a bamboo tree and you water it and you fertilize it and nothing happens. You water it and you fertilize the seed, nothing happens for a year. And you keep doing that, nothing happens for 2 years. And you keep doing it, and nothing happens for 3 or 4 or 5 years. In the 5th year, it grows 60 feet into the air. It suddenly germinates and explodes into the air. And sometimes it's the same with a career or a goal or a book. Look at, what is her name, Rawlings, who had this fantastic idea to write the Harry Potter book for her children, working on welfare. Became one of the richest women in the world, first billionaire author in the world. And she just had these ideas, and she worked and worked and worked. George Bernard Shaw did not sell his first piece until he was 42 years old. And by the time he was 55, he was considered the great man of English letters. Books, plays, dominated the London stage and then the New York stage, and the books sold, and he was one of the most respected people, knighted by the king and everything else. Didn't sell a thing for 42 years, but he kept watering and kept fertilizing. So sometimes some seeds will grow quickly, some seeds will take longer, some seeds will take even longer still. What you do is you just have to keep watering and fertilizing with confidence and faith until the seed springs into flower. So it's working 24 hours a day while you're awake, while you're sleeping, while you're busy doing something else. Your superconscious mind is on the job. Number 4, it automatically and continuously solves every problem on the way to achieving your goal. It automatically and continuously solves the problem, one problem after another. Now, there's a basic rule that you need to understand is that in order for you to achieve something greater than you've ever achieved before, you have to learn certain lessons. You've got to be schooled, and usually schooled in the school of hard knocks. You have to make mistakes, you have to make temporary failures and have disappointments and setbacks. This is the price you pay. But as I said before, when God wants to send you a gift, he wraps it up in a problem. So what superior people do is they look for the lesson in every problem that they have, and the lesson is often sent to you by your superconscious mind. And so whenever you have a problem, you'll get a solution or an insight to do something and do it. And it'll continually solve every problem progressively. This is all the great inventions, all the great musical concertos were all solved one step at a time, one scientific problem at a time. When you say poor, Thomas Edison did 11,300 experiments before he found the bulb that lit up and stayed lit. 11,300, but every single step they had mistakes and trial and error, and they took notes and they tried something different and so on. People say, boy, that's an incredible accomplishment. Yes, but he tried 11,299 times. Reporter went to Thomas Edison after his 5,000th experiment. It was quite well known that Edison was working on an electric bulb. The concept of electricity had been delighted, but nobody ever determined how to use it for light. And the reporter from the New York Times said, Mr. Edison, why do you waste so much time on this invention? You've failed 5,000 times, according to your own admission. He said, young man, he said, you don't understand the way the world works. He said, I have not failed at all. I have successfully identified 5,000 ways that will not work, which puts me 5,000 ways closer to the way that will work, and I will find that way. And I will find that way. It was quite resolute. There was no question that every single mistake was simply a step forward. Later, Edison explained that when I decide to achieve a goal or to invent something, as far as I'm concerned, all I need to do is remove all the ways that don't work until all that is left is the way that will. And that's how he approached every invention. He became the most prolific inventor in history. Patented something like 1,249 devices at the American Patent Office. When he died in 1931, 1/6 of American working people were working for Edison companies producing Edison-invented devices. Today we have 140 million working people in the U.S. What would be 1/6 of that? What would be 1/6 of that? Come on, 20 million? Oh, probably 23 million. Geez, you guys are quick. Okay, 20. Big picture thinkers here. So that means that Edison, the equivalent of 23 million people, would be working to produce Edison-invented devices if he was alive today. Walmart, the biggest country in the world, has 1.5 million employees. Just imagine, Edison would have had 23 million employees. And all of his ideas came from the superconscious mind, which we'll talk about in a couple of seconds. Okay, number 5, it's capable of goal-oriented motivation. Now this is very important to understand. The superconscious mind cannot work without a goal. It's just like an exocet missile, a heat-seeking missile, has got to be targeted on something. And so when you set a goal, as you have in the previous session, now the superconscious mind can really grab onto that goal and go to work for it. Here's the point is, as we said before, when you set off a missile, it's already targeted on a target. When you set off your own exocet missile, it will find the target wherever it happens to be, anywhere in the world and under any circumstances. You can just set it off, and it has the ability to seek out the goal that you're looking for. And that's why it often brings it to you in the most remarkable ways. So you have to stay really, really wide open. It's a favorite story of Barbara's and mine. Should I tell them that story? Down in the Mississippi, there's big flooding. You've seen the flooding on the Mississippi on the paper today. Huge flooding. And the water is overflowing the levees. It's flooding the country and so on. Well, this had happened in the past, and there's a farmer out there, and word came up from the National Guard, we've got to get all the farmers out of there because the river's going to overflow the banks, and it's going to flood this whole area. It's going to be 5-6 feet of water there by tomorrow morning. So they went out in jeeps, and they went all over the farmland, and they told people, you've got to get out, you've got to get to higher ground. Well, this one farmer, he says, no, I'm not leaving. He said, God gave me this farm. He gave me this land. He said, I've been here all my life. My grandparents were here, so I'm not leaving my land. God gave it to me. God will take care of me. God will provide. And they said, okay, well, we can't force you to leave, but there's going to be 6 to 8 feet of water here by tomorrow morning. Sure enough, water went over the banks of the river, flooded the farmland, 6 to 8 feet of water, and he's driven up into the 2nd floor of his house. Well, they back at the command and control center, they're saying, do we get everybody out? He said, well, there's only one person left that we know of, is that old farmer. And they said, well, we're going to have to break the levees in order to relieve the flooding. There's going to be another 6 to 8 feet of water in that land. We got to get the farmer out. So they sent out a motorboat. And the motorboat came out and came up to the edge of the house, 2nd story window, and said, get in, we got to get you out of here. There's going to be 6 to 8 feet of water here. We can't speak for your safety. He said, I'm not leaving. He said, God gave me this farm. God gave me this land. He said, I don't know what's happened up to now. He said, but I'm staying here. God will take care of me. And so they said, well, again, we can't force you. So they went away. And sure enough, the levees broke and another 6 or 8 feet of water came out. And this farmer was forced into his attic and living on the top of his house. And they asked them back at the command post, is that farmer still alive? Well, let's send out a helicopter and see what we can do, because the dam's going to go tonight, and there'd be another 8 or 10 feet of water, and that whole area will be washed away. So they sent out a helicopter, and they had a voice, and they said, look, you've got to get out of there, grab the ladder, we'll get you out of here, the dam's going to break, they haven't got a chance here. No, God will provide, God will take care of me. God has always taken care of me. He's not doing so well right now, but I'm sure he'll take care of me. So they flew away in the helicopter, the dam broke that night, the water came crashing down, another 8 feet of water washed the house away, washed him away, washed him downstream, and he's holding on to this tree that's just about to sink, and he's completely bedraggled, and he's finished. He's going to die and drown. And he has, with his last bit of energy, he leans up and he says, God, I trusted in you. Why did you let this happen to me? And the clouds part. The great voice of God comes down and says, look, I sent you a Jeep. I sent you a boat. I sent you a helicopter. What else can I do? Barbara and I use that story and have used it for years. Whenever something happens that helps us in some way, we joke about, is that the boat? Is that the Jeep? Is that the helicopter? Because the most amazing thing is that it will show up for you. So be open to it. But what people say is, that's just a Jeep trying to get me to go to higher ground. No, I'm not interested in that. Somebody's trying to sell you or encourage you to read a book or buy a magazine or take a course. You say, no, I'm not interested in that. I'm waiting for my big break. And sometimes that little knock on the door, that letter in the mail, that friend who's got an idea for you, that's the Jeep, that's the boat, that's the helicopter. So start to be sensitive to it, almost like a kid at Christmas. So it releases ideas and energy for goal attainment. As a matter of fact, it is a source of what is called free energy. Now, free energy is the energy that Nikola Tesla, the great electrical genius, was able to tap out of the air and light up an entire studio. He would bring people, scientists, over. He would have his whole studio lit up with no wires and no connecting, no generators, and then he would show them in the most miraculous way how he could turn on all the lights by extracting energy from the air. No one has ever been able to do it before or since. But Nikola Tesla was able to do it, and which is why he's called the greatest electrical genius in history. The reason he's not that well known is because he was very disorganized, whereas Thomas Edison, who hired Tesla and put him to work to develop his work, was an extremely good businessman, very well organized, very thoughtful, and was able to take the best of Tesla's work and incorporate it into his work on electricity. Free energy comes, for example, when you're really excited about something. Give you an example. You've all had the experience where it's 2 or 3 in the morning, you're in a deep slumber, and there's an emergency. You got a phone call from someone who needs help, there's an alarm that goes off, there's a bang on the door, and you wake up, and you are wide awake, and you have abundant energy, and maybe you're up for the whole night, and then you go through the whole next day, and you're not tired at all. Have you ever had that experience? When a person, especially a woman, is getting married, she gets by on about 3 or 4 hours sleep a night, and all the rest of the time, because of the high energy in the whole upcoming ceremony, she lives on free energy. And sometimes when you're really excited, mothers live on free energy as well, especially if they have 2 or 3 young children who are incredibly time-consuming from basically 5 or 6 in the morning until midnight. they are able to tap into a form of free energy. And when you have a goal, what happens is you tap into this form of free energy, almost like taking a plug and plugging it upward into the superconscious mind, and you just bound with energy. And it's the energy of the motivation and the excitement that comes from the goal. It doesn't happen in the absence of a goal. You must have clear, specific goals in order to tap into this free energy. Now, number 6, it responds to clear, authoritative commands. What we call positive affirmations is when you say, I earn this amount, I weigh this amount, I achieve this goal, the superconscious mind accepts it as a command. It's passed from your conscious mind through your subconscious mind and into your superconscious. It's almost like your subconscious mind are the workmen in the white coats who take the command from head office, your conscious mind, your deciding mind. They take it and they pass it on to the supercomputer, to the superconscious. And the superconscious computer operators just simply put it in and it goes to work. But it needs clear, authoritative commands. So they must be emotionalized. The more excited you are about achieving a goal, the faster the superconscious mind goes into account. And it also responds to decisiveness. The most amazing thing that you've found throughout your life is that when you make a decision, that wonderful quote that Cam quotes, when you make a decision, nature moves too. All manner of things begin to happen that would not have happened in the absence of the decision. So very often you'll make a decision either to get in or get out, either to do it or not do it, to make a commitment or walk away, and that commitment suddenly triggers a whole series of activities and actions like dominoes. They just start to click. You get phone calls and you get letters and you get emails, and all kinds of things begin to happen immediately after you make a very clear decision, which means that you set a very clear goal. And writing the goal down, is, as we say, is very powerful. So make a decision that you're going to do or not do something, and then take the first step. Make the decision and take the first step. Jesus said, faith without acts is dead. Now what does that mean? Is you can make all the decisions in the world, but they're meaningless decisions unless you take the first step. And when you take the first step, it triggers everything. Suddenly you get feedback and actions and motivation and ideas when you take the first step. So make a decision and take the first step. And then you can make course corrections. You get feedback which enable you to make course corrections on the way to your goal. Nothing great in life happens without commitment. Once you've made a decision, put your whole heart into making the decision come true. Now, number 7, it grows in capability as it is used and believed in. The more trust you have in your superconscious mind, the faster it works for you. And the more calm and confident you absolutely believe that something will show up, something will be fine, the most amazing thing is that something happens. And the more you practice with it and the more confidence you have, the faster it works for you. Pretty soon it gets to the point where you can think a thing and realize it very, very quickly. You can think, I used to do this when I was first understood this, when long distance charges were very high back in the 80s, is I would visualize a person I needed to talk to on the other side of the country, and they would phone me. And I could do this over and over again. Rather than me phoning them for 30 or 60 minutes, I'd visualize and they'd phone me. I just put it into the superconscious mind, and I say, he or she will call by 11:30. By 11:30, the phone rings. And I did this over and over again. And the more confidence you have that it will work, the more rapidly it works for you. It takes a lot of confidence at the beginning, but that's all it takes. It doesn't cost any money. It merely requires a step of faith, a mental step of faith. Number 8, it operates best with an attitude of confident expectancy. I told you this before, but this attitude of confidently expecting great things to happen is the catalyst. It's almost like the ether in the air that causes the superconscious mind to activate even faster. So when you confidently expect that your goals will be reached, your problem will be solved, that everything will be well, when you confidently expect it, it just seems to come into reality. And the more it happens, the more you believe it. The more you believe it, the better and faster it works. And there are many people who just get into tuning, almost like you get onto a beam when you're landing a plane. They get onto the beam of their superconscious mind, and they just stay on that beam, and they just do what feels right all the time. And they never make another mistake. And they make more progress in a few weeks or a few months than many people who are all over the place make in years if they make any progress at all. Number 9, it operates best under 2 conditions. The first condition is when you are concentrating 100% on the problem. 100%, you're just totally focused on the problem. And I'm going to give you a method to stimulate your superconscious a little bit later. But when you're totally focused on the problem, suddenly ideas pop out. And that's why the very first thing you do when you have a problem is to write down every detail of the problem. When you have a goal, you write down every single thing you could think of that would help you to achieve the goal. And the more you write, 10, 20, 30 things, the more likely it is that something will pop off the page. You hadn't even thought of it, or you may have thought about it years ago, and suddenly it's there again. You may have pulled it out from deep in your memory, and suddenly, and that's the key. That's what will make this work. So therefore, concentrate 100%. No television, no radio, no anything else. Best with classical music, always concentrating and writing out lists of everything you could do to solve the problem or achieve the goal. And the other time is when you are concentrating 0%, when your mind is busy elsewhere. So if you have not been able to solve the goal by focusing on it single-mindedly, then walk away. Scientists do this all the time, by the way. In scientific work, there are 4 stages. The first stage is, I think it's itemization. The second stage is concentration. The third stage is relaxation. And the fourth stage is realization. Is what happens is there's a stage in life where you walk away from it and don't think about it at all and let it brew. What is the word that I'm looking for? It's called, it's a word for it, where you just sort of let it stew in your mind while you're busy doing something else. And at a certain point, the idea pops into your mind. This is taught, by the way, in all scientific schools, is you focus on the subject single-mindedly and then walk away from it and just let it go. And at a certain point, pop, the idea comes in. Go take a vacation, go for a sleep, take a nap, go for a walk, take the weekend off, get completely rested. It's called cerebration. That's the word, not celebration, but cerebration is where you let all the details kind of stew in your mind and bang up against each other until they knock off the spark of the right answer. So cerebration. Number 10, it brings you exactly the solution you require at exactly the right time. I remember I was flying back from Vancouver to Edmonton, and I was going into a very, very highly charged business meeting on a very, very difficult subject, and I was just in a state of complete agitation. And then what I did is I did the quick affirmation technique. I relaxed completely, visualized that this meeting goes exactly well, exactly perfectly, and as I walked in the door of the meeting, they were both waiting for me like lions waiting for fresh meat. As I walked in the door, the answer came full-blown in my mind. And I just simply expressed the answer, and it solved the problem completely. I still remember after that, I could not believe it. At exactly the moment that I needed the solution, it shot into my mind word for word. So therefore, when you're working for a solution too, very often the solution will come at exactly the right moment for you, but it is time dated. You must act immediately. When you get a solution, let us say that you think of a goal, and the first thing that pops into your mind is phone so-and-so and ask him or her about this. And so when you get that, do it immediately. Sometimes you'll pick up the phone and call immediately, and they say, I'm glad you called. I was just leaving for the airport. I'm going to be in Europe for a month, and out of contact. And if you had called them an hour later, they'd have already been gone, and you wouldn't have been able to get through to them. Today, of course, you can with cell phones and get through to anybody. But the point is, when you get the idea, move quickly, because it's time dated. And sometimes it's dated only for a few minutes. And sometimes when you're driving down the street, you get an idea to turn off, because you see a traffic jam ahead. Turn off now. You just don't wait and say, well, I'll get there and see how many cars there are. I remember Barbara and I were coming back from up in Riverside, and we were driving along, and the traffic seemed to be slowing. It was on the freeway, 515. The traffic seemed to be slowing, and I noticed this pickup truck with four-wheel drive, and this pickup truck had slowed down and turned and went right up the side of the dirt embankment onto the road. He just went up the side. I think, boy, that guy is really aggressive. And then I saw all the cars, and I turned off immediately too, because I was far enough back I could turn off and just go up the off-ramp, and took a parallel freeway. I learned later that there had been an oil tanker that had turned over down there. I kept driving on this side of the road, drive the side of the freeway until I finally saw there were no cars. The cars were packed like a parking lot for 15 miles. An oil tanker had turned over and it blocked the traffic and people were stuck for 5 hours. They were stuck for the entire day. And I kept driving until I could see the freeway was empty, and it was empty, baby. And then I finally got back on and drove home. But it was, when you get an instinct like that, move quickly on your instincts. Trust your instincts. Trust that intuition and move quickly on it because it's time dated. All right? Now, number 11, it will bring you the experiences you need to be successful. I've talked about this many times. It'll bring you the lessons you need to be successful. It'll bring you the experiences, and we learn 10 times more from a failure experience than from a success experience. So here is a lesson. If you are going through or you have been through a failure experience, let's say a temporary failure experience, take a piece of paper and write at the top of the page, what have I learned from this experience? Or what lessons have I learned from this experience? Whether it's business or personal or relationships or selling or anything else. And then write down everything you learned. And you'll be astonished at how much you have learned that if you don't write it down, you won't remember and you'll have a tendency to repeat. And as they say, what does they say is wisdom is when you make the same mistake you made in the past and because you forgot to write it down. But what happens is when you write down everything you've learned from your negative experience, you program that in and you'll be astonished at how many lessons you can get from one setback. I've gotten as many as 10, 20 lessons from one major mistake or difficulty in business. You just write it down. And then you review it. And you underline it. Then I have it typed so I can review it again. Every so often, when I have my investment type list, I've got about 30 lessons that I learned about investment. What to do in order to make a good investment or to avoid a bad investment. And I look at these lessons and I go, oh my God, how could I be so dumb? But it's that learning from experience that makes it possible that you will succeed greatly later on. If you don't learn from the experience, then you'll just make the same mistakes over and over. So it'll bring you the experiences. So when you get a setback or a difficulty, you say, aha, this has been sent to me to help me achieve my biggest goal. I wonder what the lesson is that I meant to learn in this experience. And my promise to you is if you look into every experience for a lesson, you'll always find at least one. And sometimes the lesson you'll find will be priceless and it will change your life forever. But you don't find it if you're not looking for it. So you've got to look for it. Don't turn on the TV and have a drink and say, whoa, life's a bitch, and then you die. You know, what you do is you say, hey, now that I'm tuned into the superconscious mind, this superconscious mind is working 24 hours a day to bring me to my goals and bring my goals to me. And therefore, if I've had a setback or a difficulty, it's part of the plan. That's what we called yesterday being an inverse paranoid. We have been absolutely convinced that the world is conspiring to make you successful. And if you have that attitude, surprise, surprise. All right, a good technique to use is the end of the movie technique. Now, the end of the movie technique should probably be under affirmations, but the way this technique works, and it should also be under positive expectations, is imagine that you go to see an adventure movie, and you arrive early. There was no traffic, and you buy your ticket, and you go in, and the movie is still on, and there's about 10 minutes left to go. So instead of staying around the lobby, you decide you'll go and sit down and watch the end of the movie. So you go and you sit down and you watch the end of the movie. Now, you don't know what happened before, but you see how the hero wins, the heroine wins, the villain is vanquished, the twists are all resolved, and how the movie all ends satisfactorily, and you see all this in the last 10 minutes. Then you walk out and you wait in the lobby till the movie starts again, you go back in, and you sit down, but now you're a totally different person. Why? Because you've already seen the end of the movie. Now when you watch the movie, now you're watching how they build the drama and how the intrigue begins and how one person does this and who the villain turns out to be and and you can see it all, but you can watch it like you know how it ends. You know it's going to end. It's all the danger and the disaster and potential death of the key people, but you know how it ends because you've already seen the movie. So you see it with greater clarity and with tremendous calmness. Well, you play the end of the movie technique. The way you use it is you create a mental picture of yourself as successful as you want to be. Living in a beautiful home, money in the bank, perfectly healthy, wonderful family, doing work that you enjoy. You play the end of your movie is where you are going to end up. At the end of this goal-setting process, that's where you will be. And you just play that, and no matter what happens, the drama and the setbacks and the reversals and the difficulties and everything, from then on, hey, just relax. Hey, it's all part of the movie. I know how the movie ends. I wrote the movie. And I wrote the ending, and the ending is I have everything that I want to make me happy. And so say, wow, ooh, turbulence, just setbacks. And what happens is at the end of the movie, you stay calm throughout. You just trust throughout because you know how the movie ends. And surprise, surprise, your movie ends the way you imagined. Very powerful. Number 12, it makes all of your words and your actions and their effects fit a pattern consistent with your self-concept and your dominant goals. Your words and actions and their effects fit a pattern consistent with your self-concept and your dominant goals. That means that you can be in a conversation and you'll have this impulse to say something. And you'll say it and it'll turn out to be exactly the right thing. When I'm doing seminars like this, very often I will pull, you see I go off subject or off topic a lot when we're talking. Almost invariably, the reason is because there's somebody in the audience who needs me to go off topic. So I'll give an example that may not be relevant to a lot of people, and people will come up to me in the hallways later and say, that changed my life. I'm glad you said that. I had no idea. And it was for that person. I'm getting a vibration, and I'll just give an example or a story or an experience, and I say, that was for me. That was just for me. Many of you may have had that experience already. I said something, and you said, that was aimed at me. That's aimed at my situation. And so that's why this seminar is what we call fluid within structure. The structure is what is written down, but all the rest of it is fluid and flowing and changing continuously. Sometimes you'll have an impulse to say something, and something will tell you, don't say anything. Don't say anything. And so you just sit silently, and it'll turn out later that it was very wise that you said nothing. Sometimes I've seen in a conversation where I wanted to say something to show how smart I was, and the other person is talking, and I'm just waiting, I want to say, and then I say, wait a minute. I never get a chance to say what I want to say because this person or other people keep talking. Maybe I'm not supposed to say anything. And so I stop, and I stop trying to say something, and later I realize I wasn't supposed to say that. If I had said it, it would have caused problems. So therefore, trust your intuition. If it tells you to speak, speak. If it tells you not to speak, don't speak. If it tells you to turn on this corner or to go into this store or to pick up this book. I've had people, I can tell you, Earl Nightingale used to be the greatest voice in American radio. He did more than 1,000 versions or segments of what was called Our Changing World. He was on 600 radio stations, and he made millions of dollars. Do you know what changed his life? Is he walked into a book when he got off. He was on the USS Arizona, the ship that sunk in Pearl Harbor. He was one of the few survivors. And he was working away at a Joe job in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. He went into a bookstore, and he couldn't buy a new book. He found a used book, an old beat-up copy of Think and Grow Rich. And he talks about this. He said he bought this copy of Think and Grow Rich and took it home. And it told about setting goals and doing what you really desire and trusting infinite intelligence. And he'd always wanted to be in radio. And he went down to a radio station and talked them into hiring him on late night radio. He became one of the most well-known radio voices in history and an extraordinary success. He said it was because walking into that bookstore and finding that one tattered book in the bin and taking the book home. And he just said he had an impulse to pick up the book. He said the title, Think and Grow Rich, he said, he looked at it, he said, what a dumb title. And he was about to go on, and something just caused his hand to reach out, like Dr. Strangelove, reach out and get the book. And it changed his life. It changed the life of many other people, too. So if you have an impulse, something to do or say, be sure to do it. The superconscious mind explains remarkable events. First of all, it explains serendipity, which is what I just talked about in a way. It's the process of making happy discoveries. Remember, there were three princes of Serendip. It's a fairy tale who go around the countryside in the days of old, and wherever they went, people would make happy discoveries. And for example, they would go we went to this farm, and while they're at the farm, the major storm comes up, and the river rages, and the river washes away half of the farm. And the farmer is in despair. He said, and they're very, very cheerful. They said, well, let's not be in despair. You never know what good could come of this. And they go out on the farm, and the river has washed away the dust from a massive bank of jewels and precious stones that made the farmer one of the richest men in the kingdom. And if the flood had not come along and washed away half of the farm, they would have never found all those precious stones. You probably heard this story in Charlie Wilson's War. It's a very famous story where, and this comes from the Princes of Serendip. He tells about this old story. Is the horse, the farmer's horse gets away. The barn is open, and the horse runs away. This is in the olden days, many years ago. And the horse runs away, and they say, "Oh, what a shame, you have lost your horse." And the farmer says, "Well, it's too early to tell. There might be something good come of it." And 3 or 4 days later, the horse comes running back, and he's bringing back a whole herd of wild horses, beautiful horses. And they all come thundering back, and they manage to round them up and put them in the corral. And now the farmer has more horses than anyone else in the entire area. And these people say, "Boy, that's really fortunate. Got all those horses." He says, "Well, it's a little bit too early to tell. You never know." And then his son takes one of the horses and tries to break it. But wild horse, break it so it can be domesticated, and falls off and breaks his leg. And they said, "Oh, that's a terrible tragedy. Your son broke his leg." And he says, "Yes, but we don't know for sure yet whether it's good or bad." And then along comes the army recruiting. This is what they do. They would go through the villages and recruit every able-bodied man into the army and train them on the march to the big battle with the war that was on. And they couldn't take his son because his son had a broken leg. They said, "Oh, you're certainly fortunate your son had a broken leg." And yes, they said, "Well, you never can tell." And the army went out and got into a major battle, and everyone was killed. Saved the son's life. But the whole thing was, you never can tell. It might be good, it might be bad, it might be good. So this attitude, you get stuck, you go to a restaurant and the restaurant says, "We've lost your reservation, you can't get in." So you can get upset or say, "Well, maybe it's a good idea. Maybe we should go to a different restaurant. Maybe that other restaurant will be even better." So serendipity means you're always going to find happy things happening in your life. But here's the one key to the principle of serendipity, is the only people who find happy things or make happy discoveries are people looking for something. They're looking for happiness, they're looking for success, they're looking for goals, they're looking for something, and as a result, they keep making happy discoveries. Many business people who've decided to start a business and don't have any money, somebody will loan them a book, and in the book will be a principle, and the principle will be what they needed, and later on they're wealthy and they live in big houses on the hill, and they trace it back to that one chapter in that one book that one friend gave them when they had started off their business and they were struggling. So be open to making happy discoveries, okay? Now, the second principle, and this is really interesting, many books have been written on this, and this is all scientific stuff. It's called synchronicity. A synchronicity is the process or coincidence of events in which 2 or 3 things that are totally unrelated happen simultaneously together to help you achieve your goal. So let me give you an example here. My pens. So let us say that you decide, geez, I would love to take a vacation and go to Hawaii, okay? You're reading the paper, you're watching television, you see something there. Boy, it's been a long time, but I'd like to take a week and go to Maui. But geez, I can't afford it, I don't have the time off, and so on. Well, then something happens. You go to work, and your boss says, you've really been working hard. Why don't you take a vacation? Take a week off. Well, you were just sort of thinking about that this morning, but you say, yeah, I'd like to, but I can't afford it. And then you get an IRS check back for $3,000 for your taxes. And then your wife says, I was just talking to Susan, she works over at that travel agency, and they have this special fam trip that you can go on, and you can get 7 days and 8 days and 7 nights in Maui, and it's only $1,235. Although it would normally be vastly more. And something else happens. Now, all of these events, you see, are separate in time and space. They only have one thing that binds them together. The one thing that binds them together is your goal. So this is called synchronicity, when a series of unrelated events occur that have only one meaning, and the meaning is the goal that you set. So be alert to synchronicity in your life. It's the most amazing damn thing, and everybody here has experienced it before, but sometimes you experience it and say, wasn't that amazing? What a coincidence. I was just talking about that this morning, and somebody called this afternoon. And you say, wow, isn't that interesting? Well, this is what happens when the superconscious mind works. So in the logical world, things have a cause and effect relationship. In the superconscious world, now you do this, you get that. In the superconscious mind, things have a synchronicity relationship. Is completely unrelated events happen, sometimes on the other side of the world, that cause you to be successful. Here's an example. Car sales are down for U.S. car makers. But suddenly, the biggest Japanese car makers can't get parts because of the tsunami and the nuclear reactor. And so what has happened? There's been an upsurge of sales in American cars. Have you noticed that? That would be worth hundreds of millions and billions of dollars. It may transfer people's loyalties from Japanese cars to American cars. It could save people's careers. I mean, the number of ripple effects from that. But you can be sure of one thing, is that everybody working in the American car industry was hoping and wishing and praying and dreaming for something that would happen to increase the sales of their cars. And then things happen on the other side of the world that are completely unpredictable and inexplicable. So watch for synchronicity, and the more you watch for it, the more it will happen. Events are organized on the basis of meaning, and the significance they have are defined by you and the goals that you have. It's the meaning of the events. So number 13, it contains all monitor circuits for pre-programming. Now, a monitor circuit means that you can actually pre-program your mind. And the way you do it, you remember that your subconscious mind and your superconscious can only respond to positive commands. I used to teach karate, and the karate school that I took over had been run by an ex-sergeant from the military, and he was always telling people, don't do this and don't do that and stop doing this and stop doing that. And what I learned before I took over the school is that a person cannot visualize a negative command. In other words, we can't visualize don't do something. If I say to you, don't trip, you cannot create a visualization of not tripping. But if I say pick up your feet, you can see clearly, pick up your feet. So always when you give instruction, you give positive instruction. Do it this way rather than that. Do it this way. Well, a monitor circuit only accepts commands that are positive. So you don't say, I want to remember not to forget my keys. So what you do is you say, remember to take my keys with me when I leave. Remember to take that out of the refrigerator before I go. Remember to pick this up when I'm on my way home. Remember to do this. And when you say that, your superconscious mind takes it, and exactly at the moment you're walking past that table, it'll twig it into your arm, your mind, and you'll get the keys. It's the most amazing darn thing, and you've all had this experience. Well, there's two places where monitor circuits are used, and you can use it for anything. You can pre-program yourself to call somebody, to stop off, to pick something up, to do something, and so on. And the first place, the two ways where people program their minds is, first of all, with parking spaces. There are people, Barbara is even better at it than I am, who always get parking spaces. Yesterday we went to a restaurant, and the restaurant was jammed. You know, everything was busy Friday night. The restaurant was absolutely jammed, and we drove around in the parking lot, and there was not a single, even illegal place that you could park. And Barbara said, well, go up to the front. There'll be one right by the front door. Well, I had just driven past the front door, and there weren't any parking spaces there, and men don't like women to give them instructions about driving. And so I drove all the way around and got all the way back to the front door, and someone had just left from the parking spot right into the front door. We just drove into the parking spot and literally walked 6 feet into the restaurant. It was empty. In other words, somebody had been holding the space for us and was waiting until we had come full circle around and then backed up and drove away. Now, the other place that you can get parking, and by the way, I've taught this many times, the key is, do you believe that you can get a parking space? If you do, you will. The second place is waking up without an alarm clock. Is there anybody here who wakes up without an alarm clock? Yeah. What you do is you can make a decision to wake up at any time you want for the rest of your life, and you'll never wake up. You never need an alarm clock. Your body actually will start, and even I travel as many as 12 time zones in a day. I've spoken in Ekaterinburg, Russia. That's 12 time zones from San Diego, flowing all the way there via Frankfurt, via Moscow to Ekaterinburg, 12 hours time change. I can go to sleep and wake up exactly on the minute that I set my mind for in Ekaterinburg time. So it has nothing to do with time zones or anything else. And it's very powerful. Here's another thing. There are a lot of people who get colds and flus. Do you know why people get colds and flus? It's because they don't decide not to. It's really simple. I used to get speeding tickets. I got three in one trip once. I mean, that's terrible. And I made a decision about 15 or 20 years ago. I don't get speeding tickets anymore. I drive without ever getting speeding tickets. That sounds like a negative command, but it's not. And you'll say, we only had one speeding ticket in 15, 20 years. is I just program, and you know what? I'll slow down. I'll end up slowing down, and surprise, surprise, there's a bubblegum car by the side of the road with the radar on. And I'll slow down, and the next person goes whipping past, and the bubblegum car goes on and takes them off, and go, I never get speeding tickets because I program my mind not to have speeding tickets, and your superconscious mind will tell you if there's danger of a speeding ticket, and you'll actually slow down. Now, the other thing is with colds and flus, is you can make a decision today, I do not have colds and flus. I'm perfectly healthy, I never have colds and flus. That sounds like a negative command, and it is, but it's the only way I can put it, and you know what, you'll never have colds again. People have colds because they decide to or they don't decide not to. And people, I've met people, anybody here never has a cold? Never has flu? No, never have it. Why? Because you've decided not to. And if it comes knocking on the door and you have a little bit of sniffle, you say, get out of here. Get out of here. I don't believe, oh, all right, I'll go next door. I go next door and your next door neighbor's got a cold for a week. Just make a decision never to have colds and flus. And what will happen is, since colds and flus are not caused by viruses or anything else, they're caused usually by stress, usually by fatigue, usually by some other things, just decide not to have colds and flus. And it saves you a lot of time and trouble. But anything you want, program it in, and you'll be astonished how fast it comes to you. Now, activating the superconscious mind, this is what we do. The master method of activation of the superconscious mind is solitude. Most people have never spent an hour in solitude in their entire lives. The very thought of doing it makes them very uncomfortable. And yet solitude throughout the ages is the most powerful way to tune directly into this massive mind and literally mainline ideas and information from the superconscious. And the way that you do it is, first of all, you go into the silence for 30 to 60 minutes. It's called going into the silence. Now, that means you don't have radio or television or coffee or cigarettes or newspapers or, in my case, not even classical music. You just go and sit somewhere perfectly silently for 30 to 60 minutes. Now, the first 25 to 26 minutes of this exercise will be excruciatingly painful. You will twist and turn. You'll want to get up and go something and adjust a picture frame and make a phone call. It's almost like you've got ants inside you because it's so hard to sit absolutely perfectly still, relaxed for 30 minutes. By the way, when you begin to use the taped affirmation CD, which you will receive tomorrow, when you begin to use this on a regular basis, you'll find it's very easy to relax quickly, to go into a deep state of very healthy relaxation. You'll finally reach the point where you can do it in a matter of seconds. Just by regular practice, your body says, oh, deep relaxation, bang, monitor circuits. It's programmed in. You don't have to wait a long time to go calm. So when you're sitting there for 25 to 30 minutes, about that point, you'll start to go calm, and all the energy, all the fidgetiness will disappear, and you'll just go calm. And it's almost like a bucket full of silty water. It'll sit there, and if you leave it sit there for a while, the water goes completely clear. And this is what happens to your mind. Your mind goes completely clear. And after the 30-minute point, what will happen is ideas will start to flow like a river. They just start to flow through your mind. And you don't, this is non-directed. In other words, you don't think of this or think of that problem or think of that goal. And you just focus on your breathing. Just relax, look out into the horizon, look at the picture on the wall or a flower. Some people look at a candle, but just look at it, keep your eyes open. This is not meditation. Just sit there quietly, and at a certain point, ideas will start to come. And almost like a boat in a gentle pond, the idea that you need to solve your biggest problem or to achieve your most important goal, like a little boat, just dock in your mind, and there it will be crystal clear. And it's the most amazing darn thing. If you've never done it before, the first time you do it, you'll get a result. You'll get an insight, an idea, a solution to a problem, an idea to solve a goal. The first time you do it, it'll be absolutely marvelous. And the next time you do it, you'll get it again. And every time you sit quietly in solitude for 30 to 60 minutes, you'll get ideas that may save you years of hard work. Now, Thomas Edison had an accident when he was young that he was running to get onto a train. He was selling stuff on a train when he was about a 10-year-old, and the train conductor reached over and grabbed him. He's running behind. He couldn't get on the train. He was carrying his stuff. The train conductor reached over and grabbed him by the ears and pulled him onto the train by the ears. For the rest of Thomas Edison's life, he had great difficulties in hearing. It almost destroyed his hearing. He could hear if he got close enough, But fortunately, if he wasn't paying much attention, he didn't have to listen to all the chatter going on. And so what he would do is right there in his studio, throughout the day, he would take 45-minute naps, sometimes 45-second naps. Whenever he was working on an invention, which he worked on for decades, worked on, as we say, hundreds for decades, whenever he reached a stumping point, he'd just go into a state, close his eyes, because he couldn't hear anything, close his eyes and just breathe deeply and relax for a few seconds or a few minutes, and then come out, and he'd have the idea. And he came up with idea after idea after idea by doing this. That's why you'll also get ideas from meditation. Whether it's meditation in the silence or guided meditation with music and imagery, you'll get ideas. Whenever you calm your mind, or let your mind go completely calm, what happens is the superconscious mind functions. It's almost like an electrical storm goes off and lightning begins to fly. There are many people who have had superconscious solutions where pages of answers and pages of ideas and even pages of scientific formulations have come to them. You've heard the story of Mozart. Remember the movie Amadeus, where Salieri, it was true story, the court composer of the Austrian king, the Austrian emperor, and he was so jealous of Mozart because Mozart, he said, would sit there and write music as though taking dictation from some higher power. Whereas Salieri would work and write compositions and correct them over and over again, Mozart said he could see the composition note perfect in his mind. And until he saw it note perfect, he wouldn't start writing it. And when it was note perfect, he would then transcribe it. And it could be played from the transcription perfectly the first time. They said he created the most beautiful music in the world as though he were taking dictation. All great classical music, all great inventions, all great insights come from the superconscious mind. All the great classical composers who wrote the most beautiful music in history tuned into the superconscious mind, and it poured through them onto paper. Beethoven, as you know, was deaf for much of his adult life. Beethoven never heard his music played. He was totally deaf. And yet he could hear the music in his head and see it with such clarity, he could write down the most incredible music in the world that would be played by the great symphony orchestras of the world forever. Remember that, what is that 1815 suite? Bum, 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 bum. Remember that? Bum, 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 bum. I mean, nobody who's ever heard that ever forgets that. 5 beats, yet so beautifully put together in the way they were hit and spaced that you remember it all your life. You hear it the first time and you remember what's coming, and the symphony is really music. And he could not hear that. He never heard it, but he saw it in his mind. So go into the silence for 30 to 60 minutes. Listen to the still, small voice within. Earl Nightingale once said, people who start to listen to their intuition, if you do, you'll never make another mistake. You'll never make another mistake if you listen to that inner voice, because the inner voice will always be true and will always be correct. So we say activating the superconscious mind, another way, is to define the problem or goal clearly. Gather information, talk to other people, do as much research as possible. Don't try to figure it out yourself. Concentrate single-mindedly on the problem. Don't try to do a whole bunch of other things. Just keep focusing on this one problem, this one goal, this one obstacle, and then release it and get your mind busy elsewhere. If after you've done all these things, gathered all the information, you cannot think of a thing to do, just turn your mind somewhere else and let your superconscious mind work day and night. At a certain point, the answer will just pop up. So, there's 3 sources of a superconscious solution. The first is intuition. It comes from within. And as we say, the still small voice is sometimes so loud that it drowns out everything. You hear that answer and you go, wow, geez, this is it. And you get up and you're excited. There's this famous story of Archimedes, a mathematician in ancient Greece who was asked to determine whether or not the crown that he had bought, the gold crown, had been watered down with copper or with bronze. And he was trying to figure out how you could measure the content, the true content of any metallic object, especially a crown. And he came up with the idea. He was in the bathtub, and he's sitting in the bath, and as he sat in the bath, the water level went up and down as he sat up and laid down. And he suddenly realized you could tell the volume by putting it in water and measuring the amount of water that was displaced by it. And he was so excited, he jumped out of the bathtub And he was running down the streets of Athens, stark naked, saying, I have found it, I have found it, I have found it. And does anybody remember that story? I have found it. And the words for I have found it are in Greek are eureka. I have found it, eureka. Do you know what the state motto of California is? Eureka. And you know why? It's because when people came out to the gold fields, when Sutter found gold in his mill, he came back and he said, oh my God, you won't believe what I found. And that became the state motto, Eureka, I have found it. And that's what the miners would say. The prospectors that came out in the gold rush, when they finally found gold in their pan, they said, I found it, I found it, I found it. Eureka. And it comes from Archimedes, 2,500 years before. And so this intuition, this intuitional voice, and say, oh my God, I found it. This is the answer. Wow. And second of all, you'll get it from chance encounters with information and with strangers. Chance encounters. In other words, you'll just come across something at random in a newspaper or a magazine that's a piece of information that's priceless. It's the last piece in the jigsaw puzzle. It puts it all together. Or you'll meet a stranger, and in conversation, it'll turn out that this person had a similar experience, and this is what they learned, and be sure of this. And you say, oh my God, that piece of information was absolutely priceless. So be alert to it. I'm sending you a boat. I'm sending you a Jeep. I'm sending you a plane. Once you have a goal, your intuition, your superconscious mind will be trying to get the answer to you. Like a person rushing through the crowd shouting at you as you're getting away, this superconscious mind is trying to get the answer to you. Hey, I've got the answer. Listen. Stop and listen. Almost like it's a game, like it's a fun thing. And three is unexpected events, successes and failures. Peter Drucker wrote a book some years ago called Innovation and Entrepreneurship. And as Peter Drucker did in his lifetime, when he wrote a book, you could just basically throw away the other books. And what he said in this book is that the greatest single source of great products and services is the unexpected success or the unexpected failure. The unexpected success. In other words, you tried something and it had an explosive success. And you say, oh my Lord, what is going on here? And you find out that you've hit the right product or the right service at the right time and so on. Or something that you've done for a long time failed completely. And natural tendency is for people to say, wow, that was a lucky success, or oh, damn that failure. But what successful people do is they look into it. Why was that so successful? Or why did it fail? Great example, my father was an artist and created an enormous number of sculptor works in London in the 30s. And in the 30s, he was invited to join the Chelsea Arts Club, which is one of the most prestigious, like the Harvard Club of New York. The Chelsea Arts Club was where the creme de la creme, the Bernard Shaws, the top writers, the top artists and poets, the top actors and actresses went. And he said he played billiards with Sir Isaac Fleming. And Isaac Fleming was a doctor and a researcher. And what had happened was, it's an incredible story, by the way. I'll tell you the story quickly because it's so good. What happened was when Sir Isaac Fleming, not Isaac Fleming, what is his name? Was it? It'll come to me in a second. His name was Fleming, it wasn't Isaac. But Fleming grew up in a small town in Scotland, came from a poor family. And one day, his father was out on his way home with his wagon, and a car came along and went off the road and got stuck. And the father came along with the wagon and the horse and offered to help him to get his car back on the road. And it was late at night, and it was raining, and it was a really bad situation for the driver. And so he thanked him very much, and he pulled him off, got him off the road. He said, is there any way that I can repay you? I'll do anything you like. His name was Sir Randolph Churchill. He was the father of Winston Churchill. And he was on his way to one of the Churchill castles. They were a very wealthy family in Scotland. And he said, no, I can't think of anything, Gov. I can't think of anything. He said, what about your family? And he said, well, I got a real bright boy, Alexander Fleming. Got a real bright boy, Alex, but we can never afford to send him to school. He said, I'll tell you what. You come up to the house and I'll send him to school. I'll give him a scholarship. I'll get him into the right school. So we got Alexander Fleming into school, and he was... No, the story's much better than that. Oh, yes. Here's the story. The story was that the car got in a serious accident, and No, okay. No, I've got the story. Okay. I've got the story. I haven't thought about the story for years, but it's so good. So he said he got him into school, and he went and moved to London, and they got him a place to stay, and they kept in touch with him. And Sir Lord Randolph Churchill kept in touch. He was a very bright boy, very nice boy, grew up, teenager, went to medical school, and they invited him to join the family at Brighton Beach for their vacation. And so he did, and he was playing with young Churchill, who was about 19 or 20 at the same time. They were just boyhood friends. And Churchill got caught in a riptide and was being pulled out to sea and was going to drown. And Fleming was a good swimmer, and he swam out and saved Churchill's life. And this was in the early part of the century, in the 10s of the century. And he saved Churchill's life. And boy, they were really appreciative of that. And he went on back to medical school and began working. In the 20s, he was working on an experiment in his lab, and they had put the algae dish and the culture to grow, and they went out for lunch, and they came back, and they found the culture had been killed by a bacteria that had somehow come from some other part of the laboratory and landed on this culture and killed all the bacteria that was there. And so his assistant said, well, throw it out and we'll try it again. He said, no, that's very strong bacteria. I wonder what killed it. And they traced it back to penicillin spores. He called them penicillin. Penicillin spores that were being used in another experiment had blown across the lab and landed on there and killed all the bacteria. So he took his focus off this bacteria and onto penicillin, experimented for a long time, and he invented penicillin. He invented penicillin, and they began to manufacture it. He found ways to manufacture it artificially. It was very expensive at the beginning. It was so helpful, it literally saved the lives of thousands of people from every imaginable type of infection or disease. He won a Nobel Prize, and became a knight, and became invited into the Chelsea Arts Club, where in the late 30s he played billiards with my father. But now you want to hear the rest of the story. The rest of the story, when Churchill was in Egypt, he came down with a terrible infection during World War II, at the peak of the Alexandrian campaign with Rommel's armies romping across. He came down with an infection, pneumonia, not pneumonia, something else, and they thought he was going to die. And so they contacted England, and they contacted Sir Alexander Fleming. Was there anything he could do? He had developed a special, powerful strain of penicillin, which was flown to Alexandria and given to Churchill and saved his life. So the story was very interesting. From the turned-over car on the road to Scotland, Sir Alexander Fleming saved the life of Winston Churchill on 2 occasions, once when he was young and once when he was the Prime Minister of England. Now, you're talking about serendipity here. You're talking about synchronicity. You talk about superconscious events. Think about all the coincidences that took place there that changed the history of the 20th century because of those coincidences. Now, I'm not saying that that will happen to you, especially not you, Randy, but be alert to unexpected successes and unexpected failures, because often they will contain the germ or an idea that will change your life. So how can you tell a superconscious solution? Number one, when the answer comes, it will be 100% complete, and it will be simple. It'll be so simple that you think, why didn't I think of that before? That is so simple. It's so obvious. It's easy to implement. It will be within your resources. You won't have to get anybody else's permission or help. It's something that you can do, and you hit yourself like this. How could I not have thought of that? It will be a blinding flash of the obvious. It'll be so obvious that you'll just be surprised you hadn't thought of it. And 3, it will be accompanied by a burst of energy and joy. The energy that you need to implement the solution will come with the solution. It's almost like the charge that you need to get up. Sometimes you'll have a superconscious solution in the middle of the night, and you'll wake up with this incredible idea, and you'll be able to sit down and start writing it down, and all the energy you need to write it down. And people have done this and written it several pages, and at the end of it, they're exhausted. All the energy is gone. They go back to bed and sleep like a dead person, wake up in the morning and find the notes. This happened with some of the greatest scientists. They found the notes that had written overnight, and the notes contained scientific insights that had never been known to man before. So you will have a feeling of happiness and well-being. It always makes you happy when you have a superconscious solution of any kind. So the law of superconscious activity says that any thought, plan, goal, or idea held continuously in the conscious mind must be brought into reality by the superconscious. Any thought, plan, goal, or idea held continuously in the conscious mind must be brought into reality by the superconscious. This is one of the greatest, and perhaps the greatest of all laws, and is the summary law of everything we've talked about up to now. And the more you use it, the more you believe it, the more it will work for you. The more you absolutely trust in it, and pretty soon you'll get onto this beam where you're getting the answers and the intuitive answers and the answers from the outside for everything that you need in life. The superconscious mind explains the law of attraction. How is it that you attract into your life exactly the right people and circumstances at the right time? It's because you have an absolutely crystal clear goal and you confidently expect it to be realized in exactly the right way at exactly the right time. Always be open to the likelihood that your goal will be achieved in a way completely different from what you had expected. Something completely unusual will happen and you'll achieve your goal in a way that you never thought of before. Is this helpful so far? Now, this is why we've done everything that we've done up to now, because the superconscious mind works with a totally positive attitude. When you're completely positive about yourself and your future, and you have very clear written goals, plans, and priorities, you tap into the greatest power in the universe. And what you can accomplish in the next weeks and months and years will stagger you and completely amaze your mother-in-law. Now, we are a little bit jammed up in our schedule for a variety of reasons, but we are like Marines. We adjust, adapt, and respond, right? So we're going to finish off the day with time management strategies, right in sequence. We'll start on time tomorrow, and we will catch up as we always do. We usually end right on time. So in time management strategies, I wanted to put this closer to goal setting and close to the superconscious mind, but it's very important because sometimes one little idea on how you use your time, like Shalene was talking about using your time differently, is very important. So we say the starting point is clarity. Is set very specific goals. You have to have clear goals if you want to be able to manage your time properly. The number one reason that people waste their time is that they don't have goals. So it's easy for them to do a little bit of this and a little bit of that and get distracted and do a little email and check some spam and talk to your friends and so on. But when you have goals, they keep you focused. So the question is, what are you trying to do? What is your ultimate goal? If you were completely successful, what would you accomplish? And you need to think about this in each part of your life. The second is, how are you trying to do it? And this is a great question. What am I trying to do? How am I trying to do it? And especially when you experience frustration and you don't seem to be making progress, ask yourself, could there be a better way? In other words, is maybe the way I'm trying is not working? And you're going to find that in 70% of the cases, the way that you thought would work won't work. According to the American Management Society, 70% of the decisions we make in business turn out to be wrong in the fullness of time. And that's the average. Some are above. Some make far more mistakes than that. So therefore, always when you feel that you're trying hard and you're not making headway, stop the clock, say, wait a minute, what am I trying to do? How am I trying to do it? And could there be a better way? And be willing to admit that you could be wrong. One of the greatest of all time management tools is to remove your ego from the equation and be willing to admit, you know, I could be wrong. This seems like a good idea when I started off. It seemed like a good plan. But maybe I'm going the wrong direction. Maybe I'm doing it completely wrong. And be prepared. Be open to the possibility that you're wrong. Now, it doesn't mean that you are, but what it does mean is if you're open to the possibility that your current way is not working, suddenly you're open to all kinds of other possibilities. If you're convinced that you're right and you're forced to make it right, like trying to hammer a square peg into a round hole, then you close off to any creative ideas. So always be open to the possibility that you could be wrong, and then always define your goals in terms of outputs. What is the result that you're trying to get? One of the great metaphysical principles of success is this, is be clear about your goal, be flexible about the way of achieving it. Be clear about your goal and be flexible about the way of achieving it, and recognize that almost always you will achieve your real goal in a way completely different from what you started off or what you anticipated. You'll try this and you'll try that, and you'll try this and you'll try that. And you'll end up achieving the goal, whether it's financial independence or great fitness and health and so on. You'll end up achieving it differently from what you expected. So be open. And since things are changing so rapidly in our world today, the most important quality, according to the Manager Institute, that you will need for success in the 21st century is the quality of flexibility. You've got to be flexible, willing to try new things, willing to take feedback, willing to admit that you could be wrong, and being open to completely new ways of approaching it. There's an interesting story. You know, Jim Collins wrote the book Good to Great. And in Good to Great, he said that in order for a company to be great, in order for you to be great, 3 things must exist. And let me give you just sort of an example. Okay, I'll get my little red pen here. This is one of my favorite little graphs. It says that you have to, first of all, do something for which you have a passion. I mean, you really have to like it, really have to enjoy it, whatever the career is. Second of all, it has to be something that you have the capability of being excellent at. And by excellent, the definition is in the top 10%. So in other words, not only do you enjoy doing it, but you must have the ability to be excellent at it. And the third circle, this, is it must be profitable. It must be something that if you really do it well, it really pays well. Many people take the time to become good at something that never pays very well. I have people come up to me and say, how can I make a lot of money shining shoes? You know, how can I make a lot of money selling in a down or a bad industry? I say, you can't. So the third part is this, and this is the sweet spot. You're looking for something where all 3 of these coincide. And remember, you can do lots of things in life. There's lots of things that you can do to achieve your goals. You are a bundle of resources, a bundle of intelligence and capability and knowledge and skills. So it may be that the thing you're doing right now is really not the right thing. You may have a passion for it, and you may have the opportunity to be excellent, but you can't make any money at it. And I meet people all the time. They're doing things, well, this is what I love to do. Yes, but as long as you want to be poor all your life, and you want to have holes in your shoes and worry about money, you have to do something that can pay you really well if you love it and you do it well. Well, what Jim Collins was talking about was a Fortune 500 company that realized that they could not excel in their industry. The industry was too competitive, and because it was competitive, it drove the prices down, and so even if they were good, their profit levels would be very low. So what they decided to do was quite remarkable. They decided to sell off all the assets in this Fortune 500 company and move into an entire new industry where they really loved it, they could do it well, and was highly profitable. And as a result, they went from average performance for 2 or 3 decades to becoming one of the most exemplary companies and most profitable companies in the U.S. They were able to actually shift out of an entire industry, sell off the assets to people who could manage them better, take all that money, billions and billions of dollars, and put it into a whole new industry and start over again. When a huge company has the courage and the honesty and the flexibility to do something like that, well, it's probably a good thing for us to think about doing as well. So allocate your tasks based on your hourly rate. This is one of the most important skills that we teach to our advanced coaching clients. We say, how much do you earn per hour? And you'll find that average people think in terms of how much they earn in a month or a year. If you are thinking in terms of your income on a monthly basis, well, then you can waste Monday and Tuesday, and you can waste the first week of the month, and you can kill time because actually you get paid by the month. And what happens with most people when they get their first job is they find they get paid as long as they show up. So now you show up and you get paid by the month. The average person in America wastes fully 50% of working time every day. They just waste it. I'll probably come across this and mention this again. They waste it doing things that are of low or no value because what the heck, they got a whole month. They'll catch up later. If they don't catch up this week, they'll do it next week. If they don't get to it this month, they'll do it next month. So how much do you earn per hour? This is the starting point. The top 10% of people always think in terms of their hourly rate. So you divide your annual income by 2,000. So you say, all right, let us say you earn $50,000 a year. That divided by 2,000, which is the average number of years that an entrepreneur, business owner, person who is personally responsible for their work life works. How much is 50,000 divided by 2,000? Yeah, it's 25. Remember teacher told you stroke off the zeros, divide by. All right. So it's $25 an hour. So if you sincerely desire to earn $50,000 a year, then you must earn $25 every hour, 250 days a year. In other words, you can't get out what you don't put in. One of the great problems in our economy today, and the chickens are coming home to roost, is an enormous number of people out there who are wasting time at work and expecting that somehow they're going to get paid for drinking coffee, surfing the internet, and reading the paper. And what happens is these people lose jobs, and now we're seeing people who have been out of work 6 months and a year and 2 years, and the danger is that in our economy, these people may never work again. They may be sitting at home dependent upon their wife working at the supermarket for years, because what is happening is they're allowing their earning ability, the quality of their work, to decline to the point where they just can't be hired. No intelligent employer can afford to hire a person who contributes less than they cost. I mean, that would just be dumb. And so these people have allowed their ability to be productive to decline to the point where they are no longer worth their hourly rate. So let's say you want to earn $25 an hour. Then you have to look at your work and say, what is it that I do that pays $25 an hour or more? And then you have to do that work all day long. If you want to increase your income, then you say, how much do you want to earn? Let's say you want to earn $100,000 a year. How much is that per hour? It's $50 an hour. See, 2 times 25, not really a hard calculation. You can use your calculators if you like. So it means you want to earn $50 an hour. So what are the things that you do or can do that pay $50 an hour? And whatever they are, if you want to earn $50 an hour or $100,000 per year, you've got to do those all day long. You cannot be paid $50 an hour if you're doing $10 or no dollar an hour work. And people have this fantasy that somehow they'll catch up. No, your hours are like hotel rooms. Well, if you do not rent out the hotel room, you can't save it up for tomorrow. And the majority of people think, well, I can waste time in this hour, but I'll catch up in another hour and make up for that lost hour, and maybe the lost morning, and maybe the lost day. And every one of us, have you ever had the experience you go home and say, I didn't get a damn thing done today? You ever had that experience? You think, oh, geez, if it doesn't make you uncomfortable because you know you can't catch up for that day. So we say, refuse to do anything that doesn't pay you your desired hourly rate. Refuse to do anything that doesn't pay you your desired hourly rate. We say the best time management strategy is the word no. If it is not the highest and best use of your time, refuse to do it. Somebody says, hi, you got a minute to chat? No, not right now. Got to get back to work. Why don't you go down the hall and talk with him and ruin his career? All right? In other words, just say no at work when people want to do things. You'll find that most people who are going nowhere with their lives want company. And the greatest time waster in work is other people wasting your time. They're almost like leeches. They bleed your time. And sometimes they're very nice, and they're conversational, and they're charming, and they're fun to talk to, which is the greatest danger of all, because the law of least resistance says, well, sure, we'll have a little chat and talk and go for lunch and shoot the breeze, because they're such a nice person, and oh my God, the morning's gone, and you haven't done anything. And pretty soon you get into a habit of coming to work and finding the nicest person and wasting your time with idle chit-chat. So the rule is, there's nothing wrong with idle chit-chat, but as Drucker says, if you spend more than 10% of your time in social interaction at work, then you are out of control of your time. You are malorganized, and you're going to get a chance to explore new careers very soon. So say no. Say, I'd love to talk to you now. Let's talk after work. Let's talk at lunch. Why don't we talk on the weekend? In other words, have them talk to somebody else, but not at work time. Sometimes I will ask my audiences, I'll say, how much do you get if you work at McDonald's? Everybody knows you get what? Minimum wage. Now, if you went to work for McDonald's, compare this to the way you work today. If you went to work for McDonald's and you went to work there, do you think you could kind of stroll in half an hour after starting time with your Starbucks cup and sit down, chat, and read the paper, and do a little email, and phone home, and play a little music on the blah, 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 and chat with your friends and go off for lunch? Do you think you could do that at McDonald's at minimum wage? No. If you worked at McDonald's at minimum wage and your starting time was 8:30, if you were there at 8:31, all hell is going to break loose. They know that they cannot allow anybody to violate the starting times, or everybody does. You punch in, and what do you do then? When do you go to work? You go to work when? Immediately. And you think you can stroll and chat with your friends? No. You get your uniform on, you go to work, and they have a manager there, And those managers are good, and the managers are right back there all the time. You know, they used to in the old days, remember the old days, the officers would stand behind the men in the front lines, and to make sure they didn't back up, they walked with a pistol behind the men. And so they knew that if they backed up, they would be shot. If they went forward, they might live, might die, might live. They had a 50% chance going forward. They got a 100% chance of dying if they backed up. Those were the old days. You know, we haven't been doing it that way for quite a while. But it sure worked. It sure made brave soldiers. Anyway, my point is that the manager at McDonald's is behind these people all the time and watching them all the time. And you get a 30-minute lunch break, and it's not 30 minutes and 30 seconds. It's 30 minutes, and you're back on the line. Imagine you trying to work the way you work at McDonald's. Can you imagine that? You couldn't even do it for minimum wage at McDonald's. You would be embarrassed. You would be fired so fast. If you worked the way you work during the day, you'd be fired so fast from a McDonald's that you'd be out of there like, well, anyway. So my point is, you have to put it on yourself. My friend Zig says, if you will be hard on yourself, life will be easy on you. But if you insist upon being easy on yourself, life is going to be very hard on you. Which means is say no to anything that is not a good use of your time. Now the law of three is one of the great breakthrough concepts. It says that there are only three things that you do in work that account for 90% of your value. Only three. And the way you find those three, and we teach these in our coaching programs, and we say, if you come to my program, I will show you how to double your income and double your time off within 12 months. And then I teach them some of these quick concepts, and they double their income and double their time off within sometimes 12 days. They're so astonished. And this is one of the things that I always teach. And it is the law of three. So what you do is you say, you make a list of everything that you do in the course of a week or a month. You'll find that you do probably 10 or 20 things, and you write them all down. And then you go over the list and you ask this magic question. And the magic question is if you could only do one thing all day long, which one activity contributes the greatest value to your work, the greatest value to yourself, the greatest value to your life? What is the one activity? Now you'll know that because it'll pop off the page. You'll say, if I could do this all day long, this would contribute the most value. So you put a circle around it. The second thing you do is you then say, if I could only do two things all day long, which would be number two? And you put a circle around that. And number three may take a little bit more thought, but if I could only do three things all day long, what would they be? And then you take those and you put them on a separate piece of paper. And then as you look at that, you'll see that if I just did these three things all day long, I would contribute more value to my company than everything else I do. Because everything else is in the 10%. This is not even the 80-10 rule, or 80-20 rule. This is 90-10. Three things account for 90% of your value. Now, if you don't know what these three things are, you're in great danger of wasting your career. You'll end up just wasting time, shooting the breeze, and so on. If you know what these three things are, here is the great rule, and it's not even written down here. And the rule is this, is do fewer things, but do more important things, and do them more often, and get better at them. Do fewer things, but do more important things, and do them more of the time, and get better at them. That simple principle doubles the income of every person who ever applies it. And sometimes so fast people are shocked at how much more productive they become overnight, and how much more value they contribute, and how much more money they make, and how much more time they have off. We had a woman, Cynthia, came to our program, and after the first session where we taught her this, she came back 90 days later to the second session, and I asked, has anybody had any positive experiences since they were here 90 days ago? And she stood up, and she said, yes. She said, let me tell you the story. That last session changed my life. She said, I've been working for an entrepreneurial high-tech company for 8 years. She said she's about 32, 33, maybe 34. She's got 2 children. She works from 7 in the morning till 8 or 9 at night. She just doesn't see her kids. Her husband puts her kids to bed. She works on the weekends. She's spinning her wheels, and she came to this course desperately to find some way to simplify her life. She took this little test. she picked on the major three and shocked her. These are the three things she does, and she's trying to do 25 other things as well. So she said she went back to her boss on Monday morning. She said, she called him on Sunday. She said, could I meet with you on Monday? They set it up for 10 o'clock. Boss has a clock on his office wall. She sat down with him. She said, I've been to this coaching program, and I've learned that there's only three things that I do that contribute 90% of my value. And I would like you to help me delegate and outsource all those other things so I can do just these three things. And if I can do just these three things, I think I can double my contribution to this company. And if I do, I'd like you to double my salary, double my income. And he said, well, what are the three? She gave her the three. He said, well, Cynthia, you're absolutely right. This is what we hired you to do, and this is what you do better than anybody. If you just did these all the time, you'd make far more of a contribution. So he said, okay, it's a deal. I'll get an assistant to take care of that. I'll outsource this. I'll clean your plate of all this other stuff so you can do just these three things. She said, and he did, and I did, and he did. He agreed to pay me double. He helped me get rid of those people, those small tasks. I doubled my productivity, and he doubled my income. In 30 days, after 8 years, I was being paid more, and I left work before 5 o'clock every day. I spent time with my family. I got my life back. And he said, and I'm producing 3 times as much as I ever produced before. This is a very powerful technique, one of the most powerful I've ever learned. What are your big 3? And once you've decided what they are, then do them more of the time and then get better at them. One of the best time management techniques I've ever heard of is get better. Just get better at the most valuable things that you do, because that can have a bigger multiplier effect than almost anything else. Now, here's the next time management technique. Make a list before you begin, preferably the night before, and also make a not-to-do list. Each of us needs a list of things to do. Each of us needs a not-to-do list of things not to do. Remember, the danger of the comfort zone is we get into a habit of doing things that we're comfortable with. And sometimes when we get promoted, we keep on doing the old things that we're not supposed to be doing anymore. Peter Drucker says, the number one reason for failure in management is people fail to adapt to the responsibilities of the new job and keep, almost like a drunk falling off a chair, they keep going back to what they were doing before rather than doing the new, bigger, more valuable tasks they need to do today. Often when we're young, we get into a habit of doing things that we enjoy, but when we are promoted upward, we can't do those things anymore. I'll give you a very simple example, which profoundly changes our clients, is we say, once you reach a certain income level, you need a personal assistant to do all the little things. People say, I can't afford a personal assistant. I can't. Yes, you can, because a personal assistant can do all the $10 work to free you up to do $50 work. And everybody who hires a personal assistant, part-time or full-time, starts to double their income. And so fast, within 30 days, they're earning twice as much as they ever did before. I remember when Barbara and I started our business, I started off when I was 13 years old with a lawn mowing business. And I built my lawn mowing business, and I was earning more than my father by the time I was 15. And so when I got my own home, I went back. I wanted to mow my own lawn. I love to mow lawns. I love to mow them and edge them, so I went out and bought a lawnmower and equipment, and every Saturday I'd go out there and I'd mow the lawn, and take about 2 hours, and I'd be all covered with dust and dirt and grime and sweat and grass and everything else, and come in and take me an hour to cool down and get showered and relaxed and everything else. And I do this every Saturday. Well, one day I had a speaking engagement on Saturday, and I got home in the afternoon, and my lawn had been mowed. Oh, I drove up the driveway, and my lawn had been mowed. I was planning to do that this afternoon. And I walked in. I didn't say, hi, honey. I said, who mowed my lawn? And she said, Brian, you cannot afford to mow your own lawn anymore. I said, well, it only takes a couple of hours. Brian, I hired a boy down the street for $6 an hour to mow your lawn. And he did just as good a job as you. And it's better that you come and sit or play with the kids rather than to mow the lawn and sit there sweating and take a shower. You can't afford to mow your own lawn anymore. You earn too much money. You've got to hire somebody who earns less. So I said, I went off and I grumbled and sulked like men do. And I finally came back and I admitted to her that she was right. And then the next week, she sold my lawn mowing equipment so I couldn't fall back. So I never mowed another lawn. I never mowed my lawn again. I said, okay, well, you cannot afford to your own laundry anymore or clean the house. Wait a minute. You know, women who eat beef, you know, we eat meat, we do all the housework, you know, make a man out of you, that sort of thing, meat in the pan, you know. And I said, no, you can't afford to do your own house cleaning anymore. So I hired her housekeeper who does all the house cleaning and does the laundry and does the picking up of the groceries and does the running of the house and runs errands and everything else so that Barbara is free of that. At a certain stage in your success, you can't afford to do the little jobs that you were doing when you were young and poor. Sometimes when Barbara and I go out to a restaurant and she says, oh, I can't eat all that. We're talking about what we're going to order. I can't eat all that. I said, honey, you don't have to eat it all. We're not poor anymore. You don't have to clean your plate. You don't have to do your own dog work, your own Joe work, your own little work anymore. You're not poor anymore. You can hire somebody else to do it. And always, if you can hire somebody else to do work at a lower hourly rate than you aspire to, then hire them to free you up so you can do work of a higher rate. If you can hire somebody who will do it for $10 so that you can do $50 an hour work, that is the only way that you can really do some broken field running in your career. You've got to keep hiring people who work for a lower hourly rate than you to free up your hours to do stuff that pays more. Really important. So make a list before you begin. Make a not-to-do list of the things you're not going to do anymore because they're of low value or no value. And then remember the most important determinant of value in your life is the word consequences. This is a word I came across, and I've been writing and speaking on time management for probably 25 years. I'm the best-selling time management author in the world in 38 languages. I am very well known and I know this subject. I have read it, I study it on a regular basis, like doctors study new medical developments. Here's the important point, is the most important word I came across in my early studies was the word consequences. And something is important to the degree to which it has serious potential consequences. Something is unimportant to the degree to which it has low or no potential consequences. So therefore, you always have to ask before you do or not do something, what are the consequences of doing this or not doing it? If the consequences are low or no consequences at all, then it's not an important task. The reason that people fail is really simple. They spend all their time doing things of no consequence. They do things that have no value at all in the great scheme of things. And eventually they develop a habit of spending most of their time doing things of no value. As they spend time surfing the internet and listening to music and playing their games on their computers. You know that the video game business is now almost as big as books. It's a multi-billion-dollar business. There are people who play video games 5 or 6 hours a day. They literally get up in the morning and they play at lunch, and they play during work when nobody can catch them, and they play in the evenings. And you know, if you played video games all day long and became the finest video game player in the history of man on earth, it would have zero effect on the quality of your life. In fact, it would have negative effect beyond imagination. It would probably destroy most of the rest of your life. If you watched television all day and became the finest television watcher in history, it would do nothing but sabotage all your hopes and dreams for the future. If you read the sports page and read every single score of every single game that was ever played anywhere in the world and memorized those scores and talked about them for hours with your friends, it would have zero effect on your life. Zero. It has no consequences. So one of the great thinking disciplines of all is keep asking the word consequences. What are the consequences of doing this or not doing it? So we say here, use the ABCDE method. Many people have told me that this method changed their lives, doubled their income, transformed their productivity, so I have to give it to you. Okay? No extra charge. A is a must-do. This is something that has serious consequences if you don't do it. Your boss is going to be mad. Your customer is going to be really unhappy. There's serious consequences if you don't do it. So it's something you must do. This is a top priority in your daily work list. A second are things that you should do. Return a phone call, check your email. It's something that has mild consequences whether you do it or not. A C activity is something that's nice to do, which is go down the hall, talk to a friend, phone somebody, see what's for sale at the store, read the paper. It's nice to do, but it has no consequences at all. So the rule is never do a B when there's an A left undone. Never do a C when there's a B left undone. And if you follow that very simple ABC method, you'll find that most of your C activities will just die away because they're completely irrelevant to your life. What's the great problem? People flip it over and they spend all day long doing C activities, things that are fun, easy, law of least resistance, comfort zone, and so on. Now D is something that you delegate. And delegate means you delegate everything possible, everything that you possibly can to free up time for the few things that only you can do that will really make a difference in your life. And so sometimes delegating is buying Chinese food and bringing it home so your wife doesn't have to cook, because it's a few dollars on Chinese food, saves a couple of hours of preparation and cleanup afterwards. So you keep delegating. Wonderfully enough, we can get so many things outsourced today that it doesn't make any sense to do it yourself. And that's including gardening and laundry and cooking and all kinds of things. So delegate everything in your private life, delegate everything at work. Even if you enjoy doing it, it's not a good reason. And finally, E, eliminate all non-essential uses of time. Keep asking, is this something that may have been worthwhile in the past, but now has no value? And it takes tremendous courage to just say, I'm just going to stop doing that completely. And it's amazing how many changes you can make in your life by taking an activity, a chunk of activity. I used to have a friend who was obsessed with golf, likes to play golf 5 days a week. Got married, had a child, still played golf. 2 children, 4 children, twins, still played golf, and it was destroying his family life and his work life. And one day he woke up with a great smack in the face of reality. He realized this golf, which was great when I was single and I was working on commission and I'm independent, but now that I'm married and running a business with children, I can't play golf every day. He cut his golf down to 1 day, 1 game a week, transformed his life. He just stopped doing it and freed up all the hours of driving there and all the hours of playing and all the hours of driving back and hanging around the clubhouse and everything else. Sometimes you have to look at things you're doing today and just give them up and just say, this was nice at one time, but there are other things in my life that are far more valuable. And the most valuable thing in your life, by the way, is face time with the most important people in your life. Face-to-face time with the most important people in your life. Everything should be relegated to secondary importance, because that has the greatest consequences of all for your success and health and happiness. So another time management strategy is set priorities continually on your tasks. Use the 80-20 rule, which says that 20% of your activities account for 80% of the value. If you make a list of what you have to do, you'll find that a list of 10 things, 2 of the 10 account for 80% of the value. Big rule, not written in here, is resist the temptation to clear up small things first. Small things are like rabbits. They multiply. You start off with small things and get all the little small things done, and the list continues to grow. The list continues to grow. By the way, I said make a list, never work without a list. Always write with a list. One of our friends taking the program online was asking, what is my method of setting goals and managing time? I use a piece of paper and a pad of paper and a pen. I write down everything I have to do in the course of a day, and then I work through that list, starting from the most important. And then the next day I roll what I haven't done forward, and I work on that list starting first thing in the morning. In terms of goals, I rewrite my goals in a spiral notebook every day. If you start to rewrite your goals every day in a spiral notebook, here's the rule: you don't look back. What you do is you turn over a clean sheet and write down 10 goals every day. Every day you start off by writing down 10 goals. It takes 2 to 3 minutes, and what will happen over time is your goals will change. The way that you describe the goals will change, the words, and certain goals will drop off and other goals will pop on, and soon you'll find yourself writing the same goals in the same words and the same sequence every day, and your whole life will explode. You'll start to accomplish things that you cannot imagine. Daily goal setting is one of the most powerful success techniques I've ever discovered in my life. Every person that we teach this comes back and says, whoa, OMG, OMG. Within 30 days, their life has changed profoundly. They're achieving goals they thought they would take years to achieve. Write it down every day. Plan every day in advance. Rewrite your goals every day. Now, B, big question that we always encourage people to ask is, why are you on the payroll? Why are you on the payroll? Why do they pay you money? Which goes back to the big 3. What are the big 3 reasons or ways that you make the greatest contribution? And sometimes we'll teach corporations, and they'll go around and people will say, what are you doing there, Bill? What are you doing there? Bryce, is it Brent? What are you doing there, Brent? And he said, I'm working on that. He said, is that why you're on the payroll? Is that why you're on the payroll? To surf the internet and check and see what the movies are for the weekend? Is that why you're on the payroll? And so people will do this, and they'll police each other. Why are you on the payroll? Is that why you're on the payroll? Sometimes if you work for a company and you have a boss, go to your boss, make a list of everything you feel that you've been hired to do, the reasons you're on the payroll. Go to your boss and ask your boss to organize the list in order of his priority. What does he think is the most important thing you do? What does he think is the second most important thing you do? And the third most? And then from then on, if you want to be successful, happy, promoted, and well paid, always work on your boss's top priorities. Always work on what your boss considers to be the most important thing that you can be doing. And your whole work life will change. I know lots of good stuff. I write hundreds of pages of books on it. C, what can you and only you do that if done well will make a real difference? This is one of probably the 5 to 7 most important time management questions in the world. What can you and only you do? And this applies to your work, it applies to your private life, even with regard to exercise, as Shalene was talking about. Only you can exercise. Only you can get up and exercise. Only you can eat for yourself. Only you can make the decisions on personal development. Only you can go to courses. Only you can read books. Only you can learn good things. There's things that only you can do, but if you do them and do them really well, they make an extraordinary difference in your life. If you don't do them, nobody else can do them for you. And many people are waiting for someone else to come along and do it. So what can you do in your work? And only you do that, if it's done really well, will make an enormous difference. And that becomes a place where you focus on a skill that you develop or a task or activity that you work on. And by the way, this answer can change every hour. You can come in Monday morning and say, what can I and only I do? And just make appointments with new prospects. Is call customers. Is make sales. Kick butt, take names. That's the only thing. If I don't do it, nobody else is going to do it. And if I don't do it, I won't be able to come here anymore. So D is, what is the most valuable use of your time right now? This is the greatest of all time management questions. It actually is the organizing question of all time management. And there is a beautiful one-liner I learned, and it's in your notes introducing this session. I was talking to a time management expert with the Covey organization some years ago, and he told me something I never forgot, and I want to pass it on to you. He said he's been teaching time management courses, seminars, workshops, and everything else. And he said, you know what time management is? Time management is the ability to control the sequence of events. To decide what you do first, what you do second, what you do third, and what you do not at all. All of life management, all of time management, all the quality of your life and all your happiness and health and wealth and everything that happens to you will be determined by the sequence of events that you choose. You choose what to do first, get up at 5:30 and exercise, or sleep in, get up at the last minute, drink a cup of coffee, eat a muffin, and rush off to work listening to Rush Limbaugh. You know? Which of those two do you think is going to have the most positive effect on your life? So choosing the sequence. What do you do first? What do you do second? What do you do not at all? I'll give you a very simple example. When you come home at night, don't turn on the television. Speak to the people who are there. Communicate. Talk to them. Rebuild relationships. What do most people do? Men especially, terrible. Walk in and say, where's the control? Where's that control? I pay for that control. Where's that? You give me that control. I pay for that control. You give me that control. Get out of here. I want control. Turn on the television. As soon as you turn on the television, all family communication stops. It's all over. And people say, well, no, but we're all there in the same room. I said, as far as your family is concerned, if you're sitting there watching television, you might as well rent a room in a Motel 6 off the freeway and sit there and watch television, because you may be physically present, but you're mentally and emotionally absent. Men cannot concentrate on two things at once. If the television's on, they're completely unaware of anything else. Women will talk to them and they don't even hear. Kids will, people will break, will fall down, bleed, dishes will crash, the fire will be on the back of them. They don't see a thing, just watching the television. And men don't care what's on television, by the way. They only care what else is on television. That's That's why the remote control is, for men, is the greatest invention since the history of man on earth, since girls. Girls were the greatest invention. All right. So time management strategy number 6 is single handling. Once you begin on your most important task, work on it until it's 100% complete. Again, if you can do this, choose the sequence of events and say, what is the most important thing I could be doing right now? And then start on that and work on that only until it's done. If you can do that, pick the most important task that only you can do and that has to be done, the most valuable use of your time, and start on it and do it till it's finished. If you can develop a habit of starting and completing your major tasks, you will double, triple, 5 times your productivity and output. But here is the great benefit. The great benefit is when you start and complete major tasks, you get an endorphin rush. You feel like a winner because you're winning. Your self-esteem and self-confidence goes up. You are happier. You have more creativity. I mean, you get a natural high. It's what is called a positive addiction by starting and completing important tasks. So therefore, doing it has nothing even to do with your work. It has to do with feeling fabulous about yourself. So number 7 is work all the time you work. This, again, is one of the greatest time management principles of all, is when you go to work, work. Put your head down and work. And don't play. Don't surf the internet, listen to the radio, make phone calls, read the paper. When you go to work, work like you've got a gun to your head. Work like you've got a gun to your head, like your boss is standing there and he's got a gun to your head if you stop working. And just work all day long. If you just work all day without stopping and starting and doing other things, you'll increase your productivity by as much as 500%, according to the statistics. We were at a conference last week with a person talking about the myth of multitasking. Multitasking is really multiple tasking. Is what you're doing, he calls it switch tasking, is you're not really doing several tasks because you can only do one thing at once. You can only drive one car at once. You can only ride one bicycle at once. What you're doing is you're stopping this task and switching to this task and starting this task. Then, if you switch back and you start this task, or you go to this task and switch, and then you have to go back to this task, but you forget where you were, so you have to go back into the task to figure out where you were when you quit, and then you have to start over again. And by the time you have switched enough tasks, you've wasted as much as 80% of your working day just trying to figure out where you were and getting caught up. Also, the quality of your work deteriorates dramatically because you're much more likely to make mistakes when you switch tasks. So this idea, I can do lots of things at once, is a fantasy. It's a fantasy for unproductive people who have no future. All right? Number 8, practice the 40+ formula for work. For success, that means every hour over 40 is an investment in your future. If all you work is 40 hours, all you get is wages, all you get is a lifetime of bills, you never get free and you never get ahead. It's every hour over 40 is an investment in your future. As I told you before, the highest paid people in our society work an average of 59 to 60 hours. And because they're doing work that they enjoy and they're doing it well, they don't even notice it. And how do you get 59 to 60 hours? Well, you can work 6 10-hour days. That's not so hard. Or you can work 5 12-hour days. Most people choose 6 10-hour days. How do you get 10 hours? Well, you get going around 8 o'clock in the morning and you finish around 6. Boy, that's not a killer. That's 10 hours. If you do that 6 days a week, you'll be in the highest paid, most productive category of human beings on this earth today. And then what you do is you make sure you make every minute count during those 10 hours, and you'll be astonished at how much you get done. And remember, if you want to earn more, you have to learn more. If you want to earn more, you have to be more productive. And to be more productive means you have to not only put more time in, but more productivity into the time. So the 40+ formula says that you can predict your future with unerring accuracy by looking at how many hours you put in over 40 each week. If you're only putting in 40 hours, the studies, by the way, that just came out, quite interesting, what they found is the average American who gets paid for a 40-hour week only works 32 hours. Why? Because if you take coffee breaks and lunches and chats and parking the car and things like that, they take about an hour and 15 minutes off each, or they take about 8 hours off each week just in idle things, and of those, they waste 50%. So the average American salary today is being watered down and dumbed down to about 16 hours worth of work a week. And if they're not careful, the 50% of time that they do work, they do low-value activities. So you wonder why people get laid off and never get hired again? Is people recognize and just can't hire them. They're just, not that they're not bad people, it's just that nobody ever taught them how to work. And what they do is they not only not work, they waste everybody else's time at work by keeping them preoccupied. So number B is start earlier, work harder, stay later. That's all. If you were to go in an hour earlier, work through lunch, and stay an hour later, you'd be into work by 8 and you would be out by 6. That's your 10 hours. You would beat the traffic on the way in, you'd beat the traffic on the way home, and you would double your productivity. Within a very short time, catch-up time, you'd double your income. You'd become one of the most valuable and most productive people in your field, and everybody would be astonished at how much you get done. If you come in an hour early, there's nobody there. They don't come in till starting time. If you stay an hour after work, there's nobody there. So you can get your whole day planned and organized when you're there. You can get all caught up in the end. If you stay and work at lunch, what happens is you get another hour's worth of work done because everybody feels that it is mandatory under the Constitution of the United States to flee the office for an hour for lunchtime every day. And so they're gone. You could have a bomb scare at noon and nobody would be endangered. We have a sign on our office wall that says, in case of fire, do not panic. Just leave the office at the same speed that you normally do at 5 o'clock every day. Actually, that's a joke because everybody in our company works much harder. So practice the 40+ formulas. Just start a little earlier, work a little harder, stay a little later. And if you're going to work all the time, work all the time. Don't waste your time while you're there. Work all the time. Number C is develop a sense of urgency, a bias for action. What we say is do it now, do it now, do it now. Back to work, back to work. The most powerful words you can use when somebody says to you, hi, have you got a minute to chat? You say, well, yes, I would love to talk, but right now I've got to get back to work. Say it. Say back to work. Back to work. So I've got to get back to work because nobody's going to stop you from getting back to work. I've got to get this job done. I've got to get back to work. Let's talk a little bit later, okay? Let's talk after work. Right now I've got to get back to work, back to work, back to work. If you find yourself slacking off, getting a little bit, I'm going to get a cup of coffee, go for a walk, go waste somebody else's time, and so on. Be a pain in the neck, a pest, is what you do. You say, wait a minute, back to work. Wait a minute, back to work. And you force yourself. You just keep saying, back to work, back to work, back to work, until finally it locks in. And pretty soon when you feel yourself, maybe I'll go and do this, wait a minute, it'll click in, hey, get back to work. That voice in the back of your head, get back to work and get this job done. So it's really important. And okay. So the final point that I want to make is that the quality, as Peter Drucker said, you cannot manage time, you can only manage yourself. And time management is really personal management. And when I began to study time management, I could do a full day course on it. When I began to study time management, I thought it was a peripheral subject, sort of like bowling or some activity that you do on the side, skiing that you do occasionally. And then I realized that time management was not a planet that revolved around the sun of my life. The time management was the planet of my life, and everything else in my life was a planet that revolved around it. Once I made that switch and realized that the use of my time determined the entire quality of my life, the entire quality of my life changed. Today, I write and publish 4 books a year. I give 60 to 100 talks a year all over the world. I work in my business. I give a multitude of seminars. In the last 3 months, I have produced 5 12-hour audio programs with about 2 hours worth of PDF notes that go with it, almost 100 hours of work. And I'm leaving for Stockholm and Poland on Monday. And meantime, I will be working on the way there. And people say, how do you get so much done? I produce over 500 videos and audio programs. How do I get so much done? Just use my time. Choose the sequence of events. Set priorities. Do A tasks. Get started and keep working until it's done. These are all things that you can learn. And when you learn these things, the quality of your life explodes. And the wonderful thing is you feel wonderful about yourself. People say, well, aren't you supposed to have fun at work? No! Whoever told you you're supposed to have fun at work? That's not true. You're supposed to work when you work. When you go to work, they say, here, I'll give you $20 per hour if you will give me $20 worth of work back. Okay, is that the deal? That's the deal. Okay, you're hired. That's the employment contract. You promise to give a certain quality and quantity of work, like a certain quality of apples and oranges, and in return, they give you money. Okay, so you got a deal here. You made a deal. You made a promise. This is my deal. I'll give you the work if you give me the money. If they're giving you the money, then you owe it to them to give them the work. They didn't say, would you please come here and have fun and chat with your friends and laugh and go ha, 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 and go for lunch and go drinking after work. Would you take $20 an hour for doing that, please? That wasn't the contract. So therefore, work is actually only fun when it's really productive, when you're really getting a lot done, when you feel really good about yourself. And your self-esteem goes up, the esteem of other people goes up, your pride goes up, your confidence goes up, your sense of personal power goes up when you're a productive person and you're working all the time you work. So don't listen to those people who say you're supposed to have fun, fun, fun at work. These people have no future. They have a shaky past, like being on ice that's breaking, and no future. And many of them are having a chance now to watch television all day. Millions of them are at home watching television. Because in work, who do you think is the first person who is encouraged to go home and watch television? The most productive or the least productive? And so what do when they lay off? They cut from the bottom. Least, 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 least. Your goal is to be known as the hardest working person in your industry. Your goal is to be known as the hardest working person in your industry. And so every day you say, that's your ideal. Am I acting like the hardest working person in my industry? If you're not, say back to work, back to work, back to work. And now the day is over and it's late, but it's time to go and drink. Are we ready? I will see you out there in the bar area in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow morning. Well, I hope everybody slept well. Did you sleep well? This is going to be a good day. Again, we're continuing to build and build and build, and we're almost right on track. We are a little bit behind, but we will catch up. We design things like an accordion, so they contract and expand. Does anybody have any questions from yesterday or the day before? Anything unclear? Sometimes people say, what do I do to put all this stuff to work? There's so many different ideas and concepts here. And the answer is very, very simple. Just pick the most important goal in your life and just begin to work on it every day. Write down your goals every morning in a spiral notebook, and then just think about your goals and work on your one goal every day. Work on your highest priority every day. Use the law of three. What's the most important thing I can do to achieve my most important goal? With regard to skills, one of the things I encourage people to do is to say, what is the most important skill that I can develop to help me achieve my most important goal? And so work simultaneously. Work on the goal, work on the skill. One of the things that I have found is that the key to success is to do something every day on your most important goal. Do something every day. One sometimes we teach is take action, take the first step, and then do something every day. I had a gentleman come to my seminar in Minneapolis. And I've been going back there giving 2 seminars every year for 14 years. And there's a seminar in the afternoon for business people, managers, business owners, and a seminar in the evening for the members of this organization, most of whom are salespeople and small business people. And people come back every year because I design a new seminar every year. And so they come back year after year. Anyway, this gentleman came up to me last time I did his seminar, and he was very confident, a little bit shy, but confident. And he came up to me and he said, you know, I came to your seminar about 10 years ago. He said, when I just gotten out of high school and I was working for a farm equipment dealer in this small town. I was raised on a farm and went to a local high school, local school, and I was working for this farm implements dealer. And one of your salespeople came through and sold him a ticket for me to go to your sales and personal development seminar. It was a one-day seminar at that time. So my boss bought the ticket and gave it to me and said I could go, take the day off. So he came to the seminar. He said, and I'd never been, very seldom come to the big city. So I'm from a farm boy from a small town. And he was wearing boots and he was wearing one of those big jackets that they wear. It was wintertime, and jeans. And he felt really out of sorts because everybody else was wearing business clothes. And it's right in the middle of the Minneapolis, at the Minneapolis Convention Center. Beautiful, dressed up well and everything else. So he kind of sat in the back, and it was a bit uncomfortable, but he sort of got into the whole idea of what I was talking about, that you could be and do and have more. And then he said, then you explain that goal-setting process. He said, I'd never heard about goals before. He said, so I wrote down 10 goals, he said. And he said, that changed my life. He said, I went back and I was a completely different person. He said, so I was brought up on that farm, and my parents had that farm, my grandparents had that farm. He said, I was working for a farm implements dealer. He said, now, today, he said, I own that farm implements dealership. I own half the bank. I sit on the school board, he said, and on the city council. They want me to run for Congress. He said, I own the farm that I grew up on the farm, and the farms on all three sides, he said. And he said, and I attribute it to two things. First of all, writing it down as a goal. He said, and the most important thing was doing something every day. He said, I can tell you with great pride that for 11 years, 365 days a year, sick or well, hot or cold, I have done something every single day without fail on one of my major goals. He said, and that has been the most powerful thing in my life. He said, I've gone far beyond anything my family ever dreamed about. I am now one of the most respected people in the whole area. And it's because I did something every single day. So you ask me, what can you do to really get cranked up and get going? Just do something every day on your major goal. And what happens is you develop a principle called the momentum principle. The momentum principle of success says it's very hard to get going. Remember, I've said several times, taking that first step is the hardest thing of all. We resolve to do it. Many people will buy Shalene's program, and they'll take it and they'll put it there and say, by gum, there it is, I'm going to use it. That's the one. And tomorrow morning, maybe, no, Saturday, I've got to get it. And so it sits there and they don't do it. You know, what is the primary use of treadmills in America today? Can you imagine? Dry out laundry, hanging clothes, because people buy it and they say, there it is, yes, yes. They think if they walk past it by osmosis, it's going to make them fitter or more successful. So it's getting started and it's keeping started. Orison Swett Marden, who was one of the great pioneers of success, founded Success Magazine, wrote books. They say his book, Pushing to the Front, written in 1895, incredible story, brought America into the 20th century and made America a superpower. Every leading American read Pushing to the Front. Huge book. And I bought a copy of it from a used bookstore because it's been out of print for decades. And I was going through it and I found, I was living in Alberta at the time, and I found that it had been owned by a man named Preston Manning. Preston Manning was one of the earliest prime ministers or premiers of Alberta who had fought against tremendous political controversy and competition and became one of the leading political lights in Canada. And it was his book. And it had all his annotations in the side. Perseverance, determination, creativity, cooperation with other people. And it was his Bible. And that was around the turn of the century, first few decades of the century. It turned out that many people had the same thing. Well, Orison Swett Marden was once asked if he could summarize the reasons for success, and he said he could summarize it in two words. One is get-to-itiveness, and the second is stick-to-itiveness. He says get going and keep going. And those are the two keys to success, is get going, take the first step, Journey of 1,000 Leagues by Confucius, and then keep going and do something every day. And if you do that, you develop momentum. And here's what we have found with the momentum principle, is that a body in motion tends to remain in motion. So once you're in motion, it's easy to keep going. If you stop cold and stop doing it for any period of time, it's very hard to get up and get going again. But if you just keep the plate spinning every day, just keep going, just keep doing a little bit, read a little bit, practice a little bit, focus a little bit, do a little bit of work on your goal. You just keep going, and it becomes easier and easier. Now here's one last principle. We talk about self-esteem. In self-esteem, we say that people want to feel like winners. When you feel like a winner, your self-esteem goes up. So the question is, how do you get the winning feeling? How do you get the winning feeling? And the answer is by what? By winning, yes. In other words, now in a race, if you win and you come across the finish line first, you're the winner. Okay, you get the highest prize. So how do you get the winning feeling? Well, you win. How do you win? You set up benchmarks that enable you to be winning all the time. In other words, you create a world where you're winning, and what you do is you have small wins as well as big wins. For example, when you're climbing a mountain, I used to be very aggressive at climbing mountains. The first win is to get to the first bridge, and the second win is to get to the next valley, and the third win is to get halfway up the mountain. The final win is when you finally get to the top. The big win is when you get back down to the car. Anybody you know what I'm talking about? Oh, that's the win. Anyway, so what you do is you set up a whole series of benchmarks, and what we find is that every time you start and complete a task, you feel like a little winner. And if you start to complete another task, if you say, I'm going to read one chapter, I'm going to do one workout. I'm going to make 5 calls. You actually set up a whole series of little finish lines. And each time you cover across a little finish line, you get a jolt of endorphin, which makes you feel like a winner and raises your self-esteem and makes you feel happy and positive about yourself. Are you ready to go? You'll notice that there are exercises after every session. There's a basic rule in accelerated learning, and it's basically review. Repetition is the mother of learning. So what I'd like you to do at the end of this conference, within 24 hours, go through and just page through the workbook. It'll take you not more than 10 or 15 minutes, but you'll be astonished at how many ideas will come to you in that process. And second of all, complete the exercises that we have not had time to do here together. Just go through and complete the exercises. They're just questions, just answer the questions, and it will double the value of what you get from this program. And so the rule is review within 24 hours, review within 7 days, review within 30 days, review within 3 months, review in 6 months. If you'll do that, 24 hours, 7 days, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, you'll have basically memorized this entire course. You'll actually be good enough to get up and give it. And we've had facilitators giving this course in its earliest version all over the country, all over the world, 150 of them, just in the Western European and Japan. And we have now more than 300 in China. And what they do is they almost memorize the course by simply reviewing it 6 times, spaced repetition. So do that. Don't take it home and put it on your desk. Take it, just page through it. And I promise you, as you page through it, you'll just get so much enjoyment from this. Okay, moving right along, we want to talk about the mind-body relationship. We know that stress and tension are manifestations of something being wrong with our views of the world. As we say in the introduction here, there's no stress or tension contained in an event or circumstance itself. It is the way we interpret it that causes the stress and tension. So that's why Buddha says that the key to calmness is detachment. It's almost like pulling the plug out so there's no emotional charge to the event. You detach, you pull away from the event so that you remain calm. And when you remain calm, it doesn't mean that you don't care. It just means that all of your highest mental abilities are available to you to solve the problem. So the key point about stress and tension is that they come from within, not from without. The natural tendency for us when we're young is because our parents get mad at us when we do something, then we automatically get mad at somebody else when they do or not do something. So whenever something goes wrong, we immediately say, "Who did it?" Now there's nothing that makes you madder than to hit your own thumb with a hammer. And because there's nobody to blame it on. How can you blame it? So what you do is you get mad at the hammer. Damn hammer. And you get mad at the hammer. There are people who kick their cars. There are people who, kick their lawnmowers. One of the things I learned many years ago is never get mad at a thing. Never get mad at a thing. Never get mad at a computer program that doesn't work. Don't get mad at a utensil that doesn't work. Never get mad at a thing. It's amazing how many people get mad at things. There was a story when Darius of Persia was marching on the city of, not Baghdad, when he's marching his armies on the great city, it'll come to me in a second, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, on Babylon. And he's marching his armies down, and it was springtime, and he had gotten his armies together, but there had been a huge runoff of water, and the Tigris River was full to the brim, and he couldn't get his armies across, and he got furious with that river. He got mad at the river, and he had his men and his engineers go up the river 10, 25 miles and dig tributaries, like canals that would drain off parts of the river so that the water would drain off and flood, and that the level of the river would go down. And he spent something like 3 months. He was so mad at that river. He had his whole army was out there digging these canals to drain off the river, so the river was finally low enough so he could march across. And as a result, his army was exhausted. The enemy had chance to reinforce and to be prepared and everything else. But it's one of the great examples of history of one of the most powerful of all leaders getting furious at a thing, a river, and getting mad at that and doing everything possible to punish the river for having been full through the banks when he came along. So I passed that along. Never get mad at a thing. Don't get mad at a pen. Don't get mad at a dish that you cook. Don't get mad at a utensil or anything else, because that just causes you to be frustrated. So we say there's no such thing as a stressful situation. There's only a stressful reaction. It's only a stressful reaction. So it's not the situation, it's the way we react to it. And the way we react to it, based on the work at the University of Pennsylvania, is our explanatory style. It's how we explain it to ourselves. In NLP, they call it the way you frame it or the way you reframe it. And you always have control over the content of your conscious mind, so you can make a decision to frame or reframe or to explain it to yourself differently. That's why we say, if you say that everything that happens is part of a great conspiracy to make you successful and happy, then no matter what happens, especially a setback, you say, oh wow, this is great, I wonder what it is. It's almost like there's a gift hidden in the setback or problem, and you go looking for the gift like kids on a scavenger hunt or on Halloween. And that whole attitude transforms what you will find, transforms how you feel. The event is the same, but the way you respond to it is completely different. And you decide the emotional component of the event by the way you choose to think about what happened. So there are three major sources of stress. And by the way, we're all guilty of these probably every single day. Number one, what might have been. We're worried about what might have been. Remember we talked about if only, if only, if only, being the starting point of the explanation of most people's unhappiness. If only he, if only she, if only I, if only they, if only, if only, if only. And so we wipe out if onlys from our lives. We never get upset about what happened in the past. 40% of the things that happen, or is it 30% of the things that happen are past events that we cannot change. So never get upset about something you can't change. You just take a deep breath and let it go. Just let it go. Number two is what should be. This is another form of stress. What should be today? People say, well, the room is too cold. Yes, it is. I want you to be wide awake. All right? If you're too cold, rub your hands together. One of the fastest ways to warm up your whole body is to rub your hands together vigorously. It warms up your whole body. So if you want to, and do it under the table, we don't want to see you doing it. Another, what should be? It's interesting. Almost all negative emotions come from frustrated expectations. We're frustrated because we think it should be a certain way, and it's not. But it's interesting, should is a subjunctive. And a subjunctive is something that's completely subjective. In other words, it's a personal opinion. I think it should be this way. Well, that's your own opinion. That's what it is. It's your opinion. It's not reality. It's just your opinion. If you say that the gravity, falling objects gather speed at 32 feet a second, that's a fact. But it's subjunctive. Things should be this way or should be that way. So if you're convinced that things should be in a certain way and they're not, you'll become angry, you'll become frustrated, you'll want to lash out, it'll cause you stress, tension, denial, it'll cause you depression, fatigue, a whole bunch of things if things don't happen the way you think they should happen. And so be very careful about that. Do I have an unrealistic expectation here? Maybe I expected things to be well. I remember a great story about this little girl born in a family, 3 other children, and she's a very nice little girl, and she grows up, but she never speaks. And she doesn't speak. And they take her to pathologists and audiologists, and they test her hearing, and they test everything, and 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, she never speaks. She's quite cheerful and friendly, but she never speaks, and they can't find out. And it's kind of like the family tragedy. They have this beautiful little girl that never speaks. And one day, it's Saturday morning, and they're all having breakfast together, and they're having porridge. They made oatmeal for the family. They're having porridge, and they serve oatmeal. And she takes a bite of her oatmeal, and she's, damn, that's hot! And the whole family goes, oh my God, you spoke. You spoke. You spoke. And they're all saying, she spoke. She spoke. This has been the major issue. She spoke. She said, well, of course I spoke. Well, why haven't you spoken before? She said, well, up to now, everything's been all right. I always think, up to now, everything's been all right. In other words, she's been fine for her, so she had no reason to speak. Anyway, that should go on. Number 3, what might happen? It's another major source of stress. Anticipation of what might happen. And as you know, most of the things that we worry about, 96%, either never happen, or they're petty, or they're out of our control. So that's why the old idea of having a worry box. And if you have something to worry about, write it down, put it in a worry box, put it aside every Saturday morning when you've gotten up, got a good night's sleep, had a nice cup of coffee, take out your worry box and worry for an hour. And you'll find that 96% of the things you put in the worry box have all resolved themselves, or they're not even important anymore. So number 3 is there are 3 major sources of energy. This is one of the great insights that I got from thousands of hours of study that you'll never see anywhere else. The first is food and water, which we all know about, is we get energy from good quality food and lots of water. We all know today how important hydration is. The more water you drink, the better it is for your body. The more energy you have, the more you detoxify, the more you get all the negative stuff out of your body. The second is air. And when Shalene and other people talk about exercise, they're talking about aerobic exercise. And the research on aerobic exercise now is overwhelming. There was a book called Brain Rules, Brain Rules, the rules for the brain, that came out about 2 or 3 years ago. And they're talking about the things that you can do to dramatically improve the functioning of your brain. Number one, first chapter, top of the list, is aerobic exercise. Because when you do aerobic exercise for 30 minutes or more, it pumps highly oxygenated blood into your brain. Because when you're breathing, you're oxygenating yourself, and the blood goes to your brain. And people who engage in aerobic exercise, even if it's on a treadmill or bike or swimming, are much brighter, much sharper, much clearer. Their mind works much faster all day long if you exercise first thing in the morning. And eventually you develop what is called a positive addiction. Because after 30 minutes of exercise, you get the exercise effect, and you feel really good about yourself. And you feel good all day, just sail all day long. So aerobic exercise, getting lots of air. You've also heard about deep breathing, meditative breathing, breathing through the diaphragm. One of the great success principles for any event of importance is to breathe deeply 7 times before you go into an event. If I'm going to be giving a talk, like I've given several talks in the last few weeks to 14 to 20, 24,000 people, it's like speaking to the ocean. And even as a professional speaker, you do get a little tiny bit tense before you speak to this many people. And you have exactly 20 minutes. And then the trap door falls out from under you. And so you have to get on, open, develop, and close within 20 minutes. And your clients are watching like this, and you better not go over, because if you go over, you're going to be in big trouble. And you better do a great job. You better get standing ovations or they won't have you back. And no pressure here, huh? So what you do is you just go, breathe as deep as you can, 7 times. 7 deep breaths drop you into alpha temporarily, calm you completely, like water going calm. And then when you go in to perform, your whole brain is functioning at a higher level. So whenever you're thinking of some event, or you're getting ready to go, or you're getting ready for a meeting or a sales call, just stop and breathe deeply 7 times. Do it in your car. Do it in the parking lot. Nobody can see you. I mean, nobody knows that you're breathing deeply. I'll stand behind the stage as they're doing the introduction, breathing deeply and letting it out. And what happens is you then go out and you function. You perform far better. You're far more calm. You're smoother. Just give it a try. So breathing is a major source of energy. And the third major source of energy is impressions. And this is the great breakthrough. This comes back to some of the metaphysical work done at the turn of the last century by Uspensky and Gurdjieff, is that impressions, things that we perceive, have an effect on our energy. And an impression can be a piece of information. You could phone home or get a call on your phone, which you didn't turn off. You just put it on stun, so we know you still got your phone on you. You could get a call and find out that your house is burned down, or somebody's been hurt, or there's been a tragedy, and it'll totally change your energy. It'll cause you to be angry, cause you to be depressed, cause you to be distracted. One impression, one sentence. Oh my God, I'm glad you called because such and such has just happened. Wham. Or maybe it can be something else. I'm glad you called. You just won the lottery. They called from the lottery office. You've won the lottery. You are rich beyond belief for the rest of your life. It's that Powerball, $256 million, and the press are all over the place. They want to know what you're going to do with the money. Well, you would be so energized, you would just literally come off the chair. I mean, you run to the bathroom. You would be so excited because of something like that. So one impression can have an enormous impact on your energy. That's why it's so important when we talked about the suggestibility that we have, is to keep feeding our minds with positive impressions. Positive conversations, positive reading, positive audio programs, positive people, just positive things, so the impressions keep us up and positive and clear. So this is really important. Those are the 3 things that you can change. You can change the impressions, and one of the impressions is the interpretation of an event. Changing the interpretation of an event dramatically changes your energy and your ability to function well. If you translate an event so it makes you really angry, your ability to function drops through the floor. You can't think straight, you can't listen clearly, you can't sleep well, you can't talk, you can't function well when you're in the grip of a negative emotion. So there are four forms of energy. This is something else that you'll never see anywhere. There are people who have, actually I was listening to a speaker on a CD who was trying to explain these four forms of energy, which he got from my program, and he did a terrible job of it because he just did not do the reading. He did not understand the principles behind it. The four forms of energy are this. First of all, there's physical energy. Now, I want you to think of energy as having different stages of refinement, and the best example I can use is the stages of refinement of crude oil. So imagine that physical energy is the energy with which you do physical work. You sweat, and you pick up things, and you lift, and you move things. And this requires crude energy, which is food, meat and potatoes, good solid meal. If you're going to go out and work all day, you've got to be well nourished. You've got to fill your physical tank with good food. So in a refinery, an oil refinery, they bring in crude oil. And let's say it takes 1,000 barrels of crude oil to come into that factory before it begins being refined. So if you work in a field where you do not use all of your physical energy during the day, then some of it is left over and it's refined to a higher level. The next higher level is emotional energy. So let us say it takes 1,000 units of physical energy to generate, to refine, to 100 units of emotional energy. Now, emotional energy is the energy with which you feel, with which you express emotions, with which you love, with which you laugh, with which you hate and get angry and so on. Emotional energy is a form of energy. And if you use all of your energy at the physical level, so at the end of the day you're exhausted physically, notice you can't even make emotional decisions. You know, what would you like to do? You just, I don't care. Let's do anything. What do you want to eat? I don't care. You just, in other words, because all of your physical energy is gone, you have no energy for higher purposes. So emotional energy requires that you conserve energy at the lower level. The next type of energy is mental energy. Mental energy is the energy with which you think and decide clearly, with which you analyze and compare and decide. It's the energy with which you learn. It's the energy with which you make decisions. It's the energy with which you do business. Mental energy is only possible if you do not burn up all your energy at the physical and emotional levels. Now, how do we burn up our energy at the emotional level? The answer is by the expression of negative emotions. Now, here's the rule. Positive emotions empower you and give you energy, positive impressions. Negative emotions disempower you and fatigue you. They say that one 8-minute expression of anger or negative emotions can burn up all your emotional energy for 24 hours. Sometimes you can get so angry, they say people are shaking with anger. You've heard that, shaking with. What that means is they have burned up so much energy at that level, they've burned up all the glucose in their system. And it takes a while for the liver to release more sugar to get the system stabilized again. But after that period of angry expression of negative emotions, they're drained. Sometimes they're just exhausted because when you use your emotional energy to express negative emotions, it drains you. Now, here's another example. You come home after a really hard day, and you've had a lot of stress that day, and the person's there said, "What do you want to do for dinner?" And you say, "I can't decide." "What do you want to watch?" "I can't decide." In other words, you're burned out emotionally, so you have no mental energy left. You can't even make a decision. Have you had this experience? We have it all the time. Now, the highest energy of all is called psychic energy. This is called the energy of creation. So it takes you 1,000 units of physical energy, refined to generate 100 units of emotional energy, refined to generate 10 units of mental energy, refined to develop 1 unit of psychic energy or creative energy. It is psychic energy with which you create, with which you use the superconscious mind, with which you have ideas, with which you write, with which you make plans. It's the psychic energy of creation that is the key to your future. And the only way you can have higher levels of energy, mental and psychic, is by avoiding the depletion of your energy at the lower levels through the expression of negative emotions. And this was the great insight for me, is that it is not negative emotions, it is the expression of negative emotions to yourself, where you're talking about the things that you're mad at over and over, or expressing them to other people. In either case, they burn up all of your energy and make you incapable of thinking very clearly and make you incapable of creating goals, plans, ideas for your life. So always think about that. The key, and we'll talk about this, the expression of negative emotions burns up your energy at lower levels so that you do not have enough energy at higher levels with which to fulfill your potential. Expression of negative emotion burns up your energy at lower levels so you don't have enough energy at higher levels with which to fulfill your potential. And you can go back to our graph here, and you could say that let us say that the physical energy is crude oil, emotional energy is gasoline, mental energy is refined oil like kerosene, and psychic energy is like nitroglycerin. I'm sorry, to my mental energy it would be like a lighter fluid, which is a much more refined petroleum product, and the highest form of petroleum product will be nitroglycerin. So what will happen is it may take 1,000 units of physical energy to get one unit of nitroglycerin or psychic energy. And so the key to success in life is to conserve energy at lower levels so that you can have that energy available to use at higher levels. People who are negative or angry all the time never accomplish anything because they never have any mental or psychic energy, which are the higher forms of energy that make a great life possible. And for your superconscious mind to work, you have to store up energy at higher levels. That's why sometimes if you'll take a really good night's sleep and get up and sit quietly with a cup of coffee in the morning, you'll be astonished at the ideas that will come to you and the problems that will be solved and the insights that you'll have, because now you're rested all the way up and you have these reserves of higher forms of energy that make all of life possible. So we say the solution to achieving higher levels of energy, happiness, and inner peace is to eliminate the expression of negative emotions. Eliminate the expression of negative emotions. And what people do, remember we talked about justification, identification, rationalization. When a person has a negative experience, they start to think of all the reasons why they're entitled to be negative. So what they're doing is they're taking their fabulous brain and they're using it against themselves. So what you have to do is to eliminate negative emotions, use the law of substitution, and you find reasons not to express negative emotions. You find reasons not to express. If you have a friend who is having a problem, you can say, well, you know something, if you look for the good in every situation, you'll always find something good. So what could be good in this situation? Once the person switches the focal point from the problem and the person to looking for something good in the situation, their mind goes instantly from black to white and goes instantly from negative to positive. So what you're doing is you're helping them stop the expression and rumination over the negative event and think about what something that's good in this situation. And when you say that in every single difficulty or setback there's a gift in the form of a lesson, I wonder what you're meant to learn from this situation. And so if you look for the lesson and keep your mind off the negative thing, what happens is you'll always find a lesson, and by the law of substitution you'll be positive and the expression of negative emotions stops. So the great business of life is to eliminate the expression of negative emotions. If you can do that, you can conquer the world. If you can do that, you can have all the love and joy and fulfillment and happiness that you want in your life if you can eliminate the expression of negative emotions. And you do this by finding reasons not to express rather than thinking of all the reasons why you're entitled to express negative emotions. One of the simplest of all is simply the words, I am responsible. The words, I am responsible, are so powerful, they're scary because they immediately stop all expression of negative emotions. And if you keep saying, I am responsible, every time you think about it, I am responsible, eventually the negative emotion goes lower and lower like a fire that has no more fuel and eventually dies out. And then, as I said yesterday, when you think of the event, it has no negative emotion attached to it. It has no electrical charge. You think of the person, you think of the event, almost like it was happening to someone that you don't know or something you read about. And all the negative emotion that was charged with are gone. And if there is negative emotion, just say, wait a minute, I'm responsible. God bless them, let them go. God bless them, God bless her, let her go. Just let it go. Wish them well. You cannot bless a person and wish them well and still be mad at them. Now, people say, but I don't want to let that bastard off the hook. Well, the bastard's not on the hook. Somebody's on the hook, but it's not the other person. Who is it? So what you do is you're keeping yourself on the hook. Can you imagine anything dumber than that? So say, God bless them, and let it go. God bless them and wish them well. I bless them and wish them well. Bless them and wish them well. I'm responsible. I bless them and wish them well. And you keep saying that until it almost becomes automatic. Whenever you have a problem in life with another person, you say, God bless them, I wish them well. And let them go. I'm responsible. I got myself into it. At least I'm responsible for my actions, my responses. And I'm not going to be angry. I just refuse to get upset about it. Just be cheerful until it becomes a habit. So, understanding the mind-body relationship, remember the law of habit. In the absence of some external influence, we will go on acting the same way indefinitely. And the external influence is a decision that I am going to let this situation or person go. And once you let them go, then you stick to it. Remember the law of expression. Whatever is impressed is expressed. So if you allow the negative experience to impress you, you take it in and you become angry about it, it's going to be expressed in your life. It's going to be expressed in your relationships. It's going to be expressed in your conversation. Remember it with Sigmund Freud, they called it the Freudian slip, is that if you let people speak long enough, what is really bothering them will slip out. It'll fall out of their mouths. That's why when you talk to a person, you say, how's it going? Oh, everything's fine, great, life's great, everything else. Yeah, well, how's your work? Oh, everything's fine. My boss is such a bastard, though. I mean, it just falls out. Ooh, because whatever's impressed, I'm always thinking about how bad my boss is, it's going to pop out. And it's going to preoccupy you. Every one of us has had the experience where we're totally preoccupied with a negative emotion. And we can't think clearly. We drive past our turnoff. We almost get in car crashes. When we're talking to somebody else, we're looking at them like this, but we're thinking of what we're really mad at the whole time, so we don't hear them when they speak. And they say, well, remember I told you that a few minutes ago? No, you didn't. Yes, I did. I said, no, you didn't. You never said that. Well, they did say it. You just didn't hear it because you were so immersed. Okay, so remember this. So let's go to the second part of this is understanding the mind-body relationship and going to eliminating stress and tension. And here's how we do it. There are 6 primary conditions that cause us to feel stress and tension. And of course, these all have to do with our interpretations. I want you to do these exercises that are here when you get a chance. And if we get a chance before the end of this session, then we'll come back to the exercises that we just passed over. So the 6 primary causes. Number 1 is a lack of meaning and purpose in life. Now this is really interesting. It really is a core problem, because if you have a real sense of meaning and purpose, all of your negative emotions disappear, because you have no time to think about things that cause you to be unhappy. You are so busy doing what you're doing. Remember we said yesterday, sometimes you get so busy in the day you forget all of your worries. You don't even worry all day long. At the end of the day you say, oh my God, I forgot to worry. Now the law of emotions says that a stronger emotion will overcome a weaker emotion. So I want to give you an analogy. Imagine that you have 2 fires. And this is the fire of all the things that you're mad at and unhappy about in life. And this is the fire of desire and goals and meaning and purpose and the things that you really enjoy doing and want to accomplish. And you come up with a certain amount of emotional energy each day, because you don't use all your energy physically. So every morning you have a new store of energy, almost like in the old days they would deliver milk to your doorstep each day. Every morning you get brand new bottles of milk. So you come and you have this load of emotional firewood, and you can put it on either fire. And you decide, well, from now on, I'm not going to put emotional fire. I'm not going to spend my time thinking and talking about things that make me unhappy. I'm going to put all my emotional fire on my desires and my hopes and my dreams, and you load all the wood on that. If you do that every day, and keep loading this fire so it burns brighter and brighter and brighter, and you don't put any on this fire, what happens to this fire? It goes out. And once it goes out and the ashes go cold, it's very hard to ever light it up again. I've just given you 4 years of psychology. That's all. And at the university, that's all you really need. Is the fact is that you keep all of your thinking on the things that you want and desire, and you get so busy working on things that you care about, the other fire just dies away of its own accord because of neglect and lack of attention. And so remember, whenever you are thinking or talking about something that is negative, you're loading firewood on it. You're keeping it burning. You're keeping it burning. And so what you do is you use like a searchlight, switch your searchlight over and keep it focused on your goals. When you have a sense of meaning and purpose, you can hardly wait to get up in the morning, you hate to sleep at night, and you're just busy all day long. Not only that, the impression of making progress towards something that's important to you gives you energy beyond belief. Not only that, because you are not burning up any emotional energy by the expression of negative emotions, you have more mental and psychic energy. You're smarter and you're more creative. You have a better personality and you're happier, you're more cheerful. Your body is producing endorphins and you get into what is called a state of flow, this state of optimal performance where you're just functioning at a higher level than most people function because you're working and thinking about your goals most of the time. So, human beings need to feel that their lives have significance. And the only way that we feel that our lives have significance is when we feel that we are making a contribution of some kind that is greater than what we're taking out. The psychological studies that we've done over the years and are coming out is people who live on welfare or get money for nothing, for not making a contribution, are always, without exception, extremely unhappy and negative people, which is why there's so much alcoholism and drug addiction within the communities that are high welfare communities, because these people feel so angry with themselves that they take these chemicals in order to come sometimes to blot out the emotional pain. And there was a wonderful story of a woman when they brought in welfare reform in '96, and something like 2 million people went off the welfare rolls. This woman's been on welfare for 3 generations. She had 3 or 4 children, and she had to go out and get a job. And she did. And she learned how to do the job well, and she was respected and esteemed, and she was paid well. And they asked her, after a lifetime of welfare, would you go back on welfare? She said, absolutely not. She said, I feel so happy going to work every day. My family's proud of me. My people I work with are proud of me. I'm doing a great job. My customers are happy. I mean, she said, I never understood how wonderful you feel when you're doing a good job and you're making a difference in the world. So we need to feel that our lives have significance. If our lives don't have significance, then we just become angry with ourselves. So goals give us that sense of significance. Lack of meaning and purpose in life leads to a lack of direction. As we just simply drift like a ship without a rudder, and a lack of meaning and purpose means a lack of goals. I'll tell you a quick story. A woman went to a doctor, and this woman had been to several doctors, and her husband had died about 2 years before. And they'd been married for many years. She was in her 50s. They'd been married maybe 30 years. And her husband died, and it left a great void in her life. And she was unhappy and distracted. She had headaches and psychosomatic illness, and she had aches and pains and started to have arthritis and things like that. And she went from doctor to doctor to doctor. And the doctors gave her painkillers or said that we really can't find out anything that's wrong with you. She finally went to another doctor, and she's sitting there complaining and talking about she'd been happily married for 30 years, and now she's alone, and she doesn't know what she's going to do with her life, and she's got all these pains. And the doctor said, would you do me a favor? And he said, sure. So he took out a box of matches, those old boxes of matches. He took out a box of matches, and he said, would you put all these matches back in the box? So he poured them out in front of her, gave her the box. He said, just put all the matches back in the box for me. Well, all right. So she took the matches and she put them all back in the box, and he gives her. And he opened it up and he said, no, I want all the heads facing in one direction. Poured them back out again. Put all the heads in one direction. Oh, all right. I can do that. And she did. Put it up, handed it back, and he looked at it and said, no, that's the back of the box. They have to be pointed toward the front of the box. Please do it one more time. Did it again. This time she was. Is this what you want? You want it like this? Is this the way direction? She did it. And she did like, and got it, put it on, and handed the box back. How's that? And he said, thank you. He said, how do you feel now? She said, I feel more relaxed than I felt in 2 years since my husband died. I said, yes, you don't have any physical problems. You just have lack of purpose in your life. Your life is going around in circles, and that's why you're unhappy. That's why you're feeling these physical ailments. What you need to do is find something that's bigger than you, find someone who has got things far worse than you, and go to work to help them, and all your problems will go away. And she did. She went out, first of all, she started to volunteer for some charities, and then she started a small business, and then she got busy, and all of her problems went away. Within a few months, she was just as happy and as healthy as she could possibly be. The starting point was the doctor realized that her problem was not external things. She just didn't have a sense of purpose in life. So there's a little ditty that I'll tell you. Feeling listless, make a list. Feeling listless, make a list. Because the very act of sitting down and writing down 10 things that you want to accomplish in the next 12 months and thinking about those things, thinking about what you could do to achieve them, suddenly all your problems are gone. All your worry, negative emotions, depression, frustration, it all disappears when you make a list of goals. And then when you say, well, I'm going to take this one goal, and I'm going to do something on this one goal right now. And you get up and do something, and suddenly you start to feel terrific. Your brain releases endorphins, your energy levels start to rise, your superconscious mind starts to work, and you feel back in control. You're back in charge. Like that wonderful line from Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'll be back. And then that line from Paul Newman at the end of the pool shooting movie. You remember that line? When he was playing Fast Eddie against what's his name? Tom Cruise. Remember that movie? And he was the top pool player in the country at one time, and he breaks and he says, I'm back. Clash! And that was the end of the movie. Well, when you start to set goals for yourself, it's clash, I'm back. You're back in charge of your life. And it's impossible to think two thoughts at the same time, positive or negative. So when you're thinking about your goal and how you can achieve it, and you're taking action to achieve it, all your thoughts about negativity and things all just disappear. There's just no room for them in your mind. And if you do something repeatedly over and over again, what do you develop? You develop a habit of thinking and working on things that are important to you all the time. Now, people say, well, doesn't that make your life rigid? Or, what about fun? It's not fun to be indolent and hanging around. What's fun is feeling that you're making progress, achieving something that's important. Spending time with your family, going on vacations, going for walks, physically exercising, writing a poem. That's what's fun. It's fun when you're using your potential at a higher level. Again, Ernest Holmes once said that almost all negativity comes from a feeling of frustrated potential. From this inner feeling that I could be doing far more than I am today. I could be achieving far more than I am today. And the only question is, how do you realize your full potential? Some people think they can realize it by buying a lottery ticket or gambling or something else. Others realize that in order to achieve my full potential, I'm going to have to work very hard for a long time and do really, really good work and get paid really well for it. And so might as well get on with it. So the second major cause of stress and tension in our lives is called the incomplete action. And this is a major problem in psychology. In the human psyche, there is an urge to completion. There is a deep down need to finish things. And Drucker called it a compulsion to closure, is we need closure for things. And so when we are engaged in any activity that is started but not completed, it's an enormous source of stress. There's a story of a trial lawyer, and whenever this is back many years ago when you could smoke in a courtroom, whenever this trial lawyer realized that he had a dicey case and that the evidence was against his client, he would appear the day where the prosecution was making the summary to the jury, the final day, and what he would do is he would sit there with a big cigar at his desk while the prosecutor, the district attorney, got up to give all the evidence, summarize all the evidence against the perpetrator. And he would smoke this cigar, and he would say, "Objection, Your Honor." He'd raise the cigar. And as he smoked the cigar, the ash would grow longer and longer and longer and longer. And he'd be using this cigar, and he'd say, "Excuse me, that's not a correct statement." And he'd keep moving this around. And pretty soon, the jury was watching this cigar. When is the ash going to fall off? It got longer and longer and longer, and he'd smoke it, and he'd make a point, and Your Honor, and finally, everybody, they completely ignored the evidence that the district attorney was giving. They couldn't pay attention. They were watching. The whole jury was watching this ash until finally, the district attorney would become so frustrated he could not keep their attention. Finally, at the end of his summary, which they remembered none of, he would put down the cigar, and he would get up, and he would give his summary of the defense. And he said he almost always got his clients off, even if they were guilty. And then he would go back, and the courtroom cleared out, and he'd go back, and he'd take a long, thin wire that he put through the whole cigar. He said, "That wire has saved many of my clients from punishment," because he just kept them in a state of tension. Sometimes one of the things you'll do is you'll say, well, geez, I'm thirsty, and you go like this. Yeah, and what I was going to say was this. Like Jack in the back there has red hair. Yeah. Do you notice the tension builds up? When is he going to drink it? Either drink it or put it down, for heaven's sakes. So anything, any uninterrupted, any incomplete act is a source of stress and tension because you feel like a non-winner. Any completed act gives you a winning feeling. That's why one of the best-selling books is by Allen. What is his name? John? Pardon? David Allen? David Allen. I've spoken to him a couple of times. Nice guy. He has one concept in his book, Getting Things Done, that is worth the book. And there's nothing else works in his book, by the way. Nobody else has ever been able to make it work, and yes, he sells millions of books. You know what it is? Closed loops. Remember that, Joan? It's closed loops. In other words, go through your life, and what are all the things that are still undone, and close them. Just finish them, one after another. As you close the loop, you get motivation, you feel like a winner, you feel happy, your self-esteem goes up, and it motivates you to close the next loop. And so one of the most wonderful things you can do in your life is make a list of all the projects that you've started and have not completed. Now, some of those projects you can discard, which closes the loop on those. The others, you just finish. You just close the loop on them. So procrastination is not only the thief of time and life, but it's a major source of stress. You can actually become physically ill by procrastinating on the completion of a task. That's the reason why my book, Eat That Frog, on procrastination is so popular worldwide. I mean, it's amazing. I go everywhere in the world. It became the #1 book in Iran for 2 years in a row. It went into 13 printings. When I went to Iran to speak, it's a very interesting experience. A couple of years ago, they have my books, and there is a Brian Tracy book section in every major bookstore in Tehran. And at the universities and on the book stands and on the streets, they steal all. They have the Ayatollahs say that we in Iran do not pay royalties for the production of foreign books. So they just steal every book, translate it into Farsi, and publish it. And so you never get any royalties. But, geez, was I famous. When I went there, they brought 1,600 people for 3 days out to hear me speak because everybody read that book. It was so popular. Best-selling book in the country. And they liked it so much they stole all my other books. They brought me about 30. They brought me about 30 of my books to sign. They said these are all the books that are in Farsi. Because there's no respect for copyright, you know what they did is when the book started to sell like a house on fire, another publisher took the first publication and published it themselves. And then another publisher took it, and another publisher took it. There's 4 publishers publishing Eat That Frog, all competing against each other in the Iranian book market. Most amazing thing. My point is that people love the book because it gives them tools to overcome procrastination. And when you overcome procrastination and complete a task, you feel happy. You feel happy. You feel wonderful about yourself. So we say whenever we complete an action, our self-esteem goes up and we feel like a winner. Every completed action gives you a source of energy and self-esteem. Every completed action gives you energy and higher self-esteem. So just completing an action, just washing your car, taking your car down to the car wash, washing it, bringing it home, cleaning it out, and standing back and looking at it. Bringing the groceries home, putting them all away, and just looking at your clean kitchen. Washing the dishes after dinner, putting it all away and looking at the clean kitchen. These are small things. Cleaning up the living room, putting everything away so everything's put away. These are small things, but they're complete acts. You can completing it, mowing a lawn, cleaning out your cupboards, putting all the garbage out, completing any task gives you a sense of self-esteem, self-confidence, makes you happier, gives you energy. We love completed tasks. In fact, one of the ways you can get yourself cranked up, if you're unhappy or tired or anything else, just pick what I call a job of work. It's a British expression, a job of work. Just pick a complete job of work, a complete task, and just complete it. And you'll immediately start to feel happy again. You start to feel up. So it's very powerful. Now, the special case of the unfinished action, and this is where I'm really going with this, is what is called unfinished business. And unfinished business is where you have had a situation with another person and you have not yet let go of it. It's unfinished business. It's still there, and it's still bothering you, and it's still making you happy. And we talked about this yesterday. To deal with unfinished relationships, you write the letter. Somebody was asking about that this morning, and as you recall, the letter has 3 or 4 parts. First part is I accept 100% responsibility for the relationship and everything that happened in it. No exceptions. 2, I forgive you 100% for everything that you did to hurt me, and you can list everything that the person did that you're still mad about. Interesting thing, psychoneuromotor activity, when you write it down on the page, you delete it from your own mental hard drive. When you say, I forgive you for this, you delete it from yourself. It's gone from your emotions. And then wish him or her well. I wish you well in the rest of your life, and then mail the letter. You can do this. Abraham Lincoln, when he would get very, very angry with someone in his cabinet, would sit down and write them a scathing letter and telling them every single thing that he was mad at, and then he would just file the letter. But by writing it all out on paper, all his anger was gone. It was written out on paper. So he would never mail the letter. They found these letters in his things after his death. But after that, he was calm. Instead of it churning around in his mind, thinking of why he's angry and unhappy and so on, just wrote it down. And it was all gone. So then mail the letter. Now this takes tremendous courage to do, but it also develops courage and character in yourself. The third major source of stress and tension is the fear of failure, which, as you know, goes back to childhood, to destructive criticism when you were growing up, to feeling that I can't, I want to, but I can't. I want to break out of this comfort zone, but I'm so afraid, what if it doesn't work? I remember when Barbara and I started our own business way back in 1980, 81. I said, you know, we were living in a house which we'd been able to buy from our previous job. I said, you know, if this business doesn't work out, we could lose the house, we could lose everything. We could be forced back to living in a small apartment. And she said something to me at that time that I never forgot. She said, so what? It's only money. We'll make it back. Let's go. I said, okay. Well, if you're not going to be upset if we lose everything, no problem. We'll make it back. We'll be okay. And so we started the business, and it was very, very difficult, but we made the business success. All businesses, by the way, when they start off are terrible. They're terrible. You're going to learn more about business in the first month after starting your business than you learned in 5 years at an MBA. But nonetheless, the business went, and the business was successful. But that was really the turning point. So what? It's only money. If we lose it, we'll make it back. And that eliminated the fear of failure. No fear. So now you can focus all your energies forward rather than trying to cover your back and worrying about what might happen. So the fear of failure can be dealt with in two ways. Do the thing you fear, and the death of fear is certain. In all the psychology, they say the critical thing is just to confront the fear and do the thing you fear. Ralph Waldo Emerson said his life was changed when he was a young man in Concord, Connecticut, and a piece of paper blew against his leg when he was walking down the street, and it was a scrap from a newspaper or a book, and it said, if you would be successful, do the thing you fear, and the death of fear is certain. Glenn Ford had this beautiful line. He said, if you do not do the thing you fear, then the fear controls your life. The fear controls your life. And you know how many people, the bottom 80% of the population, fears control their lives. They don't think in terms of what they want to do. They have what Abraham Maslow called deficiency needs. They think of the things that they're afraid of and what might happen. And they think of losing their time and losing their money and what if people don't approve. And so their fears preoccupy them. Now here's a wonderful thing. Is no child is born with fear. You know that already. So where do the fears come from? They're taught to us by our parents. We learn our parents' favorite fears. And sometimes fears have a beneficial effect. I was brought up with my parents' traumatic fear of poverty. My mother came from a poor background, poor family, Irish Catholic family, and my father had never had any money. And so all the time I was growing up, they were petrified of cost and expense. I mean, they literally were consumed with the fact that they couldn't afford anything. Our family theme song was, we can't afford it. We can't afford it. We can't afford it. We can't afford it. And it's not the words, it's the emotion with which they charge the words that affects the psyche of the young person. You grow up emotionally traumatized by not being able to afford things. And sometimes you never fully recover. By the way, decades later, you're still thinking, geez, I can't afford it. How much does that cost? Oh, it's a lot of money. When it's not a lot of money. Can I have an extra piece of cheese on my Big Mac? I mean, oh, God, that's another 50 cents. You know, what's the matter with you? It's a conditioned response. So here's what we learn, is that if you have a fear in your life, can I turn this way? Is this way? Is this okay? Good direction? Okay? All right. If you have a fear in your life and you move away from the fear, it grows like a balloon, bulging up. But if you move toward the fear gets smaller. And it gets so small, it's completely manageable. But if you back away, it gets bigger. If you move toward it, it gets smaller. So the rule is that you move toward what you fear. You do the thing you fear, and the death of fear is certain. In the Serengeti Plains, the zoologists who are studying the animals can tell who the leader of a herd is by simply watching the behavior of the herd when the herd is preyed upon by a predator. A lion or a cheetah is moving through the grass, and the wildebeest are grazing, or the zebras are grazing. And they're grazing, and they pick up the odor of the moving predator, who's moving to get close enough to the pack to attack one of the members of the pack. And the whole herd starts to drift away. It's almost like you see the herd starts to drift away from where the predator is moving toward them in the grass. And at that time, the leader of the pack can be identified, because the leader, who's been grazing with the others, comes up and turns and places himself between the predator and the pack as they move away, between the predator and the pack, and faces down the predator. Now, a wildebeest does not have much of a hope against an attacking lion or an attacking cheetah, but they will always turn toward danger. And those are the words, and it's one of the most important expressions I ever learned, is that in life, make a habit of turning toward danger. Is when you have a fear of any kind, turn toward danger. Turn toward the fear and face the fear. And the wonderful thing is that if you face the fear, you can become calmer and clearer, and you deal with the fear effectively. If you don't, the fear will overwhelm you and keep you awake and preoccupy you. Turn toward danger. So what I suggest that you do is think in your life, what are the things that you're afraid of? What are the things that cause you fear and stress? And make it a game to face them down, to look them straight in the face and face them down, to do the thing you fear rather than to avoid it. And each time you move toward the fear by doing it, your fears get smaller and smaller. And soon you'll reach the point where you're almost afraid of nothing. You'll never reach the point where you're totally fearless, which is probably a healthy thing. But you'll reach the point where people say, what are you really afraid of? What have you always wanted to do but been afraid to attempt? You'll reach the point where you can't write down anything, because there's nothing you're afraid to attempt. Because if you're afraid of it, hey, this is a challenge. You move toward the thing you fear, and the fears will go away. Now here's the second way that you can overcome fears, which is simple, powerful, fast, effective, and it's simple affirmation. Just simply say, I can do it. Like Bella Caroli, you can do it. I can do it. The interesting thing is that your fears are here and your self-confidence is here. Whenever you say, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, your courage and confidence goes up and your fears go down like a teeter-totter. Whenever you say, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself, I can do it, I can do it. Whenever you speak positively, but the most powerful of all is, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. Because you can't say, I can do it, and be afraid at the same time. Because of the law of substitution, when you're saying, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, your fears just go down, 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 and then you take action, and everything is fine. I've taught this to salespeople who are tense about picking up the telephone, or tense about cold calling, or calling on a customer. Just look at the phone and say, wait a minute, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. And your courage goes up, 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 and then just dial. And as soon as you've dialed the last digit, all your fear is gone. It's just the act of getting started that destroys the fear. I had a woman in my course, and she said that her boss was really critical and was always criticizing and was never supportive or anything else. And he was making her life unpleasant, but she didn't want to lose her job. I said, you don't have to lose your job, but don't lose your integrity. The next time your boss criticizes you, you look him straight in the eye and say, please don't criticize me. It makes me very unhappy and it causes me to do my work poorly. I prefer that you not criticize me anymore. And so she said, okay, because this has been going on for a year. Next time her boss criticized her, she said, I prefer that you not criticize me anymore because it detracts from my work and I don't like it. So please don't say those things to me anymore. Well, he was flushed. He walked into his office and closed his desk, closed his door, and he never criticized her again. He criticized the others, but he didn't criticize her because she wouldn't take it. And she said, I can't believe it. She said to me, for 2 years I've been taking this verbal abuse from him, and all I had to do was confront him and stop it. And so it's really important because the people that we need the most courage to confront are the ones that are causing us the greatest unpleasantness. So what we do is we just confront them and say, please don't do that anymore. Please stop doing that. Don't do that. Don't speak to me like that anymore. Well, all right, I'll go down the hall and criticize her. I mean, all right. Eliminating stress and tension. The next major stressor, number 4, is the fear of rejection. Parents use conditional love to get children to do what we want them to do. So at a very early age, we become hypersensitive to the opinions of other people around us. Mostly we're hypersensitive to people above us in the food chain, people who are important to us, important to our lives, important to our incomes. But we're hypersensitive sometimes to people around us. People will reach the point where they're so concerned about criticism or disapproval that they're easily manipulated by anybody, even complete strangers. So conditional love leads to the fear of rejection, which leads to type A behavior. Type A behavior is interesting. The characteristics of type A behavior, which are very common, they say about as many as 60% of men in our society and about 10% of women have type A behavior. So the characteristics of type A behavior, is, first of all, it's called the hurry sickness. People who have type A behavior are always in a hurry. They're always like the rabbit, I'm late for a very important date. And they're always in a hurry to get things done, to get place, to go where. They don't relax. They go almost like they're a tight bowstring that's pulled up tight. Second of all, they have insecurity of status. By the way, if you've come from a poor background, insecurity of status is something that will plague us most of our lives. It means that no matter how much we accomplish, we never feel secure. No matter how much money we have, we don't feel secure. We have this feeling, as I said yesterday or on Friday, is we have the feeling that we're going to lose it all, that it's all going to be taken away from us, that something will happen, we'll lose it all, and we'll be right back to where we started. And people who have type A behavior, conditional love, are afraid that not just the love, but everything they have earned will be taken away from them. And they have this insecurity of status. So they can be the #1 performer of the year, and on January 1st, they feel like they're no good at all, that they've got to perform all over again. They can never rest on their laurels and say, hey, you've made it. You're a good person. You're successful. The third manifestation of type A behavior is a feeling a need to perform to some undetermined high standard. In other words, the standard has never, it's like a finish line that's never been determined. So no matter how hard you work, no matter how much you accomplish, you never feel any sense of accomplishment because there's no standard that you're aiming at. The bar is always being raised. It's an infinite bar. No matter how much you accomplish, you feel that you haven't accomplished enough. You have what is often called the imposter syndrome. And the imposter syndrome is you feel no matter what you accomplish, you're an imposter, and they're going to find you out and find out you're no good. So you have to keep accomplishing. You have to keep working. You have to keep achieving. And this becomes a habit, and then it becomes almost like a mania, and people just can't stop working. And they'll work themselves to death, by the way. They'll work themselves long, long hours. Sometimes people will only stop type A behavior when they have a massive heart attack, and the doctor says, if you don't back off, you'll die. Often it takes what is called a significant emotional event, an SEE, a significant emotional event, a traumatic event for a person to make a radical change in their behavior. So, competitiveness, which is generalized toward almost everybody. People who have type A behavior are highly competitive. They're always comparing themselves with others, especially people who are doing better than them. Big danger, as we said before, if you compare yourselves with others who are doing better than you, that's fine, as long as that's a goal to strive toward. But if you compare yourself with them and you criticize them and run them down and are angry and resentful toward them, then that will consume you. It will destroy you almost like a cancer. Number 5 is they have aggression and hostility. You'll find that people who have type A behavior are a little bit angry all the time and very easy to blow into anger if something happens to frustrate them for any way. They are thing-oriented versus people-oriented, as they think in terms of things. We were listening to a speaker the other day, there's some friends of mine from Sang here, and he's very wealthy, but he said he went through 4 stages of life. He said stage number 1 of life was things. He wanted to get more things. Stage number 2, because he got no satisfaction from the things, was more things. Stage number 3 was different things. And stage number 4 was to finally realize that things are not the measure of success. But he spent most of his life striving for things, more things, and different things. And still, as I said before, there is no joy in things. And he couldn't understand, no matter how successful he was, how much money he made. You remember that guy, Brett? Yeah. No matter how much money he made, he just had no sense of fulfillment or satisfaction because there is no joy in things. Things are as dead as stones. You know, a friend of mine sold his company got $20 million. He'd come from the poorest background you could imagine. And the first thing he did, he went out and bought a Rolls Royce. $350,000, top of the line, silver cloud. He dreamed about that all his life. And he bought the Rolls Royce and he drove it home. And he's driving this car. Wow, he lives in Florida. He's driving this car and he goes home and he goes in the house and his wife is mad or upset about something and he gets caught up in an argument with her and he forgot about the car completely, as if the car never existed. It was just a thing. It had no emotion attached to it. So they're thing-oriented versus people-oriented, especially in terms of numbers. Type A people are always looking at the numbers and always comparing themselves financially in terms of financial results. And the Type A takes no time off. They even brag, I haven't had a vacation for 5 years. I haven't taken a day off in 4 years. This is the true Type A. I've known people like this, by the way. Now, the Type B is different. The Type B focuses on performance and results, which are the key to success in business. They focus on performance. They focus on doing a really, really good job. They focus on getting better in their field. Type A focuses on politics and manipulation. One of the great tragedies of politics today is that once you get into politics, there's no more focus on performance or results. There's only a focus on politics and manipulation. Everybody is your enemy. Everybody is somebody that you're trying to get something from, or they're trying to get something from you. I read this psychological study recently. It said that there's two types of people. There are people who look at people as human beings and are interested in them and what they do and interested in them as acquaintances and friends. And there's people who look at others as agents, as people that they can use to get something from. And if they can't get something from them, they have no interest in them. And in Hollywood, we have friends in Hollywood, they say, in Hollywood, this is unbelievable. You go to a Hollywood function, and people come up to you, and many of the people who get into Hollywood are very charming. That's how they get into show business. And they'll come up and they'll be really, really charming. How are you, and how's it going, and where are you from, and how long have you been here in Hollywood and everything else, and what sort of work do you do? And then they'll determine that you were invited by a friend and you work for a different company, and you can be of no help to them. And they'll say, oh, they walk away. Hi, how are you doing? They don't say goodbye or I'll talk to you later or nice to meet you or anything else. They literally, in the middle of the conversation, say, huh, and walk away. And then they'll talk to you, and if they figure out they can't get something from you, they just walk away. And this entire room full of people does this. They're going around almost like predatory animals looking for someone who's an agent, someone who's a writer, someone who's a producer, someone who knows something. And if they feel that you cannot be of advantage to them, they'll just walk away in an instant. And they say in Hollywood, it's just so shocking. And I've seen this before. I've been in functions where I'm talking to somebody and I have a nice conversation and they say, oh, you're a speaker. Don't you live around here? I said, no. Oh, gone. Walk away. I mean, but you know, so be alert to these people. These people, by the way, are not well. The Type A dies about 10 to 12 years before a Type B, and during that time they have an enormous number of physical problems. They'll have anything up to strokes, heart problems, arthritis, cancer, all kinds of psychosomatic illnesses because they're so wound up and they're so selfish and they're so angry. As they say, ulcers are not the result of what you eat, but by what's eating you. And these people are just being eaten alive inside. It's interesting, they say that anger is a very bad chemical because anger destroys the dish in which it's held. It destroys the container in which it's held. So when people are angry, it eats them up inside. And these people are angry, jealous, hostile, almost invariably going back to unconditional love. They need the unconditional affection of others, and no matter how much they get, they cannot get enough. And they will do anything to get it, and some of them are extraordinarily clever in terms of personality in getting the esteem and affection of others. So, eliminating stress and tension, move from Type A to Type B behavior. First of all, to stop being a Type A, admit that you're a Type A. Now, you may not be a total Type A. You may be just a partial Type A. You may be preoccupied with your work. I remember this woman, reading a story about this woman, and she was totally preoccupied with her work. She got married, she had 2 children, she worked 12, 14 hours a day, and her work was everything. And at the age of 34, she'd been working for this company for 12 years. Her marriage, her motherhood was in a mess, nothing but problems at home. The boss came in and fired her. Saying, we don't need you around here anymore. Here's your check, you can leave right now. She walked out on the street. She'd worked 12 years, almost the entire time she'd been married. She'd worked 12 years at this job, given her whole heart and soul to the job, and it was over in one conversation. And she suddenly realized, she stood there on the sidewalk in the streets of New York, and she said, geez, have I got my values out of proportion? I mean, have I really got distorted values? And she realized what a terrible mistake she'd made to put all of her life, hope, emotions, everything into a job which has no joy. And she went back and she became an excellent mother, an excellent parent. She got a different job doing something she enjoyed. She said it was the most traumatic moment of her life, and actually got the best, because she realized she'd given all of this time to a thing, to a career, to a paycheck. And at the end of it, the gratitude was, we don't need your services anymore. You can leave now. Wow. Okay, so it's good to keep your values in proportion. So admit that you're a type A, or that you have type A tendencies, and decide to change, and then meditate and relax completely twice a day. It's the most amazing thing. If you listen to that affirmation CD, and you listen to it twice a day, or even once a day, you will find that it'll calm you down completely. It'll lower your flash point. There are some people who are angry all the time. If you meditate on a regular basis, it lowers your flash point, so you very seldom ever get angry at all. When something comes up, there'll be a little bit of a surge of emotion, and you just go completely calm again. You'll actually reprogram yourself internally to be a much calmer, more relaxed person, much more effective with yourself and with other people. So the difference between a workaholic and type A are simple. The workaholic is inner-directed. People say, what's the difference? A workaholic is inner-directed. They have their own goals, and they're working really hard because they enjoy what they're doing, and they're getting great results. A type A is externally driven. They're constantly comparing themselves with others. They're constantly looking for others in terms of what they can get from them. They're always thinking outwardly. The workaholic takes time off. A workaholic can work 12, 14 hours a day and then go away on vacation and not take their computer or their cell phone and not call the office or anything else. Type A's, by the way, when they go on a vacation, because their family insists upon it, they go on a vacation, they'll take their computer. The first thing they'll do is set it up. They'll take their cell phone, and they're on the phone in the airport, and they're on the phone when they get off the plane, and they're on their computer, and the whole thing is just an extension of their life. And they don't want to be away from the office for too long, for fear people will find out that they're not really that necessary. And the type A cannot take time off. Even if they take time off, they don't take time off. So here's a real good test, is can you just stop work and take a whole weekend off and not think about work at all? Now here's a basic rule, is that you need to take at least one full day off per week. We talked about the Sabbath, 36 hours. If you cannot take a full day off without working, without checking your email, without reading stuff from the office, without making phone calls and so on, if you can't take a full day off, then you need to really look at yourself. I had an experience 2 years ago when I needed a new computer, and they sent away and they ordered a computer from Dell, and it came and it was not set up properly. It did not have the right software, so they had to send it back. As it happens, I was early December, and I was leaving for a speaking tour of Europe. At that time, I was going to be gone for about a week, and when I came back, my whole family goes to Maui for 3 weeks at Christmas. They leave on the 15th. I got back on the 16th. So instead of going back to San Diego, I flew from Venice through Frankfurt to San Francisco, and I connected with the plane in San Francisco and flew on to Maui. I got in there one day late, and I packed before I left, so Barbara had sent my suitcase with my Hawaii clothes. So I got to Hawaii, but my computer, I didn't have my computer from the 7th of December all the way through, and I didn't get it until the something like the 7th or 8th of January when I got back to San Diego. And so I was not able to check email. I was not able to go online. I was not able to do anything. And you know, the most amazing thing happened. The world continued to turn. We get to thinking that we are so important that we're out of communication with the world. Somehow the world will stop turning. So we've got to be on our BlackBerries. We've got to be on our email. We've got to rush up to the room and get our iPad or our computer on. I can promise you this, if you turn it off for a few weeks, the world will continue to turn. You're just not that important in the great scheme of things. Now, people say, what if something important happens? Somebody will tell you. And what if something important happens in your family? Somebody will call you and let you know. Don't worry. But you don't have to seek it out. Because I remember a fortune writer who went on assignment to Europe. He came back after a month. He had 800 emails. Had 800 emails there. And he said, I can never go through these emails in the next 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, it's all I would do all day long. So he just pushed delete all. He said, if they're important, they'll come back. And the ones that were important came back. And the ones that weren't never came back. He just deleted all 800 emails. So I challenge you to do that. Just go up and delete everything. Delete everything from yesterday through. Go delete all. No, it caused your heart to pound, doesn't it? Oh, my God. Remember, one time there was an email, and now you can't live without it. Julie Morgenstern, who's a really nice woman who writes on time management, just wrote a book called Don't Check Your Email in the Morning. Don't check your email in the morning. And now I know lots of people who check their email twice a day. It's right on there. If you do not receive a reply from this email, it's because I only check it at 11 and 3. And I don't check it on weekends at all. And so he'll check it at 11, check it at 3, and the rest of the thing, turn it off. No pinging, ping, ping, you've got mail, none of that. Turn it off. And you'll be astonished. Now you can really start to use your mind in a powerful way. So, eliminating stress and tension, the fifth major killer is denial of reality. This is considered by many psychologists to be the core psychological illness. Denial means it's a refusal to face unpleasant truths. It's the refusal to face an unpleasant truth in your life. There's something in your life that you do not want to face. And as we say, denial is not a river in Egypt. All right. We engage in denial because we're afraid of embarrassment. We're afraid of admitting something about ourselves. We're afraid of admitting something that we're ashamed of. We're afraid of admitting something that indicates that we're weak or that we're not smart or that we made a mistake, and it really bothers us. So denial is very, very major source of mental disturbance. So there are 3 keys to eliminating denial. Number 1, remember the great philosophy of objectivism. Reality is, if an event has occurred, it is reality. It is now a fact. It can't be changed. Don't deny a fact. Don't deny something that happened in the past. It's over. You lost your money. You lost your relationship. You lost your health or business. It's a fact. Don't get upset about facts. Things that occurred in the past that you can't change. Just accept it. The opposite of denial is acceptance. Second of all, is remember there's always a price you can pay to be free of any problem in your life. There's always a price you can pay, and you always know what that price is. And often the price is to walk away. Often the price is to walk away from the money. I remember people who get into bitter divorce squabbles and they're fighting over the money. Until finally one person says, I'm not going to ruin my health over this. Let's turn it over to an adjudicator. Let the judge decide how it's going to be divided, and whatever the judge decides is fine with me. Win, lose, or draw. They just simply stop fighting about it, and it's over. Remember, there's always a price you can pay to be free of any problem that's worrying you, and you always know what the price is. The only question is, do you have the courage to pay the price? Do you have the courage to pay the price? And 3, resolve to pay the price sooner rather than later. Because once the situation has happened, you're going to have to pay the price sometime. You might as well get it over with. And just pay the price and walk away. Sometimes the price is to walk away from money. Sometimes it's walk away from a job, walk away from an investment, walk away from a relationship. There's always a price you can pay. And you have the courage to pay the price. Because once it's over, you're going to have to pay the price sooner or later. The only question is, how long are you going to suffer before you finally pay the price? There are some people who go through a bad relationship and they're angry all their lives. And they never meet another person for more than one date. And they're never pleasant or unhappy. And they think about their problem all the time, and it makes them physically and mentally ill. And they become unpleasant people. As they say, like they've been weaned on a pickle. You know, they're just miserable people all the time because they just won't let it go. Let it go. So, there are 2 types of personalities. The first type is the evader personality, the one that avoids reality, does everything possible not to face the truth. This is the person who denies. This is the person who lies. In psychology, they have all those little terms called depression, suppression, repression, sublimation, projection. All of these are different ways of a person not facing the truth of their life. They're always looking for something, and whatever is impressed is expressed. And so what happens, you can actually make yourself physically ill by repressing emotions, repressing experiences in your life or unhappy things in your life that you don't want to deal with. The second is the confronter. The confronter is a totally healthy personality. This is the person who just says it the way it is. That doesn't mean they're undiplomatic or rude, they just speak their truth. They speak from the heart and they speak their truth. If they don't agree with something, they say, you know, that's a good point, but I don't agree with that. If they don't like something, they say, I don't like that. I prefer not to do that. In other words, they just say it clearly, and they're not concerned about whether the other person is going to be worried or hypersensitive. They're not attacking, they're just expressing their opinion. They confront things directly. If they have a problem with a person, they go and confront the person directly and say, you know, there's a problem here, and I would really like to resolve it. But I'm really not happy with the way the situation is right now. Instead of going home and tossing and turning and everything else, they just confront it directly. So your job is to become a confronter personality and to speak your truth straightforwardly and honestly. The most important rule you can learn in life is to set peace of mind as your highest goal and then organize your whole life around it. Wherever there's anything in your life that's taking away from your peace of mind, resolve to set peace of mind as your highest goal and do whatever it takes to get your peace of mind back. And there's two things that you can do. One is you can get into a situation completely and resolve it, or you can walk away from it. And often walking away from a bad situation is the most intelligent thing you ever do. Throughout your life, you've had experiences where you walked away from a bad relationship or a bad job or a bad investment, and how did you feel afterwards? How do you feel afterwards, after you just walk away? You feel great. You feel relieved. You feel happy. You feel exhilarated. And all the things you thought would happen never happen. All the negative things you thought would happen never happen. And you say, I should have walked away a long time ago. Why did I insist on punishing myself by staying there long after I knew that it was an unsavable situation? Number 6 is anger. It's the worst negative emotion of all. It's where all negative emotions eventually come down to. So anger depends upon blaming for its existence. You cannot be angry unless you can blame someone else for something. So we become angry when we feel that we are aggressed upon, when somebody is taking advantage of us or somebody is hurting us in some way. And when we are attacked, we feel like a victim. And as you know, we start to use victim language. This actor I was talking to a couple of days ago said you can always tell because people use the words to me. He did it to me. It happened to me. This happened to me. They did it to me. It was always to me, to me. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. People who live in our entitlement society see themselves as victims. They see themselves as entitled to being compensated for their victimhood. Because other people are doing better than them, then they should be paid for being victims. And they always use words like I can't, and I have to, and I wish, and I want to, and I'll try. You can always see a person who has feelings of victimhood. When a person complains, they say, I'm a victim. When they criticize, they're saying, I'm a victim. When they condemn other people, they're saying, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. And what victimhood does is it guts you from your personality. Takes away your spontaneity, takes away your happiness and your joy. So when we feel like a victim, we want to counterattack. And psychologists have found that one of the ways that we can dispel anger out of our system is what is called gross physical impact activity, where you hit, kick, scream, or bite. And if you can think of a very vicious fight where people are furious, or even animals, they're furious, they do all four. Hit, kick, scream, and bite at the same time. Now, one of the ways that we can hit is by playing sports where you can actually make contact. Basketball is a good way to dispel stress and anger out of your system. Kaboom, 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 kaboom. Running doesn't really help because there's no jolt. Whereas handball, for example, kawak, kawak, kawak. There are many cases where young kids have acne, and acne is often anger-related. And father will go and buy a big chunk of block of wood from the lumber yard, a big bag of 10-penny nails, big nails, and a big hammer, and just have the child go out and hammer nails into the block of wood for 15 minutes every day. In 7 days, all the acne is gone. All the anger that was generating the acne is dispelled into the block of wood. So you can actually get rid, there's a form of therapy called primal. Joan knows about primal scream. Is what they do is they teach you, and they take you into a protected environment, and they teach you to scream your negative emotions. Scream about your father, your mother, something else. And in screaming it out in a safe environment, the anxiety and tension and frustration that's connected with it is dispelled as well. So biting is another thing. Sometimes when you're really angry about something, you say, I want to eat. Let's go out and eat. Well, would you like quiche or a little seafood? No, I want steak. I want beef. I want to get my teeth into something. Bring me prime rib with a bone in, you know. And so very often we want to go out and eat because eating, when we're angry, we eat and we chew things and we want to chew stuff. The anger dispels itself into the food. So just think of those as funny things. Playing tennis, whack, whack, whack. Playing racquetball, playing any kind of technique where you dispel the anger out of your system into something else. That's why hitting somebody. Another thing you can do, by the way, if you're really angry, go home and just sit by the side of your bed and pound the mattress. Just pounding the mattress dispels all the anger out of your system into the mattress, and you stop and you think, you feel really good. It's all gone. It's almost like you had a tranquilizer or something. And this is all scientifically validated, and it's better than pounding somebody's face, even though that was your first thought. Number 2, the key to neutralizing stress is the cognitive control method. Cognitive control requires that you say, I am responsible. It requires that you take full control over your own mind. And in taking full control over your own mind by accepting responsibility, you have nothing to be mad about and nobody to be mad at, and you're no longer a victim. You're a powerful person. You're in charge of your life. The law of substitution states that you cannot think or feel stressed if you keep your mind on something positive. So you keep your mind on something positive. You keep your mind on something that you want. So the key is to think about your goals all the time. Whenever you're upset about something, think about your goals. Whenever you're mad at somebody, think about your goals. Whenever you're cut off in traffic, think about your goals. Because you can't think about your goals, which are inherently positive and uplifting and exciting and motivating, and still be angry at the same time. So you can dispel every negative emotion out of your life by, first of all, refusing to express it, and second of all, think about your goals. And when you think about your goals, you become more creative, you become more positive, you save your energy for higher levels, you have more ideas, you have more confidence, you have higher self-esteem, and so on. And every time you take a step in the direction of a goal, your self-esteem and self-confidence go up. Is that helpful to you so far? Yes. Okay, let's take 10 minutes. See if we can do it in 10 minutes and come back, and we'll continue. Moving right along. Developing a healthy personality. This is one of the most important things we do in life, because a healthy personality is the foundation of happiness. And the ultimate aim of all of human life is to be happy. In fact, what I learned from Ayn Rand when I began reading her was several things, but one of the things she said is that you can measure the quality of your entire life by how happy you are most of the time. If you can achieve your own happiness, as I said before, then you're a very successful person, even if you live in a small house or a small shack. But if you can accomplish everything but you're not happy, then to that degree you really have not lived a successful life. So how do we develop a healthy personality? 85% of our happiness in life comes from happy relationships with other people. 85% of our happiness comes with hair on top, in most cases. There are some exceptions here, but the other 15% comes from achievement of some kind. And so the achievement is kind of like the icing on the cake. The achievement is really helpful, but you'll never get any lasting joy from achievement. There are people who are billionaires who are miserable, who worked their way up from farm boys, and they're billionaires today, and they're still unhappy. They've got massive homes and cars and yachts and boats and everything else, and they're miserable, and they're snappy, and they're irritable, and they've got physical ailments, and they have doctors that travel with them to administer to them, and so on. And there are people who, have done far less than that, are just happy all the time, and that's your goal. And remember, someone said, what was that wonderful line? He said, you better be very clear about what you're aiming at, because that's probably what you're going to hit. And if you're aiming at happiness, then make sure that happiness is the organizing principle. And of course, the core of happiness is peace of mind. Core of happiness is peace of mind. So we say the measures of a healthy personality are, number one, is how much you like yourself. Really, that's the core, your level of self-esteem, how much you genuinely like and respect yourself and consider yourself to be a good person. And the wonderful thing is, as we said at the beginning, you are a thoroughly good person. And what you do is just make sure that everything you do on the outside is consistent with that truth, is that you're a thoroughly good person. There was a little book that was written in the turn of the last century, and it was called What Would Jesus Do? And it was a little book written by a minister. It became a national bestseller many years ago. But it was about a town, just a normal town, normal citizens with all their problems and complaints and difficulties. And the preacher gave a speech, and he said, let us all live in this town, and before we do or say anything, just ask, what would Jesus do in this situation? And so the story, it was a fictional story, talked about how everybody in this town began to use that as their basic principle in business, in relationships, in law, in work, in behaving, interacting with other people. They would always ask that question, and the town became an absolutely happy place where people were full of joy and treated each other with warmth and compassion and helped each other and so on. Just a really nice concept. In other words, they said, if the highest aspiration is to be a totally beautiful person, then use that as your guiding principle. How would a really fully fulfilled person behave in every situation? But it's a real tough standard, by the way. Oh, geez. I don't do that. Okay, number two is how much responsibility do you accept? How much responsibility you accept. And remember, there's a spectrum from accepting total responsibility, which means total power, total confidence, and irresponsibility, not accepting any responsibility at all, which is total anger, total frustration, and total failure in life. You cannot imagine a leader who does not accept responsibility. And you cannot imagine an irresponsible person ever becoming a leader. And so the key words are, I am responsible. No matter what happens, I am responsible. When I was a child, my parents were responsible. Now I'm a grown-up, I'm responsible. The third is how easily you forgive. And this is a real toughie, but it's really the essence of spiritual development. I say it's the key to the spiritual kingdom is to develop the ability to freely forgive so that there's nobody in your life that you have any anger toward. You have no negative emotion toward anybody. You forgive them all. Let them go. Forgive them all. God bless them. Let them go. God bless them. Let them go. I used to be angry with my parents. And then I realized that my parents were the product of their parents who were the product of their parents, going back generations. And that what my father was especially was nothing. He could be none other. And it's just like a tree. You don't get mad at a tree. You don't get mad at a stick. You don't get mad at a person who could be no other than who they are. That's why it's important to understand that no matter how your parents treated you, it had nothing to do with you. It had to do with them. It was their problems, and you just happened to be a drive-by shooting victim. You just happened to get the brunt of their own problems, which they brought with them from generations back, and you could never have changed it. You could not have gotten your parents to deal with you differently than they did. They could not have given you any more love than they gave you or any more attention because that's just the way they were. So just let it go. I was out with a girl many years ago, and I was complaining about my father. Bitch, 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 you know, my father is my father. She said, Brian, she said, are you happy to be alive? And I said, yes. Well, yes, of course. Yes, I'm really happy with my life. He said, well, he got you here, so shut up. I wanted some sympathy. I wanted some, pat my brow sort of stuff. And she was no nonsense. She said, just shut up. If you're happy to be alive, then shut up. Your parents got you here. You know something? I never complained about my father or my parents ever again for the rest of my life, from that day to this. I said, well, at least they got me here. They gave me a kick at the cat. They gave me a chance at life. So no more complaints. For Scott Peck, not Scott Peck, but there's a philosopher. The young man comes to the philosopher and he says, life is hard. And the philosopher said, as compared with what? And always thinking about life is hard. As compared with what? Your current situation is hard. As compared with what? Being dead? Think about that. If you know the old saying, I cried because I had no shoes and then I met a man who had no feet. If you think of the fact that you're probably better off than 95% of the world's population in history, then you think that your problems are very small and theirs are very big. There's a little one-liner I read. I was sitting in a waiting room and there's a quote book and I read the quote and I never forgot it. I put the book down and never saw it again. It said if all the people in the world could bring all of their cares and put them into a great big pile where they could see them in comparison with everybody else's cares, he said each person would slink ashamedly forward and take their little care of the pile and slink away quietly into the night. Something like that. I thought, isn't that interesting? If you could compare your problems with the problems that other people really have, you take your little petty problems and you just slink away ashamed into the night. And it's a good way to realize it. No matter what problems you have, other people have got it 100 times worse. Number 4, positive expectations is a mark of a healthy personality. That means that you just have an attitude of confident expectancy. You just positively expect good things to happen. And wonderfully enough, your expectations do become your realities. They become your self-fulfilling prophecies. So if you expect good things to happen, good things are going to happen to you. If you expect to have a happy life and have a wonderful relationship and get a good table in the restaurant and make a lot of money, those things will happen to you. That expectancy is almost like a wave of energy that affects everybody around you. And number 5 is how well you get along with others, which is the focal point of this session. how well you get along with others is the measure of how healthy your personality really is. So we say that the law of indirect effort says that in our relationships with others, we seem to get what we want faster, more indirectly than directly. In other words, instead of getting people to like us, we instead like other people. So this law of indirect effort is a powerful, powerful method for getting along wonderfully with other people. I wrote a book a couple of years ago with Ron Arden called The Power of Charm. It's the only book ever written on charm. It's a worldwide top seller. And what it shows you in 35 lessons, 35 just short lessons, how to be charming. And it's quite amazing. And I had a chapter called Charming Him, Charming Him, Charming Her, Charming Others. And Charming Her, I kind of expanded on ways of charming her. And my editors were all women, came back and said, this sounds very much like a seduction guide. I said, oh no, it's just being friends. It's just being friends with members of the opposite sex. It sounds like you've got something more nefarious that you're thinking about here. And so they may maybe cut out all the good parts from charming her, because I don't know where they got that. Terrible idea. Anyway, so they're just really ideas on charm, and they are ways to be perceived as charming by the way you treat other people. And it's the most amazing darn thing. It's just by treating other people in a special way, they find you to be charming. And one of the very best ways is to ask people really good questions about themselves and listen closely to the answers and be fascinated by the answers. So we say this, we say to impress others, be impressed by them. So if you ask a person, what sort of work do you do? And they say, I do this. You say, wow, that's an interesting field. How long have you been in that field? Geez, how did you get into that? Boy, that's amazing. I've been reading about that field for years. That takes an awful lot of hard work to be successful. I mean, just be impressed by a person's work or their occupation. I'm always sensitive. John, John, are you here? Is John Asseroff here? Yeah. John is here now, but we're just talking at the break about how I'm not really big into self-disclosure. And so I don't like it when people come up to me and ask me personal questions about my inner thoughts and inner feelings, because I don't really feel that it's really of any concern to them. I have more harsh ways of putting it. It's none of their blankety-blank business. But I don't feel comfortable with that. So in being charming, you don't ask people intimate questions because you don't know them. You have no right to, but you could ask them what they do and how they like it and how's everything going and how do they get into that field and what are the big challenges in that field today and where do they see the field going in 3 to 5 years. People love to talk about what they do during the day, and the more you listen intensely to people, the more they find you to be charming. They say, geez, that's an interesting person. So, and whenever somebody tells you something about themselves, be impressed by it. Because the more you are impressed by something that the other person does or says, the more they'll be impressed with you without even asking. To be interesting to others, be interested in them. Be interested in them. Many people think that the way to get people to like me is to go out there and try to impress them and try to get them interested. No, be interested in them, and by the law of indirect effort, which is not a theory or a principle of indirect effort, it's a law. And when you indirectly are influenced or impressed or interested in other people, they will automatically find you to be an interesting person. To have a friend, be a friend. To have a friend, be a friend. You can make all the friends you want by going out and finding ways to be friends to other people. How do you become a friend to other people? Find ways to help them. Is there any way I can help you? I will never forget, I was in a meeting with my boss who was worth $800 million, and these people circulate at the same level, and a gentleman from Eastern Canada, his name was McCain, just not like our presidential contender. His name was McCain. He was in charge of McCain Foods, which is one of the biggest companies in Canada. It's a billion-dollar company, and I read stories about it in the business press. He built it up from a small mom-and-pop shack and small food distributor, and now it's a massive company. And so here's this guy, he's a billionaire, with my boss, who's an 800 millionaire, and they're talking. And my boss invited me in, and he had a personal assistant, Mr. McCain did, and I was Dr. Allard's personal assistant. So we sat there listening to the two talk, like two giants talking. And they were just very friendly, and they're very courteous, and very respectful, and talking back and forth, and kind of, as business people are always looking for ways to how we could do business together and so on. And occasionally Dr. Allard would ask me a question or ask the assistant a question to keep us in the conversation. And Mr. McCain would ask me a question and ask his assistant. And I remember at the end of this conversation, which took an hour, and you really realize you're in the presence of real heavyweights. And he turned to me and he said, Brian, he says, is there anything I can do for you? Is there any way I can help you in any way? I still remember that. He's one of the most powerful men in the country, one of the richest, and he genuinely meant it. He said, I said, you know, I cannot think of anything, but thank you very much for offering. I just really appreciate it. And I still, as you can see, I still remember to this day, it was more than 30 years ago, here's a great man whose whole focus is, how can I help you in some way? And you'll find that's one of the wonderful ways to get along with other people is to ask them, is there any way I can help you in what you're doing? And what will happen because of the law of reciprocity, what goes around comes around, that person will be open to helping you at a later time if you offer to help them. So the rule is always help others first. Do unto others, but do it first. If you're going to want somebody to do something nice for you, find a way to do it to them first. So the law of sowing and reaping is another powerful principle in healthy personality. The quality of your relationships at any given moment is the result of what you have sown in those relationships. And remember, we'll talk about this in a minute, but I cannot emphasize it. The way that you grow the value of a relationship is by investing more time in that relationship. There's no other way to do it than by putting more of your own self into the relationship. We say the key to a great relationship is how much time you spend head to head, knee to knee, face to face, heart to heart. That's the key. So the quality of your relationships will largely be determined by the amount of time that you've invested in those relationships in the past. At any given time, by the way, you can dramatically enhance the quality of your relationship by just investing more time in that relationship. Here's a graph of human personality. And what it says, the triangle shows you at the bottom of the triangle is the people with low self-esteem. At the top of the triangle is people with high self-esteem. And what it says basically, if this is all the human personalities, almost anybody can get along with a few people. Almost anybody, even prisoners in maximum security institutes have a couple of friends they get along with, other people who are in maximum security institutes. Even the worst criminals, the worst drunks, the worst bums, the worst people, they all have a couple of people that they're friends with. All right? But the question is, how many people can you get along with in terms of the differences of personalities? So here you have personalities from low self-esteem to high self-esteem, and personalities from inner-directed or self-contained people, quiet, shy, people who don't talk a lot, to extroverts, people who are outgoing. That's the entire range of human personality. And the higher your level of self-esteem, the more different people you can get along with well and comfortably. And the higher your self-esteem, the more you like yourself, the more you get along with more people. There will always be people that you may not get along with, but usually that is not your problem, it's theirs. There are some things, there are some people with whom you can never relate with satisfactorily, but the more you like yourself, the more people you get along with of more different personalities, more different temperaments. So we say if you want to develop a truly healthy personality, use the law of reversibility. The law of reversibility, act as if you were already a positive, friendly person. Act as if you were already the most popular, friendliest person around, and treat people that way. Go up to them, meet them, say, hi, how are you? Now, I want to give you a little discovery, is that the way that you give your name is a very instant indication of the height of your personality, the height of your self-esteem. Is people with high self-esteem give their name clearly, and they give it with a firm handshake, and they look the person right in the eye because they like themselves and they're proud of who they are. People with low self-esteem mumble their name and have a wimpy, shaky handshake, and they look away. It's the most amazing darn thing. But because of the law of reversibility, you can reverse it. So if you were simply to introduce yourself and give your name clearly to a person and smile and shake hands with them firmly and look them in the eye, that causes your self-esteem like a thermometer on a hot day, it causes your self-esteem to go up. And if every time you meet somebody, you give your name clearly and you take the initiative, introduce yourself to them. And so, hello, I'm Brian Tracy. How are you? What's your name? And ask them for their name. And when they give you their name, If they give it to you clearly, fine. Repeat the name. Harry Wilson. That's a great name. Is that an English name or is that an American name? Always ask a person the roots of their name. It's because people are always very proud and very interested and very knowledgeable about the roots of their name. And what is the most important sound in the human language? Your own name. So what I want you to do is I want everybody to stand up, just for fun. Just stand up, please. And then I want you to turn to the person next to you and introduce yourself. First one, then the other. And you say, hello, I am who I am, and shake hands clearly. And shake. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. All right. So, all right. Slow down. Hey, come back here. Coming back now. Coming back. Sit down. Okay. Look at. I created a monster. From now on. Now you'll notice what happened there. You'll notice when you gave your name. When you gave your name loudly and clearly, your self-esteem just surged and you became happy and spontaneous and you started talking and you're all off the wall. I mean, so from now on for the rest of your life, notice this, is the way you give your name is an expression of how you feel about yourself. And you can increase your self-esteem just by giving your name boldly and clearly and looking the person in the eye. And when they give you their name, pounce on the name. Because when you say, Harry Wilson, that's a great name. That's like the guy in the movie, isn't it? Or something like that. People love to have people recognize their name, and their self-esteem goes up because you make a big thing of their name. So you get a twofer in just shaking hands with people. Some people shake hands and say, hi, how are you? How are you? Yeah, nice to see you. How are you? But what's your name? But remember, it's almost like that you'll see a tank. There's a rule is that a tank cannot fire while it is moving. In motion. So when tanks fire, I watch History Channel, is the tank will roll in and it will stop, boom, and the cannon will go, boom, like that. And then it will start moving again. Have you seen this in the movies? The tank has to stop so that it can home in on the target. So from when you meet a person, you're the same way. When you meet a person, boom, focus in on that person and that person's name, and treat that person for those few moments as the most important person in the world, because in each person's estimation, they are. And you're recognizing that this is a really important person that you're talking to. I remember I was in Washington, and I was at this really high-level conference, and I met Peggy Noonan. Peggy Noonan writes the big column for the Wall Street Journal. She was a speechwriter for Ronald Reagan. She's one of the most respected women in politics and in writing. And so I met her and I was introduced to her. Very nice looking woman, well turned out. And she shook hands with me and she said, you're Brian Tracy from Solana Beach. And I said, well, yes, I am. Thank you. I said, how did you know that? It says it on your name tag. But I still remember, I mean, it really took me back. Here's this big Washington big shot. You're Brian Tracy from Solana Beach. It's a pleasure to meet you. And I think, how did she know that? I mean, I didn't know they knew my name here in Washington. But do you think she's a popular person wherever she goes? Do you think I would love to see her again? I mean, just that one greeting really causes you to feel positive about her and positive about yourself. You walk around polishing your name tag. Yeah, Brian Tracy, Solana. So act as if you're already a positive, friendly person. The fastest way to do it is to introduce yourself and give your name loud and clear and ask for their name and repeat it back loud and clear. And you know something? I'll just say, that's a great name. It doesn't matter what the person's name is. Say, that's a great name. And for them, it is a great name. So what you've said is perfectly true. They believe their name is a great name. Anybody believe that their name sucks? No, we all believe our name is a great name. So, number 7, the key to raising the self-esteem of others is to make others feel important. Make others feel important. This is the most important foundation principle of psychology, is just to make other people feel important. So how do you do that? To make others feel important, first of all, eliminate destructive criticism. It's just don't criticize others, especially never criticize a person directly or indirectly. And remember this, there is a fact, there are several speeds. You know, there's a second, there's a minute, there's a second, there's a millisecond, which is 1,000th of a second, and there's a nanosecond, which is a millionth of a second in terms of time. Well, the time that it takes, there's one period of time that's shorter than that, and it's the time that it takes something that you say to get back to the worst possible person you could have ever said it about. So you can say a critical thing right here in this meeting, over there in the corner where you're talking to someone, and somebody you know in New Jersey who you are criticizing will know it within instants. Somehow it gets back to them. It seems to percolate through the internet, or somebody phones, or somebody mentions it. So never say anything about other people that is negative that you don't want them to hear about. You can say, you know, this person has strengths and weaknesses, but it's better, as Frank Sinatra said, if you can't say something nice, don't speak at all, is my advice. And so eliminate destructive criticism of any kind. Just don't criticize. Second of all, be agreeable. Don't argue. Even if people say preposterous things, just agree. Say, well, that's an interesting point of view. And even if you disagree with it completely, it's not worth arguing. There's a little ditty that says, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. And so therefore, a man convinced against his will, or a woman convinced against her will, is of the same opinion still. She's not going to change her opinion. That's her decision. So don't argue with it. Say, well, that's an interesting point of view. Interesting is a really great cover-all word for everything and nothing. That's interesting. What does interesting mean? Never mind. So try first to understand the other person's point of view. Or you can say, that's an interesting point of view. Why do you say that? Why do you say that? I learned this many, many, many years ago. It's one of the most powerful of all questions to try to pursue an argument if you don't necessarily agree. Say, why do you say that? And listen to why they say it. And sometimes, remember, there's a lot of things we know that aren't true. Sometimes they say, the reason I say that is because of recent surveys, and it turns out that they are correct, that your old idea is not correct. And when you say, why do you say that? It's not an argumentative word. It's curious to know where they got that opinion. So if you disagree with a person, say, why do you say that? And have them tell you where they get it from. A lot of people have no idea. They heard it in a horoscope, or they saw it in a television show or something. One of the most important principles in the development of the human personality is the principle of non-resistance. Again, this is considered one of the great spiritual principles, is that, what is it they say in the Bible? That if a man asks you to go with him a mile, go with him 70 times 7 miles, and so on. Is non-resistance means that the passivity is sort of like what Gandhi taught, non-resistance, is instead of resisting problems in the world, just be completely passive. Don't get angry if other people are angry. Don't get upset if other people are upset. Just stay calm. So non-resistance is very, very powerful. Gandhi brought down the British Empire in India with the policy of non-resistance. Just says, we're just not going to fight. We're not going to argue. And they just had no way of countering an enemy that would not fight back. You know what he had his people do? He had them just sit down. Just sit down on the railway tracks, sit down in the streets, just sit down and don't move. Don't work, don't produce anything, don't work. And they finally had to just pack it up. How can you manage 500 million people who just sit there and they won't argue with you? They went home. Damn. So non-resistance is very powerful. So acceptance is another wonderful way to make other people feel important. One of the things that everybody has is a deep down need to be accepted by others, accepted especially by the most important people. One of the major reasons for unhappiness in our society is people feel rejected. They feel that they're not accepted. And how do you accept people? It's just a smile. Just a smile when you meet new people. Smile at them, and what it does is it tells them that I see you as attractive, as pleasant to look at, as friendly, as a good person. Just smile at people. And they say an insincere smile is better than a sincere frown. And just smile genuinely when you meet people. When you smile people, when you meet them, their self-esteem goes up, and your self-esteem goes up as well. Appreciation is another powerful way to make people feel important. And how do you express appreciation? You simply say, thank you, on a regular basis. Say thank you to everybody for everything they do. Say thank you for small things and thank you for large things. Say thank you for things that you want people to repeat. When I sit in a restaurant, I will probably say thank you to the waiter 5 times before we get the first drink or the first serving. Why? It's because once you've thanked a waiter 3 or 4 or 5 times, thank you for the water, thank you for the menus, thank you for the recommendation, thank you for being so quick, thank you. By the time you said thank you 4 or 5 times, that waiter feels so important and so happy about themselves, they hover over you like butterflies for the whole time. And it's just the most amazing thing. And just say thank you. Say thank you to your parents, and thank you to your children, thank you to your spouse, say thank you to your staff. Say thank you all the time. What does it hurt? And every time you say thank you, their self-esteem goes up because they feel more important, and your self-esteem goes up. There's a wonderful line from Shakespeare that says, "The fragrance of the rose lingers on the hand that casts it." Of course, the fragrance of whatever you cast lingers on your hand. So be careful what you throw around. People don't realize that's what happens. So now, the most powerful, successful men and women tend to be gracious and courteous, as the example that I just told you. I have worked now with probably 3 or 4 billionaires, some of the richest people in the world, and spent many hours with them. Sometimes a few hours, sometimes many hours, sometimes even, in one case, 3 full days of intensive strategic planning with one of the richest men in the world at my right hand in the strategic planning session. Without exception, these people have been gracious. They've been very nice people. They've got nothing to prove. They're very easygoing. They're very polite. They're very interested in you. If you didn't know from having read the Forbes 400 list how rich this person was, you wouldn't know it. You'd think this person is a very nice, successful executive. It's only when you do the background work that you find this is one of the richest people in the world. And we meet them, Barbara and I meet them on a regular basis, and without exception, they're just very nice people. So people say, well, I'd rather be rich. I'd rather be happy than be rich. Well, I've got news for you. The rich are very happy. Don't you forget it. So admiration is another wonderful way to build self-esteem in others and to make people feel important. Admiration means admiring the traits of another person or admiring the possessions of another person. Admiring a man's tie, admiring a woman's hairdo, admiring a man's shoes, admiring a woman's dress or clothing or any of her accessories. Admiring anything about the person of another person raises their self-esteem, makes them feel more important, makes them like themselves more, and makes them like you more as well. So it's very powerful. You go into a person's house, admire the home, admire the living room, admire the view, admire the furniture. Just say, that's a beautiful view, or this is a lovely living room, or that's a beautiful piece of furniture. Admiring things, remember this, when people buy things for themselves, their lives, their offices, they invest emotion in them. Things may not have emotion of themselves, but the person has invested emotion in choosing that item. When people get dressed, they give a lot of thought to what they're going to wear, so how they'll be seen by other people. And when you compliment them on it, they feel happy because you've complimented them on something that's important to them. For women, it's far more important than for men. But even for men are suckers for 2 things: admire their ties and admire their shoes. Women have all kinds of clothes and hundreds of pairs of shoes, but men have a few pairs of shoes, and they wear them till they fall off. And when you admire a man's shoes, they'll say, I said, well, that's a beautiful pair of shoes. Really? You like that? Yeah, well, where did you get them? Oh, I got them from Edmunds. And they'll start to tell you. And I was walking down the street once, and I saw that shoe store, and I went in there, and I tried on. They'll tell you more about those shoes than you ever cared to know. Or that's a beautiful tie. Where did you get that tie? It's amazing how people will just stop. You can be talking with a man, arguing with a man, and you say, by the way, that's a very nice tie. And he'll just go a complete pattern interrupt. He'll forget what he was saying, and you'll own him. I mean, you'll own him because he'll say, oh, really? You like that tie? That's a beautiful tie. I'd love to have one of those for my father, uncle, husband, son, something else. Where did you get it? And just like it's just a sidebar from the argument, and just keep asking about the tie, and the argument will disappear. Men are such suckers, As Abraham Lincoln said, everybody likes a compliment. Everybody likes a compliment. And so just go out of your way to find things that you like and compliment them on it. And they may not say anything on the outside, but people always feel happy, and their self-esteem goes up. And whenever you compliment someone else, the fragrance of the rose stays with you as well. Number 6 is praise and approval. Praise and approval are some of the most powerful ways of making people feel important in the whole world. Napoleon once made this comment, and Napoleon would recruit huge armies and take them into massive 10, 20, 50, 100,000 person battles where people would fight gloriously, and sometimes there'd be thousands killed in the battles. And so it was a terrible experience. He said, but I found a most remarkable thing. He said, men will die for ribbons. If they have a chance of winning a ribbon for valor, they will die for a chance to win a ribbon that other people will see that they earned this ribbon as a result of bravery in combat. So people will do extraordinary things for praise and approval. And so we say one of the definitions of self-esteem is the degree to which individuals consider themselves to be praiseworthy. If a person does not consider themselves to be praiseworthy, they feel devalued. They feel they're not really worth very much. When a person feels that they're praiseworthy, that other people praise them, or I was talking to someone else the other day and he said this really wonderful thing about you. People go, "Ooh, really? What did he say? Do you remember it word for word? Say it a few times." People love to hear that they've been praised by others. So it's a very powerful thing that you can do is when you meet someone who knows someone and you respect the person they know, say, he or she's a really great person. He or she does wonderful work. Or he or she, just say something positive, and by the speed of summer lightning, it'll get back to that person. And they say, I spoke to someone else the other day, and this is what they said about you. When you're speaking to people, give them praise and approval for everything they do. When we were raising our kids and they cleaned up their bedrooms, rarely, we would always praise them for cleaning up their bedrooms, how clean it was, how neat it was, how orderly it was, and how smart you must be if you can have a bedroom as clean as this. And you know what? Over time, their bedrooms were cleaned up all the time. They just remembered that they got a positive feeling just about cleaning up their bedroom because they remembered how good they felt when it was acknowledged. So we say praise, keys to giving praise are praise immediately. Be immediate with your praise. Don't wait to praise somebody a month afterwards. Praise them immediately. Even if you give them a phone call and leave a message or send them an email, as soon as you hear that they've done something well or you experience it, immediately praise them. Say, that's great. That's a good job. That looks really great. Thank you very much. And second of all, be specific. Say, this letter is beautifully typed, or this proposal is beautifully put together, or try to be specific about what you're praising. As opposed to you're a great guy or you're a great person, which is really general. Be specific. You really did that especially well. People love specific praise, and be public with your praise. If you want to double, triple, increase the power of praise on a person, praise them in public. In fact, there's a recommendation of one of the Chinese philosophers talking to leaders. He said, take control of the virtual presences. Take control of the virtual presences. And it goes on to explain the virtual presences are the things that you can do publicly to make people feel important. Is you can actually bring people up and praise them in front of everyone else. So I taught this to a friend of mine who now in every single meeting, he will have a little praise card where he will say, before we begin, I'd like to have Neil stand up. And I want to tell you something that Neil did last week or has done over the last month. And he will actually praise him very specifically and clearly for something they've done. And I'd like to have a hand of applause for Neil, and have everybody applause. And everybody applauds Neil. Now, Neil will remember that for 25 years. And you think Neil will be a better employee and do better work and be more motivated? Not only that, everybody who's applauding will do better work as well, because they see that really good work gets appreciated by the top people and by everybody in the company. That's why top companies have award ceremonies. And in the award ceremony, before they bring up the person, the senior person, as high as they can get, reads the award and what wonderful things this person has done and brings them onto the stage for this fabulous hand of applause by everybody. And that person walks off and they're ready to climb trees and tackle lions. They're ready to go out there and do 10 times as much as they've done because they've got the praise in front of others. So praising in front of others is very, very powerful. Now, number 7 is attention. Another way to develop a healthy personality for yourself by making other people feel important. Attention means listening. And listening is the greatest of all skills. If you want to tell a person that you value them, pay close attention to them. What we find, as I said earlier, that life is the study of attention. What that means is you always pay attention to what you most value. And when you pay attention to a person very intently, you cause their self-esteem to go up. You actually cause a person's galvanic skin response to increase, their heart rate goes up, and their blood rate goes up. Their blood pressure goes up when you listen to them really intently when they talk, because they feel more and more valuable. They like themselves. They feel happier inside just by the act of listening. So one of the most powerful of all ways of interacting with others is to listen intently to them when they talk. Lean forward, face them squarely, here are the 3 keys. Number 1, listen attentively. Listen with no interruptions. Make no attempt to interrupt. Like I say, most people this is a wonderful one-liner from a New York businesswoman. She said, most listening is just waiting. In other words, people are not listening at all. They're just waiting for their opening so they can talk. So the words are just going over their head. They're just waiting. When will this person take a breath so I can get in with my great thoughts? Really good listening is where you listen with no attempt or desire to speak. And the person realizes that you're not rushing them. Most people have what I call the cockroach in the mouth method of listening. You can see that the person just trying to get something out. If you just take a breath, they will jump in, and they're not listening at all. So what you do is you just listen attentively and don't interrupt. Listening without interruption, listening attentively, is one of the most powerful techniques that exists for raising people's self-esteem and for causing them to like you and respect you. Number 2 is pause before replying. When a person finishes speaking, just allow a silence in the air, as though you're really thinking carefully about what they said. And it doesn't have to be long. It can be 2 or 3 or 5 seconds. Sometimes it'll be 30 seconds. But usually 3 to 5 seconds is enough to make it clear that you're now thinking about what the person said, which means that that person is valuable and important, because what they said is important, and you're carefully considering it. Here's another advantage, is when you allow a silence, the words actually soak in to a deeper level of mind, and you understand what they're saying better. So sometimes when Barbara and I are speaking, she'll say something, and I'll just stop, and then I'll actually hear what she was saying, what she actually meant. If you immediately speak after a person stops, often you don't get what they said. They said, no, they'll say, no, that's not what I said, or that's not what I meant. Have you had that experience? Because you weren't listening to what they were really saying. But if you allow silence after a statement, it seems to soak in, like water soaks into a garden. When you water a garden, the thoughts soak deeper into your brain. You understand at a deeper level. And 3 is question for clarification. Question for clarification. And the best question I've ever found, and it works in every single language, is the question, how do you mean? How do you mean exactly? Remember, the person who asks questions has control. And when you ask, how do you mean, the person you're talking to will expand on what they just said. And the rule is, if you are ever in doubt about what the person really meant, then assume that you didn't understand and ask, how do you mean? And then if they say it again and you don't understand, then you say, how do you mean exactly? And you can ask the question, how do you mean, several times in a conversation, and the person will always expand on what they just said. And so you fully understand what they really did mean by what they were saying before you reply. Always make sure you're clear before you reply. Now, number 9, in developing a healthy personality, remember the boomerang. The boomerang says that any genuine emotion expressed by you toward another person will boomerang back on you. It will boomerang back in exactly the same intensity. What do they call a boomerang that doesn't come back? A stick, you're right. But this boomerang principle is very powerful, because anything you send out comes back by the law of sowing and reaping. Here's the other person, and here's any genuine emotion that you express toward them comes back to you. And so if it's a negative emotion, it'll come back to you as well. It'll cause anger and rancor and frustration and so on. Number 2, the boomerang also relates to the laws of sowing and reaping. Whatsoever a man soweth, that also shall he reap, but especially in relationships. Cause and effect. The cause is what you say. The effect is the response you get. The law of attraction, what you say, triggers and attracts people and circumstances back to you. And the law of correspondence. Your outer world will correspond to your inner world, as we've talked about before. So therefore, when you think of other people, send out positive thoughts. And if you send out positive thoughts, even to people that you're a little bit mad at for whatever reason, you send out positive thoughts, they actually neutralize any negativity that you're thinking toward them. And very often, thinking positive thoughts here about a person at a distance will cause that person to change while you're sitting here. And the next time you communicate with them, or they'll communicate with you, they'll be different people. They'll be completely changed. They'll not be the people that you were mad at before. They will have gone through some kind of change, and they won't even know what it was. It was your thought energy conflicted with their thought energy and neutralized the negative emotion. You know that in mathematics, if you combine a positive number with a negative number, if they're equal numbers, they neutralize, they cancel each other out. A positive thought from you can cancel out a negative thought or even a negative feeling in the mind of someone else. So the golden rule says, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. There's probably never been a better rule than this, But Aaron, do you remember, his name is Phil, but do you remember Aaron from 24, the guy who plays the security guard at the White House? Does anybody remember him? Nice, round guy. I had lunch with him for about 2 hours on Tuesday. He's a genuinely nice guy. But he said, and he's a speaker, and he came up with this insight, which I thought was very good. And please, I hope I haven't told you this before. But what he said was he's changed the golden rule for the first time. And I thought he was going to give me the platinum rule, you know, do unto others as they would have you do unto them, Tony's idea. He said no. He said, here's what I think the golden rule should be, because sometimes when you treat other people well, they'll treat you poorly. They'll treat you badly. They'll take advantage of you. This does happen. So you don't want to do unto others what they would do unto you. He said, do unto others as you would have life do unto you. And I thought, that is a damn good improvement. Do unto others, treat all other people the way you would like life to treat you in general. Because you can never be sure how that person will treat you in response to a kindness. But if you say, I'm going to treat this person kindly and courteously, irrespective of them, because that's the way I want life to come back to me. And by the law of sowing and reaping, if you treat other people the way you would like life to treat you, then it will come back to you. Like the boomerang, like the law of attraction. It'll come back to you in the most positive ways. So building superior relationships, which is our next session, this has to do with men and women. What we've done is we've studied the interactions and the chemistry between men and women for a long time. And so we have some ideas that you might be able to use. We say there are 6 keys to successful, happy relationships. Now, there may be many more keys, but this is about 98, 99% of it. Number 1 is that similarities attract. And you've heard this before, similarities attract. And what does this mean? It means because of the law of attraction, we're attracted to people who are similar to ourselves in certain specific ways. And the similarities attract in almost all areas, but especially in the area of values. Remember I said that Ayn Rand wrote that all love is a response to values. We love another person because they represent the values that we most treasure, that we consider to be the most important. I shouldn't say this, I say this out of school, but sometimes my children have asked me, why did you marry Barbara? And I always have one answer. And I say, I married her because of her character. Not that she wasn't a beautiful, attractive, intelligent, wonderful woman, but what I married, because those things will go. A lot of things will go or will change, but I married her because of her character. And I still remember the moment I fell in love with her is when I saw that she had such wonderful character. And that was the most important thing of all. So that's what we're attracted to with another person. We're attracted to values that they seem to espouse. The great disappointment is when they seem to espouse a value and we find out later that they don't actually share that value. That's a real relationship killer. So we have similarities, especially in areas of values, children, attitudes toward children, having children, raising children, and so on. Money is important. Most marriages or relationships break down because of arguments over money. It's the number 1 killer. Sex, attitudes toward sex. And here's another big discovery, leisure time, is you'll find that people who are ideally compatible really enjoy doing the same things in their leisure time. I've had friends who've gotten married, and she liked to go dancing, and he liked to do stamp collecting. And so she'd go out dancing, and she'd go out partying, and he'd be working at home on his stamp collection. How long do you think the marriage lasted? Not very long. And unfortunately, children come into a marriage, and it's even worse. So you'll find that people who get married like to ski together. They like to go out to dinner together. You'll find that couples who are really compatible, in 80% of times, will order the same dishes. As they'll say times 2, they look at the menu and they look at everything else and they finally order the same dishes. They'll have the same thing. And they like the same wines and they like the same activities and they like the same movies in general. So what I found, and I'll talk about this in just a second. No, I'll come to it in a second. I get ahead of myself. Damn, I get so excited. So ask yourself, and you look at this in terms of values. What are your values? That's the core of your personality. How do you feel about children? Many women make the mistake of marrying a man. He says he doesn't want to have any children. Well, most women want to have children. It's a biological drive. And they think, well, he'll change. And they get married and they get stuck into a relationship that lasts for years. And he wasn't kidding. He doesn't want any children. And she does. And sometimes the woman feels that she's wasted her whole reproductive life in a situation where she thought he would change. And she thought he would change a basic value. So one of the first things you do is do an interview. Take them to a zoo, see how they treat the other kids. Anyway, money, sex, leisure time. When you meet the person who is right for you, there will be a chemistry. Khalil Gibran said, there will be a moment of the meeting of the minds, a chemical moment at the first instant of meeting between a man and a woman, or it will never happen. And that's in his book, The Prophet, when they ask him, talk to us of love. And he said, this first answer is, there will be a meeting at the first instant of glance, or it will never happen. And it's quite amazing. People will, their eyes will meet across a crowded room, and they'll be married for the rest of their lives. They may not get married that evening, but they will start to talk to each other and go out with each other and be together forever. And if it's not there, it very seldom comes later. So there's always almost an instant chemistry, and it's very hard to force. That's one thing that you cannot force, is the chemistry in a relationship. It feels right because you will be in accord on almost all the critical areas of life. And here's an interesting thing that Napoleon Hill said. He said, subconscious minds communicate with other subconscious minds. So you'll meet a person and know nothing about them, but your subconscious minds, your basic values, your core things that you consider important will communicate in that instant. And only later will you find, surprise, surprise, this person likes this, and this person believes in that, and this person has the same background, and so on. You never knew any of that. It was just the eyes meeting. And it was the subconscious connecting at 30,000 times the speed of the conscious mind. So this often happens. Sometimes you meet a person, you ever had an experience, you meet a person, and you even see them, and you just like them. Male or female, you just like them immediately. You have an immediate rapport with that person. And sometimes you meet a person or you see a person, and you immediately dislike them. And later on, you'll find out that that instant feeling was well justified. The person that you instantly liked is a really likable person. The person that you instantly had an aversion to is not a good person. You'll have it instantly, almost so fast that you cannot even process it with the conscious mind. Rule is always listen to that gut feeling. Always listen to that intuitive feel that you have for other people. If you ever go against that intuitive feel, then it can be very, very painful and costly, as everybody who's been in business knows. Okay. Opposites attract. This is the second principle of relationships, but only in one area, temperament. Nature demands balance. So if there's an outgoing person, they are balanced with an ingoing person. And the way that you can determine this is what is called the talk test. The talk test is everybody likes to talk and everybody likes to listen. So each person has a certain need to talk. This is person one and this is person two. And so they have a certain need to talk and a certain need to listen. And there's about 10 to 15% of comfortable silences when you're together. Now, an incompatibility occurs when somebody only likes to talk 15% and the other person only likes to talk 15%. So there's huge periods of what are called uncomfortable silences. And this can occur later in a relationship. Have you ever been in a restaurant and seen two people eating and they don't talk? Or you've been driving and there's two people sitting in a car looking straight ahead and they don't talk? This is a sign of incompatibility. Or the worst is when they fight for airtime. Is both people like to talk 80% of the time. Two professional speakers get together and you just can't shut them up. So they're always kind of finishing each other's sentence and tripping each other's words. They don't listen, they cannot talk. So a good relationship is the talk test. It's an easy ebb and flow. It goes back and forth. And you can spend hours in an easy ebb and flow of conversation, subject after subject, with about 10 to 15% of comfortable silences. We're just comfortable. Number three is commitment. In a good relationship, there's a total commitment. There's a thing in relationships called a trading relationship, where people only commit part way. I'll go 50% of the way, you go 50% of the way. The key to a successful relationship is that you go 100%, and both of you go 100%. The overlap is 100%. Because if both of you go 50%, then all that has to happen is a disagreement, and it opens up. It's like a bridge that opens up in the middle, and the relationship can start to collapse. But if you both go 100%, then you can have all kinds of flexibility in the span, if you like, and the relationship is still solid. So total commitment is absolutely important. And that's why if you're not 100% committed to a relationship, then it's not the right thing for you. Fourth, is similar self-concepts attract and are most compatible. What does that mean? It means that people will generally be compatible with people who are about as happy as they are. Now it's interesting because you sometimes find miserable couples. Neither one, they're both negative. They both complain all the time. But they're quite compatible because they sit there and they complain and grouse and whine and moan and bitch, and that's just their lifestyle. And they watch television, they complain about who's on television and complain about the neighbors. So some people can be happy together even though they're mutually negative. But you will always be most compatible with a person who's about as happy as you are. If you ever try to get involved with a person who's not as happy as you, you're in for a lot of conflict and a lot of problems. Now here's a basic rule, and I've said this before, and the basic rule is people don't change. People don't change their basic self-concepts after they become adults. Now, they may change if there is a significant emotional event. In other words, a miraculous event. Moses does come down from Mount Sinai, and lightning strikes, and the clouds part, and the human being changes, but not bloody likely. So therefore, just accept that if a person is not happy, you're not going to make them happy. The rule is that if a happy person marries an unhappy person, the unhappy person will drag the happy person down. The happy person will not bring the unhappy person up. It just ain't going to happen. And many people think, well, I'm happy, so I'll take this person who's attractive and has a lot of good qualities, and I'll make them happy like me. It just doesn't happen. That person is miserable. It's almost like they're a sea anchor. They will drown the swimmer. No matter how strong the swimmer is, that anchor will eventually pull them under. And eventually they'll have to walk away. Do you remember that line from the movie Network, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore? About 60-70% of divorces in America are initiated by women because they're mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore. They're just not going to spend the rest of their life in an unhappy relationship, and they just walk. And he's sitting there watching television. He has no idea what's going on. But they make a decision. He is not going to change. He's quite content being the person that he is, and I'm out of here. And they, in retrospect, they turn back and say it was the best decision they ever made. It takes a lot of courage to do it. The happiness scale, how happy are you on a scale of 1 to 10? How happy are you on a scale of 1 to 10? And then how happy is the other person? And just make sure that if you're an 8 in terms of general happiness, make sure that that person's a happy person too. And make sure they're an 8 as well. If you're a 5 or a 10, make sure that they're the same level, because if they're not, you'll have continuous conflict. Number 5 is the 5th characteristic is liking. And liking is actually more important than being in love, liking and respect, because being in love can come and go. You can have arguments, you can have fights, you can be really furiously angry and so on. So love can come and go, but as long as the liking and respect is there, the love will come back. What is the opposite of love? What is the opposite of love? Yes, the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. It's just not caring. This is when it's over. I mean, you can hate a person temporarily, as the very fact that you can hate a person means that you feel very strong emotions toward that person. But indifference is where the flame has gone out. The fire is cold, it's gone, you just don't care. And when you reach indifference, it's virtually impossible to save a relationship. When you reach indifference, basically you're just sharing the same roof, sharing the same living quarters. And it's very hard to get to get the fire going again. It's almost impossible. So liking and respect, these two feelings are more important than being in love, because as long as you like and respect the other person, then you can patch it up. Now we have a little problem with Maria and Arnold in California this week. And when Maria found out what Maria found out, this liking and respect went completely. It's gone. You could see it's absolutely crystal clear. I mean, it's over, baby. There's no way that we can repair this. Apparently, did you read the latest news? The children were born within a very few days of each other, and the person working for them was pregnant at the same time, and working in the house the same time Maria was pregnant. And here's Arnold. We're back and forth. I wonder what's going through Arnold's mind. Well, I'll tell you, he's got a lot to answer for. But apparently he's worth a lot of money, so Maria's going to be set up quite nicely. In California, you know, we have community property law. That means that everything is divided 50-50 upon divorce. So you say, well, why is it that people go to court and have these fights in court? Well, you go to court to fight over his 50%, see how much the woman can get of that. Because her 50% is locked in. Now, how much of his can we get? And that's what virtually all the divorce fights are over, is how much of his you can get. Not only his now, but his in the future. So anyway, Arnold's going to end up paying big time for his indiscretion. Isn't that a good word? His indiscretion. So, the best friend test is that you're ideally suited to your mate when your mate will be your best friend. They'll be your best friend in the world. There's no person that you would rather spend time with. There's no person that you'd rather go on vacations with, go out for dinner with. Is that everybody else in your life is really peripheral. Your mate is your best friend. And so you always ask, who's your best friend in the world? Your mate is your best friend. If you have other best friends, I've got best buddies and best girlfriends, and we go on vacations. I know people who go on vacations with their girlfriends, women who go on vacations with their girlfriend, men who go on vacations with their men friends. They don't want to go on vacations with their wife. They just don't like them that much. They love them, but they don't like them that much. So best friend is a really, really important thing. What we find is when you meet the right person for you, you know what you turn around and say, I just met my best friend. I just met my best friend. That's the person for me. And that person is there, by the way. That person is out there. Now, communications is another critical factor in relationships. Good communications require time, which I keep talking about. They require a high quality and quantity of time. So a car trip, I've mentioned, is an opportunity for uninterrupted conversation with your spouse over an extended period of time. A car trip, Barbara and I will sometimes drive to Palm Springs to take a 2 or 3 day weekend. And what we'll do is we'll drive all the way there, 2.5 to 3 hours, and all the way back, and we will never play anything on the radio, never play a CD. We'll just use that time because, as I mentioned before, the car becomes a cocoon and it fills with conversation. And amazing things come out, and you get to talk about all kinds of things. And the longer you're in that car, the more things come out. I've known cases where people are on the verge of getting married, and they took a car trip to visit relatives, 3 or 4 hours. By the time they got out of that car, they hated each other's guts. They never got married. I've had friends who are couples, husband and wife, and they took a car trip on vacation. By the time they got there, they never wanted to see each other again because the car brings out. And it's quite amazing. It's almost like a drug. It's like a truth serum. It brings out what is really in the other person when you drive in a car for a long time. With my kids, and they know this, with my kids, whenever I would drive them anywhere, I would never have anything on. I would just listen to them and ask them questions. Never, or they would listen to me. I remember I was driving with David and some of his friends, and I was talking to them about when you grow up, you've got to have goals, and it's really important that you become men of character and everything else. And there's 3 of his friends, and they're all sitting there quietly, and at the end of it, they all went like this. Thank you for the seminar, Mr. Tracy. You remember that, Dave? That was really funny. From then on, I stopped talking when I was driving with my kids and asked them questions. So number 1, men are direct. Number 2 is women are indirect. And this is very important to understand. Men and women are very, very different in their personalities and temperaments. One of the problems that women have is women can sense things and communicate with women and know what's going on with women without even really asking them. And they assume that men have the same ability and they're just not trying. And the fact is that men are not. If you take a woman's head and you take the screw off the top of the woman's head, you'll find a computer with lights and diodes and going all over the place. If you take the top off a man's head, you'll see one big block. Nothing's happening. There's no lights. When a man and woman are sitting in front of a television, 80% of a woman's brain is fully functioning. She's thinking about the television. She's thinking about him. She's thinking about life. She's thinking about relationship. She's thinking about how big her stomach is, and she's thinking about whether she picked up the groceries, and she's thinking about the friend she spoke to and the phone call she got and the work she has to do. He's just sitting and watching TV. Here's the dumbest question. Actually, it's the second dumbest question a woman can ask a man. Jerry Seinfeld said this, is when women say, what do men think about? And his answer was, not much. Dumbest thing you can say to a man, what are you thinking about? He goes, huh? Oh, I was just thinking how beautiful you are. He's scrambling. He's like a fish on the dock. I mean, thinking of something to say, because he's not thinking about anything. He's just sitting there. He's got nothing going. He's shut down. And here's the worst question. That's the second worst. Tell me what you're really feeling. Men are like fence posts. They don't feel anything. They're just sitting there. But they want to give you an answer, so they scramble around in their mind like a person running around opening drawers looking for something, trying to give you an answer that will make you happy. Well, I was just feeling about how much I love you. Oh, that's good. I mean, that's what she wanted. Now can I go back to the television, please? So you have to understand, men and women are different. Men are direct. They say things directly, and women are indirect. Men are not mind readers, and many women are. Women are often mind readers. Women can pick things up. You know, a man can call home, and he can say, and she'll answer the phone, and he'll say, hi, and she'll say, what's wrong? She could pick up what's wrong. It's your boss. What did he say? And she can pick up that there's a problem in his life from a hi or a hello, from a single word. He can walk in looking cheerful as everything else. She'll say, what's the matter? What's wrong? What happened? Well, what do you mean what happened? Come on, tell me. How do you know this stuff? Women are human lie detectors. You can't lie to a woman. And if you're going to lie to a woman, even on the phone, she can pick it up. If you're going to lie to a woman, lie on the phone because she can't see your face. That's the only chance you've got of getting past. But even then, it may not work. Sometimes that's why men break up by email, or now they're breaking up by Twitter. That because women, whatever you say, women can pick up the truth absolutely instantly. And so women are really, really sensitive to these things. Men are not. Men are very easily bamboozled. Women are brilliant at relationships. Men are not. Women think about relationships all the time. Men very seldom think about them. And this is just simply the way the human brain is constructed. So the most common problems in relationships are, first of all, lack of commitment. And lack of commitment means that you're going part of the way, as we said before, and you can always solve a lack of commitment problem by making a decision you're in 100%. 100%. My friend Charlie Jones says, as far as my wife concerns, divorce, never. Never, 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 never. Murder, perhaps, but not divorce. And the thing is, once you've made a decision to be in 100%, it liberates you. I was reading an article by a very intelligent woman who says she was single during her 20s and she finally got married. It was only after she got married that she realized how exhausting it is to be single, how totally preoccupying it is. Your whole life is consumed with being single when you're single. She said now that she's married, she's in her 30s, she's got 2 children, she said, it's quite amazing. It's almost like the first stage of a rocket just fell away. All those crazy days when you were single, when you get married and you're committed to a single person, your life becomes so much simpler. And then all your focus becomes on the future and your children and other things you can do. But when you're married, you are just totally involved in, or when you're single, you're totally involved in being single. Napoleon Hill once said that no man ever becomes successful until he's married to a good woman. And maybe today it's no woman ever becomes successful until she's married to a good man, because that frees them to focus on other things in life. They're not preoccupied with being single. Making a commitment is not tying yourself up. It actually liberates you. A total commitment frees you completely from all the confusion of being single. So number 2, a lack of commitment is often expressed in a trading relationship where you go halfway, I'll go halfway. And the key to resolving this is for each person to make 100% commitment to the relationship. The second problem is trying to change the other. What you seize is what you get. Remember Flip Wilson? What you seize is what you get. People don't change, and trying to change another person is a very subtle way. Lack of commitment, by the way, is a subtle way of saying that I'm really not convinced that you're the right person for me, which it means I'm really not convinced that you're good enough. And whenever a person is reminded or suggested that they're not good enough, their self-esteem goes down, they become insecure, they become frustrated. And it's the same thing here. Trying to change the other person is a way of saying that you're simply not satisfactory to me the way you are. So therefore, I want you to do more of this and less of that. I want you to straighten up and fly right. And it's amazing. People at weddings will talk to the bride, and the bride says, well, I'll knock the rough edges off him after we've been married for a while. Or I'll get him to stop doing that, or he'll start doing this. And so they go in with this whole idea. And they had this idea that you can change people. But here's an interesting model. I call it the iceberg model. And when you look at an iceberg, or you hear about an iceberg, especially in the North Atlantic, what you do is you find here's the iceberg, but only a small part of the iceberg's above the surface. They say 10%, sometimes it's only 5%. It's only a small amount. All the rest of the iceberg is down in the deep ocean currents. And all that iceberg is affected by the currents. The sailors used to be amazed when we'd be sailing with the wind north and they'd see an iceberg sailing south against the wind. And it was only later they realized that the deep currents were going south, and that what was going on the surface was just a little bit of wind. Well, this is a human personality. This is the past of a person, and this is the present of the person. So when you try to change the person, what you're doing is you're working on the tip of the iceberg. But since you cannot change all that history, going back to early childhood, every year of that person's life, all those experiences, beliefs, convictions, fears, doubts, and so on, since you cannot change all that, it's very hard to change a person just by like pushing on the top of the iceberg. If you cannot change all of that, you probably can't change the person at all. So what you do is you just accept the person completely for who they are, with no judgment and no questions. And if there's things that you would wish that that person would do, you can always say, I would appreciate it if you would, pick up your socks or put your dishes in the sink or something like that. Men are real quick to respond, by the way. If you ask us to do something, we will. Why don't you take the trash out? Well, I didn't know you wanted the trash taken out. Well, the trash bag is sitting there in the living room. I put it in the living room between you and the television so you'd see it. I said, I thought you didn't have any other place to put it. Would you take it out? Of course. And they'll take it out. Would you do this? Of course. You ask a man to do anything, they'll do anything you ask them to. But don't say, why don't you, think of it yourself? Are you kidding? They don't think about anything. So when you're direct with a man, when you want him to do something or not do something, he'll almost always do it immediately. But you have to ask him. Just the most powerful word in the human lexicon is the word ask. Ask for what you want. Ask clearly. Ask repeatedly if necessary. Ask confidently. Ask cheerfully. Ask politely. Ask warmly. But just ask. Men are real suckers for that. You ask us to do it, we'll do it. We'll take out the trash, we'll mow the lawn, we'll pick up the groceries, we'll pick up stuff on the way home. But don't expect us to think about it all by ourselves because we just can't do it. All right. So trying to change the other is a way of saying that you're not good enough the way you are, and therefore you need to be whipped into shape. And so sometimes we find if you just stop trying to change a person and just say, would you do this for me or do that for me, they'll change all by themselves. Sometimes people are proud of the person they've become, and they'll become more adamant when you try to change them. They'll dig in, but they'll also be angry because what you're telling them is, I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough for you. Somehow you're superior to me, that you feel that you can inflict what you think is good for me on me. I mean, it's not a good road to go down. Okay, number 3 is jealousy. Jealousy is called the green-eyed monster, and it comes from the feeling of low self-esteem. People who feel jealous feel, I'm not good enough. They feel, someone else could never really love me. I'm not good enough. And the way that you deal with jealousy, we say the natural human condition is that of feeling inferior. We, from infancy, have learned to compare ourselves with others. So we're always comparing ourselves with other people. And we're always feeling better or feeling worse. And so in many cases, because we were born as a child, here's what happened. According to the psychiatrist, when we're born as a child, we're really small. And our parents are really big and powerful. And they make all decisions and they know all things. In fact, they have found that a child's attitude toward God is determined by the way their parents treat them. If their father is angry and demanding, then they think God is an angry and demanding and vengeful God. So if their father is warm and loving and supportive, they think that's the way God is. And they develop that feeling before they can even speak. That becomes their worldview of these powerful people. So there was a book written by a mother, a really nice book. It was called Life Among the Giants. And it was about little kids. And what do little kids see? And they look up and they see knees. And they look up and they see these giants, these huge people who tell them what to do and move them around and pick them up and put them in the car and take them out and lock them in the seat and change their diapers and put them to bed. And so a child grows up feeling very small. And these feelings of being small or inferior, being little, pervade throughout life. It's only when the child grows up and has enough emotional sustenance that they feel big and powerful. They feel empowered. But we have a natural tendency to feel little because that's how we were during our formative years. We felt real little. And whenever something happens, like the person that we're interested in seems to express an interest in someone else, we again feel little. We feel inferior. We feel that we're not good enough. Be very alert to this. But most jealousy comes from inside the person experiencing it, not from the external experience. One last point, it is never cute to make a person feel jealous. Sometimes they say, you should flirt with somebody else when you're with him or her, and it'll make them feel jealous and they'll realize how much they like you. It is never cute to make a person feel jealous because jealousy is extremely painful. Not only that, if a person has real problems with jealousy, it can make them really unhappy, right to the point of violence and mental illness and all kinds of things. So jealousy is something that's a real problem in relationships, and try to avoid it. To resolve this, work on your own self-concept by saying, I like myself, or I love myself. People who have high self-esteem don't worry about jealousy. They don't worry about these things because they have such confidence in themselves that it doesn't affect them. The behaviors of other people don't affect them. They would prefer not, but they are not bothered by it. And the more you say, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself, the less you experience any negative emotion at all. The next is self-pity. Self-pity is a real killer in our society. Self-pity is rooted in low self-esteem. It's where people pity themselves and see themselves as victims, see themselves as hard done by. So the solution for self-pity is to get busy, is that those who have a worthwhile purpose in life do not experience self-pity. In fact, it's interesting, many of the people who are passionate about causes, about helping others, are actually trying to escape from their own feelings of low self-esteem and insignificance. They're trying to escape from the destructive criticism of their childhood, and they're dedicating their lives to helping other people. Because when you throw your whole heart into doing something for other people, you forget all about yourself. So there was a line from Arthur Tennyson when he talked about the death of his friend Arthur Hallam. It's a famous line in poetry. He said, I must lose myself in action lest I wither in despair. And what he was saying is I have to just get so busy that I just don't despair of what has happened to me in my life. And many people who are passionate about helping others are actually trying to escape their own feelings of inferiority, unhappiness, destructive criticism by doing something that helps others and helping them get out of it. One of the fastest ways, they say one of the fastest ways if you're unhappy with your life for any reason is to volunteer to help those who are less fortunate than you. Go to a soup kitchen, go to work at Salvation Army, do something to help other people, and you forget all about your own problems very, very quickly. Set clear, specific goals for yourself and work on them every day. The more you're working on your goals and working toward them and feeling like a winner, the more positive you are, the more progress you make. Incompatibility is the biggie. Incompatibility is a real problem. Incompatibility has entered the relationship when three things occur. The first thing that goes in a relationship, number one, is the laughter. The thing that binds people together is a sense of humor. They laugh together. And you'll find that laughter, the ability to make a person laugh, is a form or a foundation of sex appeal. Do you remember the movie Ocean's 11? Where there's that conversation, it's a really great conversation at the table, and George Clooney says to Julia Roberts, he says, he makes me happy. Talking about a casino owner. What's his name? Pardon? Andy Garcia, yes. He says he makes you happy. He says he doesn't make me sad. And then he says, but does he make you laugh? And she can't answer. And she walks away. Wasn't that a great point? Does he make you happy? He doesn't make me sad. But does he make you laugh? So laughter is the first thing that comes when two people are compatible, because laughter is a purely spontaneous expression of happiness. When you're with the right person, you laugh. You laugh all the time. You smile all the time. And when you're in a bad relationship, the first thing that goes is the laughter. You just stop laughing. You don't find anything particularly funny. Second is the conversation stops. Is you stop talking a lot. I cannot tell you how many people I've met over the years who say they go home and they don't talk at night. They go home and they feed the children, they watch television, they go to bed, they sleep on opposite sides of the bed, and they don't talk. They don't laugh, don't talk. And the relationship has just become almost like a functional relationship, almost roommates rather than a married couple. And the third is friendship stops. Is you just don't have anything in common with this person. And my rule is that incompatibility is the biggest single problem. And people get their knickers in a knot over incompatibility without realizing that before you get married, you have to go out with a lot of different people to find one person with whom you're compatible in the first place. And if you're not compatible with a person, it doesn't mean that person is a bad person. It just means you're not compatible, no chemistry. We don't get mad at a person because we don't have chemistry. And it's the same thing. In life, people evolve and change. The biggest time of change in human life is in the 20s. We go through a period of turbulence where we change our ideas and our values, and we change our goals and our ambitions. We change our ideas about ourselves. We have experiences and setbacks and failures. By the time a person comes to their 30s, the greatest age for divorce is between 29 and 31. Gail Sheehy wrote an incredible book some years ago called Passages. And what she said is that there are passages at every decade. There are passages through the teens. You go through certain experiences, and then you go through a passage, and you're in your 20s, between 19 and 21. And you go through transitions at that time. Through your 20s, you go through the most rapid transitions, and then from 29 to 31, you go through another transition, really into adult life. There are many people today, you read about these kids that live at home, and they're 29 years old, frat boys, they hang out. They have not even become adults. They're still children hanging out, smoking dope and watching TV in their parents' basements, which is alien to most of us. But what happens is people grow apart. And I was going to talk to you about compatibility. And what I use is the plate model. Is when you meet together and the relationship is ideal, it'll be like two plates that overlap. You'll have an enormous amount of overlap and a little bit of difference. And as the French say, vive la différence. And so you'll have these differences, which is what makes a relationship work. What can also happen is that you can meet and two people will have this kind of overlap. They'll be compatible in a few areas. Sometimes they're only compatible physically. So they have a great time physically, and then they get married and they find they really don't have very much else in common. And then another thing that can happen is that you can be really compatible, but over time you'll grow in different directions. You just grow apart. And these plates, these overlapping plates, slide apart and the gap opens up. And you really don't have anything in common anymore. And this happens just like the tectonic plates move. It happens like the weather. It just happens. As my teacher, Peter Uspensky, said, he said, when something like this has occurred, just say, things just happen. And there's nobody to blame. There's nobody to get angry at. Nobody goes into a marriage with the intention of it not working. Nobody goes into a relationship with the intention of it not working. So everybody does the best they can with what they have. And so the other thing is it's not personal. If the relationship doesn't work out, it's not personal. It's not a personal attack on either person. If people could understand this, and some people do, then they wouldn't have all these terrible, bitter divorces and unhappy breakdowns. People just realize we've reached the point where we're incompatible. And I've spoken to lots of people where the couple just realized, you know, we don't have a lot in common anymore. Why don't we just go our separate ways? And I say, yes, let's do that. Let's sit down with a lawyer who will work for both of us. Let's separate our assets, and let's just go our separate ways and continue, to be friends. But we just don't have a lot. We don't have enough to make a marriage. And they do. And they go their separate ways, and they know each other. We had dinner with a couple like that the other day. They've just been good friends for the rest of their lives. But they're not angry with each other, and there's no bitterness or no rancor, and there's no lawyers getting all the money in the divorce suit. I tell you what, some real happy lawyers looking at Maria and Arnold and hoping they can be first in line, because the lawyers will end up with millions of dollars if they can get them to fight. You got to get them to fight. You got to get them spitting mad and fighting each other, and that really cranks up the legal bills. Okay, so if incompatibility has happened, accept it as a reality. Accept it as a reality. Don't fight it. Don't be angry about it. It has happened. Just like it rains, life happens, things happen. So if incompatibility has happened, no one is guilty. This is the hardest thing for people to believe in our Judeo-Christian society. We are brought up to believe that if something is wrong, someone is wrong. If something has gone wrong, someone is guilty. And so it's always a witch hunt. If something goes wrong, who is to blame? And you know what most arguments in divorce court are? Fights over how much blame each one is going to take, because that's going to determine how much money each one gets. So the whole fight is who's to blame. Big problem with Maria and Arnold, by the way, is it's too black and white. Arnold's in big trouble here. There's not a single member of a single jury anywhere that's going to find for Arnold, especially with women on it. Jeez, he's got a chance. So the most important thing in relationships is to realize that you do everything possible to make a relationship work, and if the relationship doesn't work, then you have the maturity to say, I am responsible for my reactions, no one is guilty, and then just have the courage to go your separate ways. And in the meantime, if you make a total commitment and spend lots of face-to-face time and communicate well with each other and put your whole heart into the marriage, then chances are your marriage will go on and on and on. And if it doesn't work out, by the way, it's probably the best thing for both parties. There's a line from Christopher Marlowe, the English poet. He said, when the false gods go, in other words, the bad marriage or relationship, when the false gods go, the true gods arrive. So when the bad relationship goes, the real great relationship arrives. They say in the paper this week, it said 50% of first marriages in America end in divorce. But 70 to 80% of second marriages, they stay married for the rest of their lives. So don't worry about it. All right, let's take 10, 15 minutes and come back. And let's take 10 minutes and come back and carry on. We've got something great for you. Got a great experience for you. Many years ago, there was a seminar called EST. Do you remember EST? Yeah. And EST was a very interesting confrontational seminar, but the final essence, I never attended it, but I know people who did. The final ending of EST was you are responsible. You know, you're who you are and what you are because of yourself. You don't like it changed. That was basically EST. And people were going, woo! What an incredible concept. And it was an outrageously successful seminar. The person who put it together, Werner Erhard, actually took most of his work from Ouspensky and Gurdjieff, which is an underlying series of ideas from here. You've heard of Eckhart Tolle? Eckhart Tolle, all of his work comes from Ouspensky and Gurdjieff. And when you take all the work from a particular person, that's the one person you never mention in any of your materials. But you could see, I've read Eckhart Tolle's books, and I like them very much. But you see it, just the thread that runs through it is Ouspensky and Gurdjieff. And they taught the principles we've been teaching today about clearing your mind, about accepting responsibility, about different levels of energy, of the elimination of negative emotions as being literally the key that opens your future, which requires positive thinking, forgiveness, positive expectations, high self-esteem. I have added in all the modern psychology, but some of these key principles are from Gurdjieff. Anyway, the reason I mentioned EST was because what they do at the end of EST, which has caused it to be successful, is they would say to everybody, are you people of high integrity? And everybody would say, yes, yes, yes. He said, well, if you are truly of high integrity, then you will bring more people to this seminar, more paying guests to this seminar. If you don't, it means that you're a liar, you have no integrity, you suck, everything you say is untrue, you have no future, you're a worthless worm, you're ugly, unless you bring people to this seminar. And so people would run out and bring their friends and literally become pests. And I think, was it Lifestream? There's another, pardon? Lifespring. That was the same pitch as well. I mean, that if you really believed in these sort of things, then you will bring other people to the seminar to pay. Well, now I want to talk about this seminar. And what I would like you to do, at the end of the seminar, there's an evaluation form where you will just give us your feelings and opinions, what you like most, what you like least, what recommendations you have, so you can help us to improve the seminar over time. And what I really would appreciate is if you know people who would enjoy this seminar, please encourage them to attend the next seminar. I'd really appreciate that. But there's none of that other stuff, okay? I would just thank you. The other thing I wanted to mention is that you all have the CD at your desk. Did everybody get that? We put them on your chairs. And those are wonderful things. At any given time when you're stressed, now it's very important you try to do this with an empty stomach and not after drinking. Don't come home and have a glass of wine and then try to use this. It doesn't work. The wine just kind of fragments your hard drive. So when you come home in the evening, just sit down quietly, or on the weekend in an afternoon, just sit down quietly, and it has an enormous calming influence, and over time it actually has a cumulative influence. So you reach the point where you can just close your eyes and just go into a deep state of relaxation for a few minutes. And there's an enormous amount of research now that is coming out that shows that regular relaxation, meditation, where you close your eyes and relax, taped meditation by playing the CD, these have enormously good effects on increasing creativity, improving your health, lowering your flash point. So doing this on a regular basis. I know some people who've gone literally from rags to riches, and they attribute a lot of it to daily meditation. So whenever you feel yourself stressed for any reason, just sit quietly and just listen to this. Put it onto your iPod, carry it around with you, just listen to it. You can listen to it in a plane, you can listen to it in your car, you can do almost anything with it. In about 20 minutes, it'll take you right down, right up, and you just feel really happy, almost like you just had a wonderful mental or emotional massage. Now, the last thing I want to tell you about, let's see, I think I got this. Oh, yes. If you like this seminar and you'd like to give us a testimonial, please do so. Please stand in front of the camera over here and speak to someone who may be thinking of attending this seminar and say, if you're thinking of attending, just say whatever you actually feel. And that will be helpful to us, because one of the most powerful ways of encouraging other people to attend is for them to hear you speaking and you saying how much you enjoyed the seminar. And what we'll do is we'll make you a star. We'll put you on the video. We'll send you out to hundreds of thousands of people. No payment, of course. And the last thing is, people have asked us about our Total Business Mastery Seminar. Our Total Business Mastery Seminar is a 3-day intensive roundtable workshop with other business owners. And we've talked about this. It's other business owners. So if you're a business owner, if you've been in business for 3 to 5 years, if you're earning more than $100,000 a year, then please pick up this form. It's on September 16 and 17, 16, 17, 18, and it will be here in San Diego, either in this hotel or a nearby hotel. And if you're in business, this literally blows your mind. The seminar is like a crash practical MBA program in 2.5 days. Starts Friday at noon and goes through all day Saturday and Sunday. We had 2 people in our last seminar in this room, and we only learned later. One woman was on the verge. She had a business and was on the verge of bankruptcy. She came to the seminar. She scraped up her last few dollars. She said, this is my last chance. I'll go to this seminar, and they guarantee it. So if I'm not happy, I can have my money back, which we guarantee everything. And she came, and just about 6 weeks later, someone from our office was talking to her. She said she went back into her business, and she had come here to learn some things and go back and close down. She drove her sales up 35%. She got out of debt. She turned her business around. She said it was transformational, those basic business concepts that she did not have. Another man had a business that had been in his family for 40 years, and it was a ship repair building business here. And I spoke to him a couple of times. I said, how's business? Oh, yeah, business is okay. Well, it turned out his business was on the verge of bankruptcy as well, and he was the son of the founder of the company. He's about 35, 40 years old, but he was really concerned about having to shut down the business because it had been in the family for so long. He increased his sales 42% the following 30 days after going through that seminar, and turned his business around, turned the whole staff around just with the concepts that we teach. So if you are a business owner and you've been in business 3 to 5 years and you're earning more than, well, say $50,000, $100,000 a year, please come to that seminar. It's $19.97 for you, and you can bring one person with that $1,997, and it includes all materials. So that's the end of my commercial. If you'd like some more information, you're probably going to hear from us anyway, because we know where you live. All right. So, moving right along, I want to talk now about how to raise super kids and then end with perhaps the most important session of the seminar. We say here that raising children today is very difficult, but it is the greatest responsibility that we have. It's the one responsibility that lasts beyond us into the decades ahead. Everything else will come and go, but our children will not. And that's why we say that all of life is the study of attention. And what you pay attention to is what you most value. And so you'll find that the very best parents are the ones that pay the most attention to their children. So how do we raise super kids? We say the key roles of parenting are to nurture your children and to build high self-esteem in them. And the organizing principle of parenting requires that you continually ask, does this build self-esteem in my child? One of the things that Barbara and I did when our children were young is we told them that you are a very special person and you come from God. And God has sent you to us as a gift. We don't own you, you own yourself. But God has sent you to us as a gift to take care of until you grow up. And we told each of our children that when they were young, and they go, wow, I mean, I came from God. They didn't even know what God was. But that is the way we've treated our children, as though they were gifts. Khalil Gibran in The Prophet says, your children come from you, but are not of you. They are like flaming arrows fired from your bow of life into the future. And who they are, you cannot control, and where they go, you will never be able to visit. If you ever read that in Khalil Gibran, it's a beautiful little 1 or 2 pages on children, but that's formed our philosophy as well. We don't own our children. We tell them that. We don't own you. if you make mistakes, I mean, you own yourself. And when you have daughters, and we have 2 beautiful daughters, we told them the same thing. You own yourself, so you take good care of yourself, and they always did. And if you understand what I mean as a father, they were always very smart about themselves. They say, hey, wait a minute, I own my body. I am not going to mess around or have anybody else. I think I'll go on now. But that is your major role, is to build self-esteem in your children. If you do that, you have been an effective parent. And if you don't do that, really everything else is secondary. Unfortunately, as we know, most adults spend the next 50 years getting over the first 5. And many people never get over it at all. Maslow's work concluded that probably 98% of adults never really do recover from mistakes that parents make when they are young. The criticism, the lack of attention, the condemnation, the complaining, and so on. They just never really get over them because there's no courses, no really good courses on parenting. And many parents think, oh, I'll just do what comes naturally, which means by the law of inertia, you will do to your children what your parents did to you and what their parents did to them. It'll be carried on down the generations. So we say 3, some thoughts to remember in building a child's self-esteem. Number 1, never use destructive criticism on your child. Never destructively criticize your child. We absolutely refuse to do that. If there's something that we disagree with or they make a mistake or something else, we discuss it. And one of the things we've always done is we've always treated our children like adults. Even when they're 3 years old, we talk to them like adults and we explain things to them and we ask for their opinion and we never baby talk, but we never use destructive criticism because destructive criticism leaves scars that last for life. And we knew that going in. I had so much criticism when I was growing up. Barbara, I don't think as much, but I had so much criticism that I actually thanked my parents. I thanked my parents because I made a decision that I would not do to my children what they did to me. And so I broke the cycle of the generations, and I did the opposite. So never use destructive criticism on your children. Number 2 is lack of love is the major reason for psychological, physical, and emotional problems in life. In fact, there's lots of studies that show that children who do not have love and touching in their earlier years fail to thrive. In other words, they don't grow. They don't grow as fast as others. They're actually shorter and smaller than their peers because they're not getting enough love. And there's a great story of a little boy. He was about 3, 4 years old, and his parents went out for dinner and were killed in a car crash. He was a single child, only child in the family. And the next thing he knew, all these strangers came in and they took him away and they processed him through the social welfare system. I guess it wasn't a family to take care of him. And they put him into foster care. And they put him in foster care, and he's one of 16 kids in a foster care family where they got multiple bunk beds and so on. And he got no attention and no affection at all. And 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old, he was depressed, he was angry, threw tantrums, he acted out, he did all kinds of things, he fought with the other kids, and he got sent from foster home to foster home. They said, we can't take him. He went through foster homes until he was about 8 years old. And when he was 8 years old, a couple visited the foster home and looking for a child to adopt. And they saw him, and he was an angry little kid, but something about him really attracted them. So they took him home, and they began to smother him with love. They talked to him, and they listened to him, and they cared for him, and they took him for walks. And at a certain point, he started to realize he was safe again. For the first time, he was safe again. And he started to grow. He hadn't grown since he was 3 to 4 years old. Within the next 6 months, he grew 5 years. It was the most amazing thing. As he began to get this love, like water, like rain and sunshine on a flower, he just began to flower. And he became a beautiful young man, a beautiful little boy. And it's just an example of many of the examples in the literature of this failure to thrive through lack of love. The rule is, and I've said this before, is you cannot give a child too much love in their formative years. You can't give them too much love. And you can never give them too much love, but in their formative years, you can never give them too much. So don't worry about it. Some people say, well, you don't want to turn them into sissies. There's no immediate danger. Number 3, children need a continuous flow of love and approval from their parents. The love and approval is like oxygen to a person in an oxygen tent. They need a steady flow, and they have to know that it will come without interruptions. When my little girl, Christina, was in her first 10 years, I would always ask her, how much does Daddy love you? And she would say, this much. I trained my kids to, and I said, but what about when you break a dish, or what about when you don't listen to your parents? She said, Daddy, you always love me this much. And I've had many parents who've taken that and played it with their kids. It's called the love game. How much does Daddy love you? He loves you this much. Daddy, you always love me this much. And that's why I train my kids, is we always love you 100%. There's never going to be a 99% day in your life. It's 100%, totally. And it's so relieving for children to know that they're completely safe. The most important people in their life think that they are wonderful human beings and love them 100% unconditionally. So it's really important. Number 4, children need praise, and they need encouragement, and they need reinforcement, and they need patience and loving kindness and caring. They need all of these things, and they need them in a steady, steady flow. And remember, maybe people think my job is to get them off to school. No, your job is to raise them with high self-esteem. And everything has to be based on that, high self-esteem. And then when you praise them, you make them feel important. When you encourage them, you make them feel important and valuable. When you practice patience with them. And there's a wonderful little poem that said, children learn what they experience. And if you raise a child with love, they grow up with love. If you raise a child with kindness, they grow up to be kind. If you raise a child with patience, they grow up to be patient, and so on. If you raise them with anger, they grow up to be angry. If you raise them with criticism, they grow up to be critical. If you raise them with punishment, they grow up to punish other people. So it's a really good thing. The apple never falls far from the tree. So we say, tell them you love them every day. Tell them you love them every day. And there's 5 ways, 5 behaviors you can use. When I was traveling, I'd phone home, and I'd tell Barbara, I'd say, let me speak to Christina. And I'd say, hello, Christina. How are you? She's a little girl, 3 or 4 years old. I say, Daddy loves you. I love you. Hope you're having a good day. And she'd say, yes, Daddy, I love you too. And then finally, reach the point where I'd call Barbara, and Barbara would say, Christina, Daddy wants to talk to you. She says, tell him I love him too. I know what he's going to say. He's just going to tell me he loves me. All right, you know. And so you cannot do it too often. So number 1, give them unconditional love. See, love that is given, taken away, screws up a kid for life. Is if they never know when they're going to get it, when they're okay, when they're safe. It's interesting. You look at Bill Clinton, and Bill Clinton, by all accounts, is a very charming man. I know people who are very dyed-in-the-wool conservative Republicans who've met Clinton and come away saying, geez, he's charming. And the reason he's charming is because he has alcoholic child syndrome, which is not a secret, is when he was growing up, his father was a violent drunk. What do we call them? Pardon? Yeah, no, he didn't have fetal alcohol syndrome. He was raised by an alcoholic father. And the alcoholic father would sit there, and then without any prediction at all, he would explode and go and running across the room and smack the kid. So this is what happens in many cases. So children who are raised in homes like this, there's been so many of them, they've studied them, they learn to be very, very charming, very socially adept. They're always alert, and they're very, very good at soothing people and getting their father to calm down, and so he doesn't hit them. And what happens when they grow up, they're often very charming. They have a wonderful sense of anticipation for working with people. And why? Is because the love is unconditional. It traumatizes the child. They never know, are they going to be loved, or are they going to be hit? Are they going to be loved? They're going to be ignored or cursed or shouted at or so on. So it has to be unconditional. And what you do is just make that decision. My love for my children is unconditional. It's not negotiable. There's nothing that they can do that will cause me to love them less than 100%. And number 2 is make eye contact. Eye contact is a very powerful way of telling your children that you love them. You might want to make a note of this if you have children. There's a man named Dr. Ross Campbell, and he wrote 2 books which are the great classics. One is How to Really Love Your Child, and the second is How to Really Love Your Teenager. And the books are available on Amazon. And these books are absolutely wonderful books. They just had a major effect on Barbara and I raising our children, because he said that children need continual emotional sustenance. They need oxygen, and they need love. And so therefore, there are ways that you give them this mainlining of love so that they're constantly feeling loved and secure. And one is with eye contact, with what we call loving eye contact. And when you are in love with a person for the first time, you just people gaze into each other's eyes when they're in love. With your child, what you do is you just look into your child's eyes and you smile and you just look at them like that. If you ever tried this with a child, especially an infant will go like this. They get so excited when their mother or father looks at them in the eye and smiles. It just gets them all excited because they feel so happy inside. And growing children, even adults, respond very well to this, as we talked about before. Number 3 is give lots of physical contact. Hug them, hold them, pat them, stroke them, hold them in your arms, especially in their formative years. We mentioned earlier that one of the reasons that children cry at night when they're infants is to find out if they're safe. And one of the things you do is you go and pick them up and hold them and talk to them and rock them, and now they know they're safe and then go back to sleep again. So give them lots of physical contact. And you'll find that when you give them lots of physical contact, they grow up very, very strong. They grow up very, very confident in themselves. And my boys and I still hug each other. And we never, my daughters as well, but my boys and I just get along so wonderfully well because I've loved them and hugged them ever since they were small. Number 4 is give them focused attention. And focused attention is where you spend long, unbroken times with them, whether it's in drives or going for walks or going to movies or sitting together when you're traveling or sitting with them at home. Focused attention where there's no other disturbance. One of my rules, and I learned this, I had a woman who was, a friend who was, her name was Diane, and she was a mess. She just went through a couple of marriages and she was always insecure and unhappy. And she said when she was young, she would go to her mother, and her mother, who loved to read, and obviously wasn't into parenting, her mother would say, "Go away, I'm reading. Go away, I'm reading." And if she kept coming, she would smack her and say, "Go away, I'm reading." And it developed within her a profound insecurity that she still had when she was 35 years old. So one of the things, I learned that, one of the things that I do is if one of my children come to me, now they're all grown up, I stop everything. If I'm watching television, which isn't that often, I stop it. If I'm working, I stop it. If I'm reading, I stop it. If I'm reading something, I close it up, put it down, put it away. I don't sit there and try to read it in my lap, you know. As I make it clear, there's nothing more important than you when you're here. And the same thing with Barbara, is I will stop everything that I'm doing for a member of my family because I know what's important, and what's important is focused attention. And there's nothing more insulting than unfocused attention. There's nothing more insulting than talking to a person or be talking to someone else and on the phone and making notes and reading the paper and watching television. So when our kids come over, we turn off the television. We never have the television on during dinner. Never, 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 never. When you sit down for dinner, you can have music if you like. Best is classical. If it's rock and roll, you'll sing along, you know, mentally. So just put classical music, no television. When you're sitting at the table, everybody should be looking at each other. There's an interesting study that said the number of times that a family has dinner together or breakfast together or lunch together has an enormous impact on the evolution of the child's psyche and mentality and on their formation of a family. We used to always insist on family dinner. Whenever what happened, every Friday or Sunday night we'd have family dinner. And our kids would say, "Oh, they want to go out and they want to go here and they want to go there." I said, "No, you're going to be here for family dinner or no allowance." I said there. Once they sat down, they'd be fine. Everybody would be talking and everything else. Now time has passed. They're growing up and they're adamant about family dinner. We have family dinner. My daughter's married. My son's married. My other son is married. And boy, they're adamant about family dinner, either with themselves or coming to our home. And it's because the love and the communication and the openness that goes around that dinner table when you're eating together is really wonderful. A little wine doesn't hurt either. Number 5, give them continuous praise and approval. Be continually building them up. Be continually telling them how good they are. Because they are. They're the most important people in your life. You know, I remember watching television with Christina, and there was a ransom, and the family was being asked to give $1 million to get the little girl back who had been kidnapped. And Christina asked me, "Daddy, if somebody kidnapped me, would you pay $1 million to get me back?" And I said, "Of course I would." "Would you pay $2 million?" I said, "Sure." Would you give this house?" And I said, yes, I would give anything. I would give anything to get you back if something happened to you. There's no limit. And then after that, she said, oh, that's good. And she went back to watching the movie. She just filed it away. And then afterwards, I was thinking, what if someone had taken my child and instead of demanding ransom for the child, they said, if you don't give us $1 million, we'll cut off her finger. But just think about that. How long would it take you to decide to give them $1 million to stop them from cutting off her finger? Instantly. There's no question about that. Just cut off the end of the finger, the last knuckle. I mean, you would pay anything in the world to protect your children, to make sure that nothing happened to your children. And then you come home, watch television, and ignore them. Treat them like pets, scratch them behind the ears, send them down to their kennel, bedroom, to play video games. And people say, no, I would never do I would pay anything to stop one knuckle being cut off by a kidnapper, but you don't even spend time with them when you're at home with them, when you've got them for those moments. Something to think about, just priorities. So we say the best determinants of peak performance, and there's been several studies done on this. There's two factors that take place in a house that raises kids that become high achievers by the time they're 18. And they've tracked this all the way back, and they see kids that become heads of the glee club, and they get or student body president, and they go out, they get jobs, they get onto teams, they go to good universities, they're highly self-responsible. Two factors in child raising. Number one is a democratic environment. A democratic environment is an environment where the child is expected to contribute their opinions at an early age. That means they're not told what to do, their opinion is invited. Now we, with our kids, would always take them out, McDonald's or somewhere for dinner, so we'd always let them choose. We'd say, where do you want to go for dinner tonight? Someone would say McDonald's, someone would say Rubio's or something else. So whatever they choose, that would be where we would go. And we taught them this, not because of the food, but we wanted them to know that their opinion is important, and everybody in the family does what they decide to do. Our children are all leaders, in my estimate. They all see themselves as their opinions are important, and they're very, sometimes, outspoken with their opinions. But they are very confident in their opinions, and they're very confident saying what they believe. There's no wussies in our family. Because why? Because they've been led to believe that their opinions are important. They will come in when we're having parties with business people, and they'll come in, they'll talk when they were young. They come in, they talk to them just like equals. They've always seen themselves as equals of adults because they've always been treated as equals of adults. The second factor is positive expectations. Positive expectations is that parents raise their children always expecting them to do well. Now here's an important point, because I had this discussion many times. People say, well, I have positive expectations of my kids. I insist that they get A's or they lose their car and their privileges. What's the problem with this? Well, it's not positive expectations that you have, it's positive demands. I demand that you do well, or I will withdraw my love and your privileges. And do you think this helps kids? I remember a story of a really interesting story. The guy's 35 years old, married, working at a company, nice social circle. He's at a party with friends and other couples, and there's a piano in the main room. And he sits down at the piano while the others are talking and getting drinks. He sits down at the piano and he opens it up, and he starts to stroke the keys, and then he begins to play. And he begins to play Chopin. Na, 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 beautiful, beautiful. And his wife goes, and all the other people go, oh, he's never played piano in all their lives. They've never seen him play a piano. Couldn't believe it. They said, it's beautiful, beautiful. He said, yes, I took piano lessons for about 15 years. My parents made me take them from the age of 5 to the age of about 18 when I left home. They made me practice every single day. And I got right up to the point of his junior concert pianist. As a junior pianist, he said, when I left home, I never touched a piano again for the rest of my life. He said, I hated it because they always demanded that I practice. And so positive demands are very different from positive expectations. Positive demands suggest that if you don't do it, you're going to have love withdrawn. And positive expectations are, I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Parents frequently say, I believe in you. I believe you can do it. Get a bad grade? Hey, you get a better grade next time. Good grief. As long as you don't get grades as bad as I did when I was in school, we'll all be fine. And so the parents of the kids always know that their parents believe in them, 100%. I've always told my children they're going to be very successful when they grow up. I remember when Christina was born, and she was a little baby, I'd say, Christina, you're going to be a big success when you grow up. You're going to be a big success when you grow up. You're going to be a big success when you grow up. You're going to be a big success when you grow up. You're going to be a big success when you grow up. Every one of my children is hardwired for success. Every one of them will be great successes. They cannot conceive of it being otherwise. They say they're basically successes looking for a place to happen. So early on, teach your children to say, I like myself. I like myself. Tell them to say, I like myself. Now, when you're upset, say, I like myself. You just got a bad grade, say, I like myself. You're feeling angry, irritable, just say, I like myself. And kids are so suggestive that when they say it, they just smile. They can't stop. They can't say it and not smile. Most wonderful thing, because when you teach them to say, I like myself, then they become their own self-generating machines when they leave home. They know how to talk to themselves, how to think about themselves, how to set goals, and they just become positive, high self-esteem young people. So what can you do if you have made mistakes in raising your children? This is one of the most interesting breakthroughs, and someone was asking about this earlier, is what if you have raised them with destructive criticism, and as a result, they've lost their enthusiasm for life, they get lousy grades, they're problem kids. We worked with parents who have been in counseling for 2 or 3 years because they have a totally dysfunctional family. They've got to go once a week, ordered by the court, to professional counseling because their kids are in so much trouble in school. Totally dysfunctional. And they didn't even understand what it was because when they were not in counseling, the parents were destructively criticizing and emotionally beating up their kids all the time to straighten up and fly right. And they couldn't understand why it wasn't working. So here's what you do. If you've made mistakes, if you've criticized your children, you gather your children around you and you sit them down and you say, I want to apologize to you for anything that I've ever done or said that's hurt you in the past. I want you to know that I'm sorry and I want you to forgive me. Will you forgive me for everything and anything I ever did that hurt you in the past? And it takes an enormous amount of courage to do this, but when you do it, it takes the burden of guilt and worthlessness and anger and frustration off the child's back. Just like cutting off a pack, it just falls away. And we've had people who've been in counseling, as I say, for years. The couple, the husband and wife, went home and sat down with the kids and did this and promised never to do it again. They did this and they called us the next day. They said it transformed our children. Sometimes children will break into tears. Sometimes they'll get up and leave the room because they're so emotionally overwhelmed by their parents who've been beating up on them all this time, apologizing and asking for forgiveness. Now, the fourth point is give them permission to remind you when you forget. With my kids, sometimes I'll come home and I've been flying and traveling, I'm tired, irritable, and I would snap at them. I ain't perfect. I would snap at them or shout at them or something else, and I always go to them immediately afterwards and say, I'm sorry, I shouted at you, I apologize. I should not have shouted at you. No matter what you did, I'm the grown-up, you're the child. Will you forgive me? And they always said, yes, I will forgive you. And then it's gone. Because I want to take that guilt away immediately so that they don't go walk around with it or go to sleep with it. I take it away immediately. If ever I shout at my kids, I go and ask for their forgiveness and apologize. And when you do that, when you sit them down and then you promise never to do it again, I will never do it again, and if I ever say an unkind word to you again, you have my permission to remind me so that I don't forget, not to remember, whatever. So if you'll do this, just gather the kids, sit them down, apologize for everything you ever said or did that hurt them in any way, and promise never to do it again. And what will happen is very often they will go through a transformation. The stories of the number of transformations, even teenagers, 16, 17, 18 years old, even adults, 25-year-old children, the father will call them. Usually it's the father, but often the father and mother will call them, have them come over or go and sit down with them and apologize and ask for their forgiveness. And suddenly the relationship between the two transforms. The whole burden of guilt is gone. The young person starts to flower. It's the most amazing thing that can happen. And the worst downside of this method is that it doesn't work. That's the worst downside, but the upside is life-changing. And the stories of young people whose lives have been changed by their parents apologizing to them and asking for their forgiveness just go on and on and on. In fact, I've never heard of a situation where it did not bring about the whole family coming back together again, love coming back into the family, kids excited and happy about life. Everything changes and transforms. So Make it a game to abolish destructive criticism from your family life. So you never, never, never use it again. And Barbara and I are very clear about this. We will not allow destructive criticism in our house. We will not allow anybody in our house who uses destructive criticism. We don't allow our kids to criticize each other. And if they do, we stop them. We don't allow destructive criticism. It is just like a poisonous gas that destroys the emotions and the personality of people. So we just won't allow them to do it. And so those are the ideas on how to raise super kids. Remember, it takes courage and character to apologize. It takes tremendous courage and character because everybody is very self-righteous. You know that self-righteousness greases the slide to hell, both emotional hell, personal hell. Self-righteousness is a form of personal justification. Oh, I'm entitled because the kid did this or the kid didn't do that. Tell you a quick story. When you lead by example, you build courage and character in your children. I'll tell you a quick story, because he's not here, so I can tell it. I have a son, Michael, who's 28, fine young man. And when he was 17, I was going on a trip to Europe. And I said to Michael, and Michael didn't have a car at that time. He didn't have good enough grades to get a car. If he was driving, he'd have to drive the van. I said to Michael, I said, I've got a fairly new Lexus. I said, Michael, I'm going to Europe for a week, and my car gets really, really lonely if it's left by itself. And I wonder if, you know, I don't mean to impose on you, I wonder if you'd just kind of take it out and drive it around on a daily basis, just so it doesn't feel bad. Would you do that for me? Well, he had a smile so big he could have eaten a banana sideways. I said, absolutely. So I gave him the car keys, went to the airport, flew off to Europe. And I'm in England, and I phoned home the following, maybe 2 days later. It's 11 o'clock at night in London, which is 7 o'clock in the morning in San Diego. I phone home, and I say, hi, Barbara, how's everything going? Da-da-da-da. She said, fine. You never want to hear the word fine pronounced like that on the phone when you're on the other side of the world. Well, everything's going fine. I said, what's up? She said, are you sitting down? You never want to hear that either. Are you sitting down? I said, yeah, sure. Okay, I'm sitting down. What's up? She said, well, Michael took your car out, and he wasn't used to it, and he came to a stop sign, and he stepped on the gas too hard, and instead of turning, he went straight off the road into an 8-foot, 10-foot ditch. And I said, what's the damage? I said, is Michael okay? Yes, he was wearing a seatbelt. I said, what's the damage? It's going to cost about $10,000 or $12,000. It was darn near marginal whether the car was repairable. It's going to cost about $10,000 or $12,000. I said, how is Michael? He said, Michael is shattered. He is just shattered. He's been walking around like a person who's just been sentenced to death. He's walking around, he's white-faced, and he's gone. And so I said, is he still there? He hasn't gone to school yet? He's still here. He said, put him on the phone. Because now I knew we had what was called a teaching moment, okay? Both for me and for Michael. So she said, no, he doesn't want to talk to you. I said, Barbara, you tell him that he has to speak to me. Put him on the phone. So you could hear him, Michael, come here. So Michael came, and he took the phone. I said, hello, Michael. And he said, hello. I said, Michael, I understand you wrecked my car. I said, yeah. I said, you drove it into a ditch? He said, yeah. I said, you know it's going to cost about $10,000 to fix it? Yeah. He said, I know that. I said, well, Michael, these things happen, and we will get past this, and life will go on. I want you to know that I love you, and I'm proud of you, and I think you're a wonderful young man, and you had a car crash, but boys are more important than cars. So it's okay. And I'll see you when I get back, okay? And he gave the phone back to Barbara. She said, I don't know what you said to him, but his whole face changed. He just lit up. He had this great smile. All this burden was taken off of his shoulders. And I knew that this was a teaching moment for me and for him. Because it's real easy to talk about, loving and hugging and caring and sharing with your kids, but when they wreck your car, and now it's choose-up time. Now you have to decide how you're going to behave, and it's then where you demonstrate the truth of how you feel about your children. And I told him, I love you, and I'm proud of you. I think you're a fine man, young man, and it's okay. We'll get past this, and life will go on. So you go off to school, and you have a good day. I still remember that, and Michael still remembers that. because that was the proof. That was like sort of the acid test of the relationship. The reason I tell you that story is not to entertain you so much as to realize is when your kids are least likely, least deserving of love because of their behavior that they most need your love. It's when they're most deserving of being punished of some kind that they most need your absolutely unconditional love and approval. That's when you really demonstrate what you're really made of and what your relationship is really made of. And if you'll do that just the one time, there was never again a crisis with our children that was not responded to in the same way. Whatever happens, we love you, we're proud of you, and this will pass. We will go on together. And we've had car wrecks and we've had all kinds of things that have happened, and life does go on. One of the great questions is asked, what difference will this make in 10 years? And if in 10 years you will not even remember that it happened, then let it go. Just let it go. So that's how to raise super kids. And this brings us to our last chapter, finding true purpose in life. And this is something we've given a lot of thought to. The session on mission statement was the first time that we've done that in this seminar. And it's only in the last few years that it's become more and more important for people to have a mission statement. And finding true purpose in life is actually even higher than your earthly mission. So we say we are put on this earth to find our true mission in life. Our heart's desire is you're not put here just to live, grow up, have children, grow old and die. You're here to do something wonderful with your life. It's important to remember that. So we say, number two, every single person has the responsibility to establish for themselves their own personal reason for living. If you read the spiritual books, they always say the great questions are, who am I? Why am I here? What have I been put on this earth to do? And if we're not careful, we'll get so busy doing little things, material things, that we'll never ask those questions. Aristotle once said that wisdom is an equal mixture of experience plus reflection. Experience plus reflection. What he said was that first of all we have experiences, and then we take the time to think about what did they mean? What did I learn from them? What effect do they have on me? What can I do to be better as a result in the future? One of the greatest enemies of reflection today is, of course, busyness, also technology, even worse is television. What happens is we have experiences, but we don't take any time to reflect on them. We're just so busy. It's like going through a revolving door that is sped up, it's going faster and faster, and we're so busy from dawn till dusk, we never take the time to just stop, time out, reset, just sit quietly. That's why solitude is so important. You can gain more from a session in solitude than you might gain of working your head off for a year in terms of insights and ideas that can help improve the quality of your life. And so, what is your personal reason for living? Now, sometimes people say, I don't know what my major definite purpose is. Well, then what you do is you make it your major definite purpose to find your major definite purpose. The exercise I gave you, by the way, write 10, select 1, is one of the fastest ways to address and see what, at least for the present, should be your major definite purpose. Because whenever you ask, what one goal would have the greatest impact on my life if I were to achieve it, that will tell you this is your big goal today. With regard to your purpose in life, by using your superconscious powers, what you do is you say, my goal is to discover my true purpose in life. And you just submit it, almost like you're sending an order to a manufacturer. You just mail this order mentally to your superconscious mind and then get on with your life. And it'll work 24 hours a day. And it will often give you an experience here that turns out not to work, an experience there. It'll start to guide you, give you lessons. At a certain point, it will bring you to your true purpose. And you'll recognize it because it will be a superconscious intuition. You'll recognize this is what I should be doing. Now, many mothers have said, my true purpose in life is to raise really happy, healthy kids. That's my real purpose now. And there may be another purpose later, but that's my purpose now. And then many fathers, speaking to David Bach, who wrote all the books on how to become wealthy, sold 10 million books. I spent 3 days with him a little while ago. He said when somebody asked him, what is your purpose for living? He said, to raise my son. He said, to be a great dad. He said, that's more important to me than anything else. His father was a terrible father. He said, my job is to be a great dad to my father. So your purpose, your reason for living can change as your life evolves and grows. And whatever your purpose is, or your personal reason for living, when you decide upon it, you'll feel happy. It will be really complete. It will be a superconscious solution. You'll be filled with elation. You say, Dad, this is it. And it doesn't have to be a big thing. It can be something right now. Dr. Albert Schweitzer said his purpose, his reason for living was to help others. And when he was, and Einstein said our purpose on earth is to serve others. What other purpose could there be? So, number 3 is the most influential person in our culture was Jesus. And why? Is because he spread a message of unconditional love. Unconditional love, unconditional compassion, unconditional forgiveness. And many of the churches have, let's say, exercised a lot of freedom with regard to what he actually taught. But nonetheless, the core message is what made him the most important thinker, the most important philosopher, mystic teacher in history. More people have been embraced by Christianity and by the concepts of universal love than anybody else on earth. And so, number 3, there was also Buddha and Mohammed have had an enormous impact. Buddha, 600 million, Mohammed, 1.3 billion, and so on. These people, with their teachings, have had enormous effect on others. Others were St. Francis of Assisi, Mother Teresa, Albert Schweitzer. Someone once said that they never raised a statue to a person for how much money they made, but only to how much they gave away to others. And so finding true purpose in life, you find the most purposeful people who had the greatest influence on hundreds of millions and billions of people in hundreds and thousands of years have always been people who have great love, great compassion, great loving kindness, great patience. Someone once said, that the one thing you can never have too much of is love. I think it was the Beatles who said that. All you need is love. All you need is love. And so it's really true. You can never have too much love. There cannot be too much love. And Emmett Fox says that if you only had enough love, you'd be the happiest and most powerful person in the world. And there is no door that love will not break down. There's no problem that love will not solve. No obstacle that love will not overcome. No problem with people that enough love will not take care of. And so we know that the real reason for living is to love what you do, to love the people you're with, to love the world that you're in. But all love starts from loving yourself, because you cannot give away what you don't have. So the more you love yourself, the more love you have to give away to others. So you only become great to the degree to which you can believe in something bigger than yourself, to which you can commit yourself to something bigger than yourself. It's an interesting thing. I was telling you the story of Umberto, the restaurateur, is Umberto loved serving his guests. He still loves to serve his guests. He just loves it. I mean, you cannot stop him. He's probably in his 60s now. But when he goes through his restaurants, it's like he's the only waiter in the restaurant, because he loves making people happy by serving them good food. And so here's a guy who's literally doing what he loves at an extremely high level. And so you can do what you love in 100 or 1,000 or 1,000,000 different ways as long as you truly love it. So the purpose of life is to develop and to become a totally loving person, to give your life in service to others, to do something that makes a difference in the life of others. David Bach, multimillionaire writer, his major goal in life is to give unconditional love to his son. And we were talking about these principles, and I was talking about some of the things I'm sharing with you, and he hadn't heard these principles. He knew intuitively that he had to be a good father. He's a single father, by the way. He had to be a good father. But that's his goal, is to give his son so much love that his son will grow up to be happy and proud and have high self-esteem. Now, that's a person who's got their values in order. That's a person who's got their values in order. A simple measure of your being a totally loving person is your ability to develop loving relationships. And the interesting thing about developing loving relationships is that the more you love yourself, the easier and more automatic it is that you form loving relationships wherever you go. You don't even have to make an effort or raise a finger. You sit down next to a stranger and you'll stand up with a lifelong friend. The more you love yourself, it's almost like a light, a warm light that diffuses from you. And as it happens, there's only one person you can control in the whole universe, and that's yourself. And there's only one thing you can control, and it's how you think. It's how you think about yourself and what you say to yourself and the person that you become. But God and nature have designed us in such a way that if you will take that responsibility alone, if you just take charge of yourself, everything else will take care of itself. Everything else will unfold exactly right if you love yourself enough. If you could only love enough, you'd be the happiest and most powerful person in the world. So number 7, to become a totally loving person, accept yourself 100% unconditionally. Is realize that you've made a lot of mistakes and done a lot of dumb things in your life. We all have. Just let it go. Forgive yourself completely. Just love yourself as a child of God. And if you realize that God holds no grudges, God bears no ill will, God forgives everything. Whether you believe in God or not, it's handy to believe in God, by the way. It's much harder not to, because then you know that you had a clean slate, that you're okay, that no matter what you do, it's like you have a loving Father who forgives you for everything, for every mistake that you've ever made. It's okay. Did anybody see the movie Good Will Hunting? Remember the turning point in Good Will Hunting, the final session, second to the last session with Robin Williams, the counselor, and he's talking about what he went through as a child. And then Robin Williams starts to say those words, which are really at the core of all healing. It's not your fault. Oh, yeah. It's not your fault. Yeah, sure. Remember that? That was Academy. I got his Academy Award for that. It's not your fault. Anything that you've done in your life that you're not happy with today, remember, it's not your fault. The person who did that is not the person you are today, not with your level of knowledge and maturity. If you were to go back to that period in time, you would never do the things that you're unhappy about today. So it's not your fault. Anything you did is not your fault. You're clean. You're okay. So number 2 is accept 100% responsibility for everything that you are and everything that you become. And that is the great liberator. Self-esteem and self-responsibility are the 2 pillars of the temple. Those are the temple upon which you build a great edifice, a great life. You'll find that great men and women are people who accept full responsibility and really like them and respect themselves. Those 2 are all you really need. Number 3 is learn to forgive. Forgive everyone in your life plus yourself. Remember, I told you about the Mercedes-Benz with the wheel locked on. If there's one person in your life that you will not forgive, it's not that you can't, it's you will not forgive that person, that will be like a lock on your brake and your car will go around. And you'll never really realize your full potential. So remember, forgiveness has nothing to do with the other person. Forgiveness has only to do with you. And when you forgive someone else, you set yourself free. And it doesn't matter what they do or how they react or if you send them a letter or whatever happens. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that you set yourself free. But especially forgive yourself. Forgive others and then forgive yourself. Number 4, feed your mind with loving, positive thoughts. Take the time to read really positive material. Read spiritual material in whatever spiritual persuasion you have. Read something that's uplifting. Read something that makes you happy. Read something that makes you feel at peace with yourself. Remember, it's like eating or drinking spiritual food. It nourishes your spiritual soul. And read material that's uplifting and positive. When you read it, it makes you feel happy. You know, reading is very, very important because they say reading is to the mind as exercise is to the body. Just as you exercise your physical body to become stronger physically, you read certain materials to become stronger and happier emotionally, mentally, spiritually. And so a little bit of reading each day, 30 minutes of reading a day and something uplifting can literally transform your life. As I said before, the first hour is the rudder of the day. So if you read something really uplifting in the first hour, it lasts all day long. It's almost like supercharging yourself with a feeling of happiness. And all day long, you're happy and you're more resilient to the ups and downs of the day. You bounce back far faster. Number 5, set noble goals and ideals and work toward them. In other words, big goals, challenging goals, exciting goals, worthwhile goals. Interesting, if you were to ask yourself, why do I want to achieve, let's say, a financial goal? Well, if you answer that in terms of what you would like to do with that money, what would you like to provide for your family, what you would like to do for the less fortunate, how you'd like to help people, if you think in terms of all the wonderful things that you could do that would benefit the lives of others if you had a whole lot of money, you'll probably get a whole lot of money much faster. There was a very famous businessman, I think it was Andrew Carnegie, who died. He became the richest man in America, by the way, and then spent the rest of his life giving his fortune away. And when he died, he never had any children. When he died, he had given almost everything away. He funded or underwrote the establishment of something like 13,000 libraries because he'd been so profoundly influenced by books that an older man had given him to read about success when he was an immigrant boy living in a boys' home. And he read these books about people who started with nothing and succeeded. And he went out and became a fabulous success. Incredible story. So for the rest of his life, after he sold his steel company, Carnegie Steel, he went out and he set up libraries all over the country so that young people like him with no money could go and with a card they could check out books that could change their lives. And for the rest of his life, John D. Rockefeller at the age of 54 was one of the richest men in the world. And he was very, very ill, very sick. And they told him he only had about 6 to 12 months to live, and the doctors couldn't help him. And so he should go and get all his affairs in order. And he was very, very wealthy. He had about, he was worth about $1 billion at that time, which was quite extraordinary. So he decided in his last few years of life, he would give his money away. So he set up the Rockefeller Foundation. He set up hospitals. He set up universities. He started to give the money away, and he had a lot of money. And as he gave the money away, do you know what happened to his health? All his medical problems disappeared. And the more he gave the money away and the more he went out and worked with people to help in the community, the happier and healthier he became. He lived to the age of 94, and he was still dancing because he had found his reason for living. And what Carnegie's, what Rockefeller's commitment had been when he was a young man starting as a clerk, he wrote a little thing. He said, my job is to spend the first half of my life making a lot of money and to spend the second half of my life giving it away. And when he had this grievous illness and they told him he was going to die, he said, well, he'd better get started on the second half. And so that's what he did. Carnegie, when he died, they found a little note in his drawer, and it said, God is first, my fellow man is second, and I am third. It's a very famous story, I am third. Is God is first, my fellow man is second, and I am third. And that's the way he lived his life. So 6, take good care of your physical health. That's a really good manifestation of how much you like yourself, is take really, really good care of your physical health. And if you're not happy with your health today, as Shalene was saying, give yourself a year to change. Don't say, well, I'm going to get really fit in 30 days. Give yourself an entire year. And by the time you have changed gradually over a year, you will have changed yourself permanently so you'll always be healthy. If you just diet well, exercise regularly, by the time a year has passed, you will have developed what? Very good habits. And they will have been locked in. Goethe said, everything is hard before it's easy. So the formation of a new habit is hard, but once you've formed a habit, it's automatic and easy. And it's easier to do it than not. So take good care of your physical health. The very act of taking care of your physical health causes you to like yourself more. And as a result, you like other people more. And as a result, you become a more fulfilled person. Number 7, practice the golden rule in everything you do. Do unto others as you would have life do unto you. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And just use that as your standard. Someone once said, and by the way, all the major religions have this as their basic premise. Do not do unto others what is hurtful for you. Do unto others what you would want them to do unto you, and so on. The basic premise of all the major religions has the same thing of doing to others what you would want them to do to you, or not doing what you would not want them to do. So practice the golden rule. And someone once said there may be a better principle for living overall than this, but it has never been discovered. Nobody has ever found a better principle than the golden rule. Just think if everybody lived by the golden rule all the time. What kind of a world we would live in? It would be so profoundly different, like by tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, I want you all get to happy time by 6 o'clock, because you know the world is going to end today. Oh, I'm sorry, it was yesterday. It didn't end. Son of a gun. Damn, when we ran up all the credit cards. Practice kindness, patience, tolerance of the diversity and differences of other people, love, understanding, and compassion. The interesting thing, the law of concentration says that what you dwell upon grows. If you write these words down on cards, kindness, patience, love, understanding, compassion, and just think about them, you can actually transform your personality. There's a wonderful book by Piero Ferrucci called What We May Be, and what he said is just the very act of dwelling upon a quality causes it to soak into you and become part of the way you think. Just thinking about the quality. So the measure of how well you are doing as a human being is this, is you only have love to the degree to which you express love to others. You only have love to the degree to which you can express love to others. If you cannot express love to others, it means you don't have any. And so we say this, practice giving your love away. Practice giving your love away. Because love only grows by sharing. Love only grows by sharing. You can never have more love for yourself than the love that you give away to other people. And the more you give it away to other people, the more that comes back to you, psychologically, emotionally, physically, in terms of the esteem and respect of others, but especially in terms of self-love. The more you give, the more you have to give. It's almost like a cornucopia, that the more you put out, the more it fills up and spills over. When I started giving this seminar, I had a woman who came into the seminar, and she had grown up in a small town, grown up with 4 or 5 other siblings. And their parents never had very much money, but they were a very loving couple. And they raised them with a lot of love and affection. And she got married. She went away to college, and she married a man who became very wealthy. And she became very wealthy, a very, very wealthy woman. And then years passed, and her parents died. And so she went back home to the funeral and to sit down with the siblings. Her siblings were now grown and married as well. And they had all come to divide up the possessions that the mother and father had. And they sat in the house, and there were the pictures and furniture and things like that. She said she only needed one thing. She was a wealthy woman. She only wanted one thing, and it was a little sign that had stood over the mantelpiece all the time that they were growing up. And whenever there was a controversy or difficulty or argument in the family, the parents would point to the sign. And so they remember seeing that sign. They said, remember the sign. And the sign was, only one life that soon is past, only what's done with love will last. And this is probably the greatest truth ever known. Only one life that soon is past, only what's done with love will last. Everything else that you accomplish in your whole life will be forgotten even before you are in the ground. But the love that you gave away to other people will be remembered as long as those people live. So as we come to the end of the seminar, I just want to say I thank you very much for being here. I thank you for the time and trouble that you've taken, and I wish you health, I wish you happiness, and I wish you love. Thank you. God bless you. Okay? Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're the best. You're the best. Thank you very much. Travel well, and we'll see each other again. Thank you. Thank you.